Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to J's for Justice. Hello, Feminem. Hello, Marcy. Hello, Caitlin. Hello, Lucy. I'm not feeling the best today. I'm not going to lie. I think I don't know. I got like some kind of stomach thing going on. I'm not feeling the best today, so bear with me. Welcome back. Welcome back. I saw the police are there, right? The police are there. The FBI, they're like kind of hovering, and then another one pulled into a driveway.
I should just go flat out asking for these facts.
What's up, Jen Fisher? Hey, Kathy C. Elizabeth. Someone went in the garage earlier, but who are these cars? Who are these? The one parked down there. Hello, beauty of our Lord's estate. Good to see you.
Dad, will you take me over to the dances?
Did you guys watch the interview room last night? By chance? It was long, but it was pretty good. Oh, he went down there to ask. Thanks, stay humble. I don't know why I don't feel good. I just don't. You watched my replay and left me comments. Thank you. Hey, Schnitzerella, you were waiting for class. It was good, though. Albulita is grandma in Spanish. Grandma's journey. Cute. Hello, Cole. Oh, God, it was the Bojangles. No. Bojangles. Go sit by the pool. It is so hot out there. I was just out there. That's why I was late. I was taking my dogs out. It's going to be in the 80s and 90s in the next few days. What's up, Sailor? Pretty hate machine. Busy morning by Nancy's. Yeah, I see that. You've been burning the candle at both ends. Yeah, well, imagine if I was there. Actually, it'd probably be less. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. It's been a long 34 days. Even though I haven't traveled anywhere, it's still been a long 34 days. Right. Where was spring? We went from cold to like hot. It's really hot. Not trying to complain. Southern Illinois, I know you're not hot up there, but it's really hot today. Hello, Linda. Utah. Nanny Goat is in Utah.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
Which neighbor, Della? Thanks, Schnitzerella. I did get us a good soundbite from the interview room last night. It's probably the best soundbite I've ever had on my thing. Hold on. Ah, shit. Hold on. I forgot to convert it to audio only. That's JLR's phone. I don't know where he went. Hold on. I'm not thinking straight. Give me a second. Well, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily sick. I don't want to get too dramatic. I'm just not feeling the greatest today. But thank you. Oh, he's getting his car. He want to go drive around and see if there's feds in the neighborhood, I imagine. They said they're going to be canvassing this task force. That's why I said task force in full effect. Thanks, Jen. Maybe this coffee will help. I don't know. It'll either help or make it worse. We'll find out. Don't get us sick. I won't. I won't spread the germs. That person just waved. Did you see her? She like lifted up her hand and waved. Did he say who the car was? Nah, he hasn't come back. I have a feeling he's getting his car.
Thank you for the God bless you from a sneeze.
Who's that? Who is that sitting there? Who is that? Who just said thank you? What's up, Angie B and Robat? Good to see you guys. Neighbor said he came to his house how many times? 4? 4 times.
Shout out Cornwall. This is fun.
Who is that person?
I think JLR's gone to get his car.
We got him. Oh, we got the accent. I think JLR has gone to get his car.
FBI for look. We're not sure. No, somewhere not. They're saying the FBI's around. Really? Diane something from the JLR.
Yeah, JLR just spoke to him.
Yeah, we might see SWAT arrest, something. Something's gonna win. How you guys doing this morning?
Good, man.
Yeah, you guys need anything? Good.
Sounds like Mark, the shark. He's coming back now.
Oh, she came to the camera? Yeah. And then someone called the cops on her?
Maybe one of his
Wow.
Good morning, Miss Crit. If everybody could hit the like button, that would be wonderful. Like, so wonderful. Like, I'll love you forever. I will love you forever. And like you for always.
He said no. So it wasn't fair.
Lucky number 7. Okay, here's our new soundbite. You ready? Everybody brace yourselves.
Just
Not
a shot
fan.
of tequila and a nice blunt.
Really?
What they said, he said to me,
Hold on.
he's here because he hears activities here. And he's seeing what's going on, but he doesn't know what's going on. I went and got a Red Bull. So I had to get a Red Bull.
Probably saw activity on your street.
Maybe, but he said he's here because he's hearing activities going on. But he wouldn't tell me what. He's very reserved. But Mark the Shark right there is going around the neighborhood. Let's see if anything's popping off.
I guess maybe.
I would
Is
have got
that
my
the
vehicle,
best?
but I just decided not to. I'm like, oh, okay, we'll wait here.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice
I
blunt.
got a Red Bull. See if something's going on here. Continuous coverage outside Nancy Guthrie's home.
I know, I love her too. I was so excited when I turned on the interviewer. I'm like, oh, Maureen's on here. Maureen's on here.
All day.
Just a shot of tequila and a
Most
nice
beautiful
blunt.
yet. This is the picture perfect, beautiful day.
She totally said blunt. Is it that FBI? I don't know. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is. Do you guys want to go back and listen? Let's see what he said, because I was yapping. I was all excited about Maureen. Let's see what he said again. Replay, replay. Replay, replay.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
She's funny.
Not a Fed.
Not a Fed.
It is NBC News.
Really?
NBC News.
He said to me, he's here because he hears activities here. And he's seeing what's going on, but he doesn't know what's going on. I went and got a Red Bull.
NBC News?
Probably saw activity on your street.
Maybe, but he said he's here
Dad, we
because
take
he's
you
hearing
to the
activities
dances?
going on. He wouldn't tell
Stop.
me what. He's
Why
very
the fuck?
reserved.
Why the fuck does NBC News gotta be there? What? NBC News said,
Dad, we take you to the dances?
Suspected abduction. I like how Michael Ruiz always says the suspected abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Task force agents returned to her neighborhood yesterday conducting a new sweep. Many residents, or per Savannah Guthrie's network NBC, they asked neighbors about internet outages around the time of Nancy's abduction. Many residents were asleep. At least one says his camera recorded nothing at all on the night of February 1st, which he told other neighbors was
he said it's
unusual.
NBC.
This prompted a speculation of the potential of using Wi-Fi jamming device.
Yeah, what do you guys think of that?
Relatively a low-tech but illegal to sell or import in the United States. Jammers have been used in recent months by South American burglary rings operating in affluent neighborhoods, California, Florida, Texas, New York, and Wisconsin, to stable wireless security cameras and alarm systems. So Ruiz put out South American burglary ring. And they have.
I don't think it was a burglary.
South American.
Did they take
burglary
anything?
rings.
Did they take anything besides the old woman? No. Ain't no burglary. I don't think it's a burglary. Hey, Daff. Yeah, NBC was there
SATGs.
filming yesterday.
South American theft groups.
Theft groups, no one else was hit. If it was a group, they didn't hit nobody else.
Crime tourists are sophisticated transnational organized crime networks. These groups often originate from Chile and Colombia, targeting wealthy neighborhoods and high-profile individuals across the United States, stealing millions in high-value items like jewelry, cash, and designer goods. But as we
No.
discussed,
See, I think they want us to think that that may have happened, but I don't think that's what happened. I don't think that's what happened because there's no other robberies in the neighborhood. It's not like if this one went awry and like this was the one where, you know, something went wrong, but there's no other ones. There's no other ones. This is not that. Somebody wanted Nancy. Someone wanted Nancy in particular. In particular, they wanted Nancy Guthrie. Why? Who? Why and who?
I didn't come to fucking dance.
Hey, John
Okay.
DePietro.
I came to park.
Good morning. You want to have a conversation before you jump on?
Yeah.
Come on in.
Very generous.
My viewers like you, John.
That's nice. And you have a lot of them.
Yes, John DePietro in the house.
I'm going to be live on TikTok this afternoon, and then I also...
Did you hear the new report? The neighbors are talking about internet outages
I
and
did.
maybe
Yeah.
some sort of Wi-Fi jammers involved.
Now, that's actually... People may not get this, but that's actually a big break in the case.
It is?
Because I was speaking with a member of law enforcement this morning
You were?
and saying the reason why, and people don't understand why that would be significant, is that limits the number of individuals that would be able to pull something like that off. That tells us that we have a sophisticated crew.
South American theft group.
I don't know about that possible, but you think of the movie The Town.
Yeah, it's
What
not
was
even a
great in the
house. You wouldn't
case
look at
was
this
the
house and go, oh my God,
employee-
the lady that lives there must be a millionaire. I'm going to hit that house. It ain't like that. That's
before they
stupid.
actually
Stupid.
came
It's a
to
stupid
charges.
theory.
So with this, if that proves to be true, then you have a level of sophistication that not a lot of breaking and entering type crews would have. So I was told the reason why that is significant, and again, good morning to everyone watching. JLR investigates.
He talks
John
quiet. I
DePietro.
can't.
He's everywhere.
He is everywhere.
Hold on.
Is just the fact that that's not some nickel and dime that someone takes that type of effort. There's several things about this that we still don't know, and that is the number of break-ins in this area, the 10 days leading up to it. So were there other attempted break-ins? Someone was mentioning to me, if someone was going to do this, you would try to hit multiple locations that night, not just one.
Exactly,
But it's
that's
very
what I just said.
possible that that was the plan, but because they ran into trouble
No.
with the homeowner there, that then everything went awry. So I think, and that's coming from a
The
retired
dude's
member of law
white, they
enforcement.
said.
I think that is interesting
Good
because
Lord.
it opens up the possibility that this was supposed to be several homes that were going to be hit. They were going to take advantage of the Wi-Fi jammer. They knew that people wouldn't have that ability, but then things obviously got thrown off here. Now yesterday you did a fantastic job. You were out on the road with the team, Violent Task
Hey, Florida
Force.
girl.
Now I
Derek
remain
Weber.
closer to base. Now what I found interesting, JLR investigates, is the FBI, and I have video of this. So they were at that house, which they've been to, you've seen in the past.
Next door.
Next door.
They were yesterday. Next
This
door.
was yesterday, but ready? Now, everyone caught that. So I was there. The homeowner was greeting them. The FBI walked right up the driveway. You know what's also funny, and you'll appreciate this? The reason I knew something was up was they parked in the street. And you and I know no one parks in the street because you're not supposed to park in the street. So who parked in the street? 2 FBI agents. But not only did they go to this house, but they also went to this house. So they did bookends. Now that house, actually, the entrance to it,
They did
we have the empty
bookends?
lot with those 2 women, the Sonora mothers, they
Gumshoe.
were on it. But this house actually, the entrance to it is on the other street. So I want people to realize they did bookends on the 2 homes surrounding Nancy Guthrie. Now the homeowner here, and I did post this on X, she wouldn't even let them in the house. They had a laptop out,
I don't
right
blame
there.
her.
right there.
But
Would
see,
not-
they don't own that house. They're renting.
Okay.
There's renters. The
I didn't know that.
owners
You
live
know
out
more
of
So
than I
maybe
state.
they couldn't.
Okay. But that's interesting. So those are renters.
They're renters.
Huh.
They're renters next door.
So the FBI agent, she had out her laptop, but they had to talk to her over the wall. I did post that on X, and I did post that. But I want
Why has
people
he
to
got his
understand
collar
also,
popped up
I
like
think it's
that?
significant that we're hearing that it is now a task force that has been formed.
Really?
Between the Pima County
A task
Sheriff,
force.
homicide
ding, ding.
investigative
Did you guys know that?
detectives, and obviously FBI.
Just a shot of
What I
tequila
find
and a nice
interesting about
blunt.
that is in the early stages of this investigation, as I think we have talked about, but the sheriff would not do a joint. He wouldn't do a joint command center. The FBI, when they were staging, if you remember when they flew in the night of the elite hostage negotiators flew in. the night of Rio Rico when they had Carlos. But they were staging. It's very important where they stage. They staged at a military base. Why did they do that? Because the sheriff would not do a joint command center.
Hey,
Now,
Felice. Hey,
and I want to just
Leo.
put this in perspective for people. I covered the Boston Marathon bombing. That was FBI, ATF, Massachusetts State Police, Boston Police, joint command center investigating that bombing. Back in December, you had the incident at Brown University. So you had Providence Police.
God, this
you
isn't
had
even
Rhode Island
related.
State Police. You then
This
had
isn't even
ATF,
related.
and you had FBI. Again, joint command center. Everybody.
Jeepers!
Oh, damn, he buffered. Is that a blessing?
Together.
Under one roof working together. With this investigation,
It's two separate.
the sheriff kept it, except it seems now the task force has now been united.
Have you seen Pima County Sheriff's here yesterday?
I did not.
It's all FBI.
Just FBI. Now that also tells us, and this is very significant for everyone that's following you, is that tells me that, and it's what we had learned and feared, is that the sheriff actually kept the FBI at bay. I view this as the FBI is now going back over to talk to witnesses that they didn't necessarily get a chance to talk to because Pima County Sheriff put up,
But
notes.
why 33 days later, 32 days? Why over a month? Why didn't just the second week?
We don't know. I mean, other than, is it possible? A lot of things have evolved, though, since the second week, right? Like,
Well-
he's only talking NBC for a national outlet. He is talking to local stations, meaning the sheriff. Maybe it is pressure from Savannah. Maybe it is pressure from the family of, like, listen, you got to work with them. Maybe he now realizes he needs the assistance of the FBI.
Have we considered since the time frame that possibly since it's we're over a month now that the perp came back to the scene in between and the feds are maybe looking to see the potential of the perp coming here recently? It's back at the house.
It's funny you say that because I have heard that they may start to go through everything that was left.
His
with
lips are
flowers,
chapped.
and that it's possible that the suspect left a clue amongst all those notes. So it's also interesting. I did receive a call, I won't say who, or a message, I should say, of someone asking me about an individual. When I was here, it was week 2, and for some reason, when I was over by the flowers, and the reason I choose that is because of the shade and also the still the hope that Nancy could come home. But there wasn't one individual that he just didn't belong. And so someone, a member of law enforcement, reached out to me to ask, did I have video of that person? But you and I know, we have so many hours, JLR, of hours that I don't know. But I want to remind people, so it was the second week, it was like midweek. Aaron Katursky was here from ABC. NBC News was set up here. CNN was right there. But there was one guy that it was very odd, and he was over by the flowers. So there are some odd people that come out to a story like this. But I think it's interesting that someone, I won't say who, but they're asking me if I have video of that person that was here. So I think that's interesting. But other than that, you do get the sense that they are, and people need to understand this, and I won't take up all your time, but people need to understand
He'd love to,
this.
though.
And some people are saying, they want a quick resolution to this. But when you and this is what I was told by police, investigations actually move further when they can close the door on certain things. When it's very important to eliminate people and suspects. So as much as, for instance, some people are not still sold on that Luke Daley was not involved. I still think that's really interesting.
What about the sheriff yesterday speaking, saying that, we have probable cause to do these two things, that
Yeah.
Carlos, and we're moving on.
But
What does moving on mean?
That interview of Luke Daley. So that
Okay,
Monday,
I can't. I'm sorry, I can't anymore. If you guys want to go watch the rest of that, you can go over to JLR's. I can't with theories when I have things that I actually want to present. And we are going to watch some things that I didn't know and maybe you didn't know. I'm going to show you some things. I mean, I get they need to pass the time, but I don't. So, Here is something that blew my freaking mind. We're going back to Annie's, okay? Can we go back 3 weeks ago? Annie Guthrie's home search. So we're going to watch a few clips here that actually mean something. This is actually things that happened. This isn't conjecture.
We begin here at 11 with that breaking news in the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy. Tonight, investigators searching the home of Savannah's sister and brother-in-law.
This comes hours after the family made a new plea for their mother's safe return. NBC4's Robert Kovacic is live now in front of the sister, Annie Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona, with the very latest. Robert?
Kathy and Jonathan, the very latest would be that those investigators left this home and the property just about an hour and a half ago. While inside, there appeared to be camera flashes coming from inside of the home as well as inside of the garage.
See, this is what we can't forget about, right? This is what nobody's talking about anymore. Nobody's talking about this shit. They're talking about fucking gangs. They're talking about fucking border. They're talking about Nogales. She ain't in Mexico, right? We have to go back to 3 weeks ago, and this is starting to piss me off because this was February the 7th. February the 7th. And they still have her freaking car. They still have her car. She was there eating dinner, and they're in there taking pictures. I don't like it.
The house, as you said, belongs to Annie Guthrie and her husband, but it has been empty for the last several days with only security guards parked outside, and they remain here tonight. Now, the purpose of their presence here this evening, the Sheriff's Department telling NBC News they are continuing to...
I don't know who the hell this is, but do you remember when JLR was there yesterday? That same Silverado. But it doesn't look like the same security guard. Does it? That doesn't look like the guy that JLR talked to yesterday. That was standing outside filming them as they walk by. Who are these people? Who is that? Who is that? NBC security? Who is it?
The Sheriff's Department telling NBC News they are continuing to conduct follow-ups in the investigation into the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. They have been here before, and tonight, sheriff's detectives returned to the home of Savannah Guthrie's sister Annie and her husband. Earlier, Savannah with her sister, home of Savannah Guthrie, been here before, and tonight...
Look at this shit. All kinds of feds, all kinds of cops at her house.
Tonight, sheriff's detectives returned to the home of Savannah Guthrie's sister Annie and her husband. Earlier, Savannah with her sister and brother beside her, pleading for their mother's return.
Happy birthday, Hexy. I didn't know it was Hexy's birthday. Happy birthday, girl. I love you so much.
Everybody. Happy birthday, baby.
Received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her.
Look at Annie. Annie looks like she's already grieving. Have you noticed that one is not like the other? One is not like the other in these videos. One is not like the other in the walk down the driveway to drop the flowers. Annie was wailing like she was grieving, like she was at a fucking funeral. I would expect someone to wail like that in front of a casket. Call me judgy. I don't care. The feds were at her house. They took her car. They still have her car. And she already looks like she's grieving.
This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Yesterday, investigators were back at Nancy Guthrie's home.
And you know what? For her to be that emotional, it seems like her and Savannah were, like Nancy and Savannah were closer. So it seems like Savannah would be the one that would be like that. Oh, Felicia says, don't forget the ICAC agent coming out of the house with an evidence bag. So true. So true.
Drone video showing FBI agents searching every inch of the property, disconnecting and removing a device from the roof and climbing up a ladder into dense vegetation. A vehicle believed to be Nancy's towed away. Investigators also looking for potential clues in a second note sent to the same Tucson TV station that received a ransom.
See, and I'm taking the ransoms completely out. I don't think any of them were legit. Do you guys?
Note through their anonymous tip line earlier this week.
I did not enjoy receiving that.
Authorities have not said what's in it, if it's connected to the first note, or if either is legitimate.
There is something in there that we believe they're trying to convey.
The station's news director also sharing the latest note was not a ransom demand and did not include proof of life. We do not know if Savannah is referring to this message when she speaks to a possible kidnapper.
We received your message and we understand.
Hang on.
We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
After Savannah posted that Instagram video, the Sheriff's Department telling NBC News they had no comment. Earlier, they stated they have no suspects and no persons of interest in the investigation at this time. The Sheriff's Department also making it clear that they would have nothing to say publicly unless there was a, and I'm quoting here, significant development. Live in Tucson.
Okay, that's the first clip I want to play. Let's see what he's talking about.
There, and they're just like, well, we got to get rid of her. Don't worry about the stuff. Stuff could be traceable. It can link us back. I don't know.
Yeah, he's speculating still. Okay, so this is another one. Let's see the date on this one. Oh, look at this. Look at that. What? What? Oh, my friend just arrived. Fist pump. What? Look at activity outside Annie Guthrie's house as search for Nancy continues. Huh. February the 10th. Wow. Look at, we have dogs. They're checking out buildings.
Did they know about talking to locals?
What's this all about, Annie? What's this all about?
Thank you.
Oh, they got dogs at Annie's? Sorry, their signal was cutting out. That's why it's doing that. February 10th. So it's reported that they were looking for a cell phone around Annie's house. They were looking for a cell phone. This is February 10th. This is Annie's neighborhood. February 10th. They're looking for a cell phone. Allegedly. Please hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button already. This is not right now. This is not live. Their signal's terrible. This was February the 10th. I just never saw this.
Hey.
They wanted a live pic from us. I hope they got it because
My camera has 14 minutes.
Okay, I guess that's it for that one. I just had never seen that clip before. I had never seen the dogs. I'd never seen the outbuilding, none of that stuff. That was all new to me. How would the camera complete the upload? I don't think that a camera needs Wi-Fi to do anything. What's going on over here? Someone with a knee brace on scene. Okay, here's another one. This shocked the shit out of me. Are you ready?
We do have live video of an...
Hold on. This shocked me. Who's that guy? See, I don't want to take my eyes off these people coming up and walking by, but look at the title of this one, you guys. FBI inspects drainage pipe at home of Annie Guthrie. February the 10th. February the 10th. I don't like these people wearing things on their heads like the intruder. That's weird. Stop. Who is this guy? Who is he? He's really tall. Look at him. He's just standing there staring. Zoom in, JLR. Zoom in on him. He's looking at you. Do you guys ever think that Nancy maybe had a male companion throughout all the years? His name is Steve. Listen, though. Did she never have a male companion when her kids were grown? Isn't that weird that we've never heard, like... I don't know. Her husband died. She was only 49.
Somebody tagged me to a crime report in the area, but they have no burglaries or home invasions in a reported 1 mile radius of Nancy's home around the time period. 4 weeks before, 4 weeks after. No burglaries in the area at all.
Yeah, it's not a burglary group. That's why. Okay, let's watch this. Oh, fuck. This is February 10th. It says they're inspecting a drainage pipe at Annie Guthrie's house.
We do have live video of an active search underway. This is happening near Annie Guthrie's home outside Tucson. She, of course, is Savannah Guthrie's sister. We do not have control of this camera, but we can tell you from this live feed, we have seen investigators searching the property and what appears to be officers investigating a drainage pipe. Right there, you see FBI agents on scene. Certainly increased activity, but nothing further has been confirmed about what brought investigators to this location. Of course, we will keep you posted throughout the afternoon on this specific situation. Now, if you haven't seen it yet, these are the images we're going to show you released by FBI Director Kash Patel, showing the individual wearing a full face mask at Nancy Guthrie's front door the morning she was taken. The FBI director said prior to this, the footage was either lost, corrupt, or inaccessible, but finally was recovered. The person seen in the video appears to be armed with a gun and appears to tamper with the camera at Guthrie's front door. According to NBC, the Guthrie family does not recognize the person in the images, but it should be considered a strong lead for investigators.
You can get a lot of information now, not only off of the gloves and front of the.
So anyways, the point is they were searching a drainage pipe at Annie's. They were taking pictures at Annie's. They have Annie's car. What else? Annie's husband hasn't been seen except for this flower delivery thing. That's it. Weird. All right, we're revisiting this now. You guys ready? This one is a revisit of Megyn Kelly, February 4th with Ashley Banfield.
Ashley Banfield, who hosts her own podcast called Drop Dead Serious, is breaking exclusives on this case like nobody's business. And yesterday, she had quite a doozy. I'm going to bring her on. She's going to explain what she learned, but she reported exclusively that they actually do have a potential suspect in the case, and the identity is rather shocking. We're going to bring her in now. Ashley Banfield, thank you so much for joining us. So tell us what you say, very reliable law enforcement source told you about a possible suspect in the case.
Sure. So after almost 4 decades in this business, I've collected a few friends at the FBI and in local law enforcement all over the country. And the source that I have is impeccable. And he said that not only were the cameras smashed, plural cameras smashed, so that the suspect likely knew about the locations of them, but that the car belonging to the sister of Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, was towed, impounded, and taken into evidence. And this is the wording. It's very important. The wording is very important. He said they now believe the son-in-law may be the prime suspect. Those are the words. Son-in-law may be the prime suspect at this point. And I'm very mindful. I covered the Elizabeth Smart case. I was out in Salt Lake City for 5 weeks while Elizabeth Smart had vanished. And I recall specifically a lot of language saying Ed Smart is likely the prime suspect here. And so you got to be really mindful that, as you know, Megan, you're a lawyer. Police investigations start in the middle of the circle, and they go out in concentric circles in terms of investigating family members, right? You start in the middle of the family, you investigate out from there. Then you go to contractors and friends and workers and everybody else who's had some contact, and then there's the randoms. So it is not surprising that someone in the family is being looked at. That language to me was pretty strident, though.
It's surprising to me because there was forced entry. And from the beginning, I thought, well, they must have ruled out the family pretty quickly if this is a case of forced entry, because the family wouldn't need to do that. The family would presumably have a key, and if they didn't have a key and they wanted to get in, they just knock on the door and Nancy Guthrie would open it.
So this is super interesting. And I had a long conversation with my former colleague, Brian Enton, about this, because Brian identified blood drops at the front door, right? And he's shown the video. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
However, my source says the back door is wide open. Back door left wide open. That's what my source said. I had a, Megan, half-hour conversation 2 days ago.
I watched it.
The sheriff, yeah. And I specifically said, so are you telling me, when you said that she did not walk out of that house on her own, I said, are you telling me that she might have been carried out of that house? And I used the word over the threshold of the front door. And he said, I didn't say front door. But he didn't say no carried. But when he said, I didn't say no to the front door, and then, the next day I'm getting information about the back door, it's pretty safe to say, well, that makes perfect sense. However, why is there blood at the front door? And Brian Enton said he couldn't find the trail continuing past to the walkway that would take you to the driveway. Now it is gravel, a little harder maybe to see any blood, but not impossible. So I'm trying to go.
Couldn't they have gotten her in the car?
Don't you think it's weird that Michael Ruiz saw those little drops on the sidewalk, but Brian Enton didn't? Do you guys think that's weird, or do you think Brian just didn't notice the blood on the sidewalk? Fucking weird. I'm so confused on that part, and then the shirt. Was the shirt not there from day one? When did the shirt show up? Why did Michael Ruiz find the shirt? Was the shirt there when Brian walked up? I don't remember. Did Brian see the blue shirt on February 4th when he walked up?
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
Ashley, I'm picturing a scenario where couldn't all those facts be consistent with they came in through the back door, then they got her, then they brought her out the front door after injuring her.
Could.
Then the blood trail continued just to the driveway.
Well, it didn't.
Where they then put her in a car.
That's the problem.
It ended well prior to the driveway?
Yeah, the blood trail is just at the front door on those tiles. Then the gravel starts right away, and it's a walkway to the driveway, and it's not close. I mean, it's a bit of a ways. Nancy Guthrie can't walk 50 yards, pardon me. Nancy Guthrie can't walk 50 yards on her own, so she would need assistance. And if you're bleeding and you've been in a some sort of a melee, that would be even less. So I was going through the scenarios in my mind. Okay, maybe the front door camera is smashed and the doorbell is rung to get Mrs. Guthrie downstairs, because that would be difficult. In the middle of the night, it would get her down those stairs. So the confrontation might happen at the front door, right there at the tiles. There's a struggle. And then because the car is not parked right out front where all that could be visible potentially, maybe the car is around the back, and that's why they go out the back door. And
Is
because
that a
you're now
possibility?
struggling, I have no
Could
idea.
a car be
I'm
parked in the
surmising.
back?
I don't know, because I've been trying to see with drone video whether the car could get out into a darker spot or maybe out of camera view because the smashing has to happen. But I was told that the cameras were smashed, and plural. So there's a camera in the back, camera in the front, smashed. And then, of course, Brian Enton noticed it and said, asked the sheriff, did you take them? Or do you think the guy or the suspect took them? And the sheriff had a funny answer. He said, yes, I noticed that too. We're looking into it.
Yes. So what he saw, what Brian Enton saw, was like the remnants of a Nest camera, not even the Nest camera, right? Like it was clear to him that they had been removed, which is not the same thing as destroyed. The sheriff is saying that they were destroyed right before we got to them. So he made it sound like they were destroyed by the perpetrator here, by the bad guy.
Sheriff didn't say on the news conference that the cameras were destroyed. Brian Enton shot that video and asked, the cameras are missing. Did law enforcement take them or did the perpetrator take them? And the response from the sheriff was, yes, we noticed that too. We're looking into it. And so, look, I can tell you, you know this, Pima County, there's not a lot of crime there. I'm trying to think of the last major thing that happened. I think it was Gabby Giffords being shot there, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And so I think he's working in real time, and trying to protect his investigation, keep the integrity, and answer real questions he wasn't expecting maybe.
Now, remember, this is February 4th. So this is just a few days after. Yeah, that's not true, Vinay. That's just a tabloid article. And you have to be very careful of Google, because Google compiles everything, even fake shit, even AI, all the things. Google grabs it. It just reaches out and it grabs everything. And there's so much fake shit on the internet now that it even grabs the fake shit and it puts it all together into a little AI summary for you. But it's not always true. It's not true. There was one article that came out in some tabloid thing. No one has threatened to sue Ashley. None of that. None of that. You got to be very careful. Those AI summaries are very dangerous at times. Very, very dangerous at times.
And couching, his verbiage as best he can. But he didn't say, oh, we don't know that we took the cameras, or no, there never was a camera there. He said, yes, we noticed that too, and we're investigating that. We've got them.
It's your reporting that has added that they were destroyed.
And multiple. I don't know the location of the other one. My guessing, and it's just me, would be backdoor.
Yeah,
but
that's where you put the Nest camera.
My source also said, and this is musings, not evidence or information, who takes an 84-year-old woman who can't walk well on her own? It is a burden. It is a troublesome endeavor. It makes you more susceptible to being caught. You now have a problem on your hands. What are you going to do with this person without anybody seeing? And it stands to reason. It's very unusual for some random burglar to take the person if something happens.
It's not a random burglar. No, I agree. So it's either somebody who's kidnapping her and wants money for a ransom, or is kidnapping her as a revenge because they dislike her, or maybe Savannah or another family member, or it could have been a
personal
murder.
musings again.
It could have been a murder that they were then removing the body from the crime scene.
That's even worse, because again, now it's on your hands to get rid of the body, and the evidence is now in your car and all the rest. It's not that it hasn't happened. It has. It's more likely that a random person would leave that body in the house and get a clean getaway with no DNA evidence in the car, if that's possible. But the other random musings was that something like this, and again, these are the random musings, it's not evidence. This kind of a crime typically requires a benefit, and like you mentioned, the ransom notes, musings are baloney. That you don't email a ransom note to DMZ or a local station. It's not normal. It's not usual, and that time frame as well. Ransom notes usually come pretty quickly. This was 72 hours later. So, and look, I can't wait for that investigation to yield some idiot that thought that they were going to get some Bitcoin out of a tragic.
Yeah, can they not catch this guy or what? Can they not catch the guy that is trying to do this ransom shit? You know what I mean? Hey, Amir. Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Situation. It makes me, they're just festering parasites when they do this.
I mean, it does. We still don't know, though, whether Savannah Guthrie has received a ransom demand or law enforcement has, because they've been very cagey about the ransom question. The first day he was asked, which was Monday, Sheriff Nanos said, no, I haven't heard anything like that. And he was kind of forthcoming. And then, as you know, yesterday, Tuesday, he was much more tight-lipped. He wasn't as forthcoming with answers. And the question of whether a ransom note had been introduced seemed more ambiguous on day 2 than it did on day 1.
You know, it's funny. I'm looking back at my notes from my conversation. I said, has there been and this was the Monday, as you said, has there been any demand for ransom? And he said, we don't know. He said to me, we don't know. Those were the words. However, this came out yesterday. You probably saw it. This was the QR code and the statement from Chris Nanos, the sheriff, saying we are aware of reports circulating about possible ransom notes, parentheses S, right? Note, parentheses S, regarding the investigation into Nancy Guthrie. We're taking all tips and leads very seriously. Anything that comes in goes directly to our detectives who are coordinating with the FBI. We encourage anybody to use this QR code. So I think, and also our friend Harvey Levin at TMZ broke it yesterday. They got the email yesterday.
Yeah.
So I don't think Harvey had it on Monday, and I would highly doubt that the local TV station had it Monday and didn't report it till Tuesday.
All right, but separate, that's sort of a red herring, we think, on the side. But the news about Savannah's brother-in-law is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I have to be honest, a lot of people initially thought, should we be looking at the family? Because that's
the way it works.
90% of the time, yeah, exactly, that's who it is. Usually, crime is not committed by some random person coming into a home and kidnapping an 84-year-old. Usually it's a tragedy that somebody
Knows
made
where
a terrible...
both cameras are.
Yeah, exactly. It knows where both cameras are, front and back, and possibly manages to get her to open the door, or somehow maybe has a relationship with her. But of course, the thought of Savannah's not on the table. She was in New York. She had to fly out there after this all happened. The sister, I mean, like, it just seems beyond
Can I ask you a
possibility
question?
that the sister had something to do with it. But now we're talking about the sister's husband. Yeah, you go.
Spidey senses, Megan, with all your experience in being a lawyer and being in the media, do you think that they would seize the vehicle of Savannah Guthrie's sister and impound it, tow it, not ask for it, come in, we want to take a look, tow it, impound it? The words that were used are, it is in evidence. If they didn't have a little stronger feeling about this, because that sends a massive message early in the investigation. If you are taking the daughter of the victim's car, that was, and a famous daughter's sister, that was another thing that I'm just putting a lot of pieces together.
No, you're right. And the other thing the audience should know, they probably already do know, is you're not some whack reporter. Like, this is your beat. You've been covering crime for 20 years. You're very solid. Your reporting
40.
standards.
38, but who's counting? 38 years this year.
Reporting for many, many years, but like, your reporting standards are very high.
Ashley is not going to risk her entire career for Tommaso, just to label Tommaso as a prime suspect, according to a source. Newspapers for hundreds of years have quoted sources. Hundreds of years. Sources are nothing new. Sources are nothing that we've never heard of. Right? So let's not make Ashley like someone who's the first person to use a source and report on what their source told them. Now, if people take her source as fact, that's not on her, because she's just saying, this is what my source told me. I trust my source. That's it. Everything else is a huge distraction from what she's actually reporting. You guys are way too focused on, oh, Ashley did this and Ashley did that, than you are on the content of what she's reporting. They took pictures in his house. They have his car. They were searching a drain pipe at his house. He hasn't spoken. I mean, all these things. Are we ignoring them? Are we more prone to believe that it's some South American fucking gang? I can't. Last one to see her. There's so much there. You can't just arrest people, though, Danny. You have to build a case. You have to have enough evidence to arrest someone. You can't just say, oh, I got his car for a month, I'm going to arrest him. It doesn't work that way. But we can't ignore the obvious in front of us. We can't ignore the obvious in front of us. But we are. And we're looking at cartel, and we're looking at Mexico, and we're looking at South American gangs. But we're not looking at the obvious right in front of us, right? The guy who dropped her off said he waited 2 minutes for her to get safe inside and then drove away. I think it's altogether possible that the images that JLR is showing right now, that person never even saw Nancy that night. I think it's altogether possible that something happened earlier in the night. I don't know. JLR's honing in on Nancy or Mary.
Like a bulkiness to the nose. I think you can see it more in the.
Oh Lord, he's got a caller saying that it's Mary. But you can't ignore all those things. You know, you just can't. A lot of people are sus, you know, and that's what I was sitting there thinking about Mary last night. And I'm like, you know, it's altogether possible as well that Mary is just a weirdo. That Mary maybe, you know, does like Savannah. But it doesn't mean that she took her mom. It doesn't mean that she knows anything about where the mom is. You know what I mean? She can be a weirdo and be kind of like obsessed a little bit and not have done this. You know? Right. And she even said he may be. It wasn't even said as a fact. Thank you, April. There are no coincidences, says April. Thank you for your super chat. Mary is Luke's mom. Jules to Callie, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member today.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
So hear me out. What if Porch Guy came after the fact? What if whatever happened already happened? And that was to make it look like something else happened. You know what I mean? Maybe that masked person didn't see Nancy. I don't know. I don't know. All we know, as far as Nancy's concerned, is that she supposedly was picked up by an Uber, came home, went to bed, and this masked man ended up at her house. But it could be the opposite. Something could have happened earlier. All we know is at 2:28, her phone separated from her person. Right? We're assuming that the phone was on her nightstand and it separated from her person. How do we know that something didn't happen to Nancy outside of the house and then they went and put the phone back in her bedroom to make it look like she went home and went to bed? How do we know? Well, because, Eve, you have to explain why your mother-in-law is missing. You have to explain why your mother-in-law is missing and you know she has cameras. So certainly you'd have to have something on those cameras for them to see what happened to your mother-in-law. And then you see this masked man at your mother-in-law's door. And then they go, oh my God. So the pacemaker thing, listen. That's when her phone separated from her person. The pacemaker has a Bluetooth signal. The signal goes to her phone. So whether Nancy is in the grocery store with her phone, it's still connected to the pacemaker. Whether Nancy's in an airplane, it's still connected to her pacemaker. It doesn't matter where Nancy was. The point is that phone was separated from her at that time. You know? She could have been at Annie's with her phone and someone could have taken her phone and taken it back to her house. And that would have been a separation. We don't know where she was when she was separated from her phone, is what I'm saying. If something happened to her earlier in the night and she still had her phone, she was still near her phone, there wouldn't be that disconnect until she's away from the phone. Think about it. At 10 o'clock, she was right near her phone. But did the perp leave at 2:28 with her? And is that why the fucking separation? But did something happen earlier? As long as her phone was near her, you wouldn't have that separation until, boom, the separation. That's when you get that disconnect. You know what I'm saying? Am I making sense? Yeah, they said, well, Savannah said she was taken in the dark of the night from her bed. Is that what they made it look like? Or did it really happen? Did she ever go to her bed? I don't know. Spike in heart rate, 2:01 a.m. I don't know. What the fuck? Is that true, you know? There's just so much at Annie's house that I can't ignore. I'm sorry. And the fact they still have her car is even worse. So was her phone connected to the heart thing, or was it her watch? I've heard two things. I've heard two things. Think something happened in the garage of A&T? All right, let's keep watching. I'm sorry. I think we have to go back to the obvious. To the most obvious, the most plausible. She didn't get the car back. No, she didn't.
So you understand very well the gravity of reporting something like this. This is not just some slapdash operation, and you trust this source that told you right now he's the prime.
High level.
Yeah.
High level.
Okay.
High
So no, you're
level.
right.
I
They
can't
wouldn't.
say
And
they
when
don't get
was
a
it
lot
that they
higher than
seized
this
the car?
level. Why was it they seized the car?
When?
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that the FBI, according to Brian Ensign, was over at Annie Guthrie's house yesterday for several hours.
International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency.
That would have been February the 3rd. Here's another report from they were back in Annie's neighborhood. This is the 10th again. Right after they released the images, they were back in her neighborhood. Just revisiting. Just been so much activity over there, and I just don't know if it's because it was the last place she was seen. All right, here's another. What's this one? Oh, this is from Jenna and Chenille. This is yesterday, kind of off topic, but I wanted you guys to hear this.
We have had a powerful morning this morning.
Yeah, Savannah has come back to her home here at 30 Rock and Studio 1A.
30 Rock.
We got to see her this morning, and in her...
Oh my God, she came back to Studio 1A at 30 Rock. These people are so out of touch.
Perfect way. She talked to all of us, hugged every single person in this room, the crew.
And upstairs.
Yeah, she said that, she has the intention to return to the show, even though it feels like the hardest thing to do. It's also her home and where she feels so loved, and she is beyond loved here. And so we're happy that she is home. I don't know when she's actually returning to the show, but she was here, and that felt so good to get to hug her.
So this is just happening, right? This just in. And so
oh
Jen
my
and I
God.
haven't had a chance to talk about it amongst each other. But this is what I will share with you is when Savannah's here, we've all been waiting for her. We've been wearing our pins, and everybody, I know I'm just touching her and we're hugging, and everybody wants to lay eyes on her.
Wait, you're wearing
interesting because
you're wearing your pins. They have yellow ribbon pins. Thank you, Miss Robin. I will answer your question in a second.
As I think I handle moments like this differently now, because I am in some ways, I'm not smiling, but I feel I'm proud of Savannah and I'm rooting for Savannah, and I know the strength that it would take to even just come in here and to be amongst all of us. Mm-hmm. And so I see it as we're in this storm and we're not out of the storm, but there's a light somewhere, even in the midst of the storm. And I think her coming here and just being able to be with us and for us to be able to hug her, I think it's a step, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know what's ahead of us. We don't know what's ahead of us, but all I know is it is a step. And for me, anytime you can take a step, I celebrate that. Mm-hmm. And so I looked at her and I hugged her and I'm like, you know what? You are here. Mm-hmm. And we love you. Yeah. Everyone loves you. And whenever you're ready, we are here. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I feel encouraged this morning that we are one step closer just to getting a step to wherever it's going to be, that she was able to actually feel us. And I think even for her to see us in our pins, and I can't imagine,
She said the yellow flowers and the pins, all of your prayers, she feels them. She depends on them. She said, and she has said this to me before during all of this, but her pastor said, and I think she wouldn't mind me sharing this, he said, God is our last resort. And she said, no, God has always been my first resort. So thank you all for your continued support and your love for all of us, but particularly for Savannah and for Annie and for Cam and for their families, because
she actually said Annie and Cam. Wow. Listen.
Us, but particularly for Savannah and for Annie and for Cam and for their families, because she is, one of the most precious things in our lives.
And she said it before, she feels your prayers and your well wishes and all of it. And I think we just keep it going. Yeah. We just keep loving her. We keep our arms around her, and we're going to get her back here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Fucking weird, man. This whole thing is weird. Do you guys not think it's weird? But did you guys watch Ashley last night with her 8 different, she did it was like a speed dating, but it was a speed dating of theories with different professionals. Did you guys catch that? Very, very interesting episode last night. I thought it was pretty cool how she just it was like round robin of theories. What is so weird? I don't know. The whole thing. I really don't have one thing in particular to tell you that's weird, because every damn thing about this case is weird from the beginning. And Miss Robin, let's talk about Miss Robin's question. She said, Jay, how do they know the perp was in our house for 40 minutes? I keep hearing people say 40 minutes, but I have no idea where it comes from. So if we open up, I didn't forget Robat. If we open up our handy dandy timeline, I will tell you why, where that where that comes from. So right here, they have the doorbell camera disconnecting at 1:47, and then the disconnect on the pacemaker. That's the 40 minutes. So they're assuming the guy showed up at 1:47 and left at 2:28, but I don't believe that. I don't think that's when it happened. I don't know. I think that something happened earlier, and then 1:47 was 46 months was like the cleanup, like the cover up. The question is, did one or two people come back there with the camera incident? Was that one or two people? And was there someone driving the other person that did the cameras? Something like that. 46 months, Angie B. Thank you so much for your support. That's a long time. Robat's 40 months? Wow. Thank you guys for your support.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay?
Y'all came to party.
I came to party.
Right. There's no proof the perp was in the house. All we have is at 2:12, software detects person on camera. 1:47, it disconnects. We have no proof anybody was in the house at that time. Not at all. I think something happened to Nancy between 9:50 and 1:47. That's my guess right there. When that garage door closes between that time and 1:47, I think that's when something happened. I think from 1:47 to 2:28 is clean up, cover up. That's my guess. I don't know. Because you think there'd be footage from 9:48, from when Nancy got dropped off. You think there'd be footage of her going inside, pulling up, whoever dropped her off. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. We don't know what we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. And I think that's why that's why the backpack was full, because they were leaving. They weren't coming. They weren't coming. They were leaving. I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought. And I think that between 9:50, I don't know, man, like something happened to Annie's. Like why so many pictures there, There's just too much. There's too much to ignore. I think. And the other thing too, if there wasn't these ransom, demands or whatever that came into TMZ, do you think that we would have heard from Savannah? Like, do you think she'd be talking to us? Do you think she'd be talking to the public? Because yesterday, she was like, me, I, and I'm not trying to be a bitch here. I don't know this woman. I'm really not trying to be judgmental of Savannah Guthrie, but I can't help it. I can't help it. By the way, thank you for 124,000 subscribers. I am so grateful and thankful. That is just out of this world. You know what? Did they say Nancy's bed sheets were disheveled? They didn't say. They didn't say. Which is weird, right? Hey, Noel. Didn't they tell us a week later? Yeah, pretty much. I don't understand what's going on with the family. I don't know. Enton's ex post? I hadn't seen it. Let me see what it is. Did you see, though? All right, Savannah's a celebrity. They're hard to relate to. I get that, but did you see what she said when she went back to the show yesterday? Oh, the internet outage? Yeah, I have no idea. I saw that earlier. The FBI is looking into a possible internet outage during the time Nancy went missing. One neighbor tells me his Ring camera history is mysteriously not available the night Nancy disappeared. I have no idea. We had the same thing in Sebastian Rogers' case, remember? Remember that? Oh, none of our cameras are working. If they jammed them, why would they need to destroy them? Why would they need to? Do they have the Ring or the Nest Cam? Where's the Nest Cam? I think they took it. I think all that shit was in the bag. I don't know. I don't get it.
Right now, you're not at your strongest mentally or emotionally.
Hold on, this was something I wanted to replay. And I don't remember why, so bear with me because... Okay, 3 weeks ago now. This one is going to be February 9th. February 9th. So, all right, let's put this together. I need to add this to my timeline. If you look at this, they were poking around in Nancy's manholes on the 9th. Then they were at Annie's looking in a drain pipe on the 10th. They're not looking in anybody else's yards. They're not focusing anywhere else but here. They raided Luke's. They raided Carlos. As far as we know, they haven't been back there, but they've been back to Annie's so many times. It's the only people that they've even focused on.
Any sort of a hazmat outfit, which those who understand how this is done speculated meant this was not a septic tank because he wouldn't have been doing that without any sort of mask or gloves or protective gear on, given the nature of a septic tank. So it could have just been a water tank. They're not on the main sewage line, we are told. in this development, so we're just not sure. But he stuck some pipes down there and possibly a metal detector. There's reports that he stuck a metal detector down there. And all you can think about is the poor family, because, I mean, it's like maybe he was looking for a weapon. And of course, one has to consider maybe he was looking for the victim. And the family has to sit there at home. I'm sure they're watching TV. I mean, could you not? If this were your loved one, could you not? And having to hold your breath and wonder exactly what might be down there and what they were going to find. It appeared to be nothing, though that's unconfirmed. But nothing was seen, getting pulled out of that hole in the earth. In a bit, we're going to bring in the best law enforcement analysts onto the show to walk us through the latest. Plus, MK True Crime host Phil Holloway is on his way to the scene right now. He will bring us exclusive reporting tomorrow. But we begin with someone who has broken many of the details of this story. News Nation's Brian Enton, who's reporting live outside of Annie's home right now and was there the other night when law enforcement got there as well. Don't miss a moment. Subscribe to this show on YouTube and follow me on Insta. Most important is your health, because with you post less than 5%. Okay, dose what happened at Annie's home.
Yeah, Megan, it kind of...
Okay, so this is February the 9th. This is Annie's home. D, I don't even know who that person is. Stop. Please stop.
Came out of nowhere. I was over at Nancy's house, which is about 10 minutes away, and I got a call like something's going down at Annie's house. So I raced over here. This is Annie's house behind me. And when I got here, there were 3 deputies that had just arrived. They have private security here. NBC hired private security, I'm told. And it seemed coordinated because the security guard just moved out of the way, let the 3 deputies in, and they had blue gloves on. They had some camera equipment that was in a case. They went inside and they were inside for 3 hours. They closed all the blinds. I could see them taking pictures. Yeah, there you go. Right. That's some of the stuff they brought out. I could see them taking pictures in the garage. You could see a flash from a camera, and then you could see them move throughout the house to other parts of the house because you could see the flash from the camera.
Yeah, why were they doing all this? Why were they doing all this?
Camera coming from around the blinds.
I mean, we're focusing on facts, on things that actually happened. Okay? I'm not interested in some random channel theories and whatever they've done. That's great. Good for them. I'm focused on facts over here. I'm focused on Annie and Tommaso, and you're desperately trying to get me off track, and I want to know why.
And it took about 3 hours?
Yeah, they were inside for 3 hours, and then they packed up and they left. They didn't say a word. And NBC is reporting today that it was consensual, that I guess it was worked out with the family that they were going to show up, which really doesn't surprise me because, again, it didn't seem, it seemed like they knew they were coming. The security guard moved out of the way. They knew how to get into the house. There's no one at the house right now, so they went in on their own, and it all seemed like very coordinated.
Brian, where's the family?
It's a good question. We don't know. They were here. Savannah was at this house early last week with her sister, her sister's husband, and Cameron was here also. And this is where they filmed the first video because we saw them bring the ring light and the tripod in. And somehow they left without anyone really noticing. And it's interesting, there were more security guards here, specifically hired by NBC, when Savannah was here. There were 3 security guards. And then when she left, now there's only 1 security guard just sort of keeping an eye on the house and, telling people to stay back.
Well, it's interesting to watch NBC in the mornings on the Today Show to see what they're reporting on this case, because there's no question in my mind it will have been blessed by Savannah. There's zero doubt that they are asking her, are you comfortable with this? Are you okay? They would not want to upset her or report, get out ahead of their skis or go someplace where she didn't want it. And they were the ones who broke the news that the search of Annie's home was consensual as opposed to, via search warrant. So to me, I'm deducing, though I can't confirm it as an independent fact, that she doesn't want it looking like her sister or anybody living in that home, like the brother-in-law, are in any way in trouble. But that does not jive with Ashley Banfield's reporting about them considering Annie's husband, Tomas, and that he may, quote, be a...
You know what I think the chat needs today?
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
A prime suspect in this case. We're still investigating that too, Brian, and whether the brother-in-law is coming under the scrutiny of law enforcement. And all I can tell you is that I have reason to believe Ashley Banfield was onto something. I don't know that he did this, but I do believe her reporting that they are taking a very serious look at him. And he's been out of the picture. I mean, he has not been in any of the videos. Has he been seen at all, Brian?
He hasn't been seen since I think it was Tuesday of last week. We got some photos of him outside the house here. He's very recognizable with this big beard. And he was outside with his wife, Savannah's sister, Annie, and they were in the car together. But it's now been almost a week. And something else interesting, you mentioned how they the authorities went and retrieved the surveillance video from the gas station and that they were looking for someone. That gas station is a Circle K, and it's right around the corner from Annie's house. It's not close to Nancy's house. It's right.
There you go. More footage near Annie's house. Near Annie's house.
Around the corner from Annie's house, and it's where it's positioned is where you would have to drive to go from Nancy's house to Annie's house, which I think is really interesting. It's literally like 1 minute away from here.
Here's what I want to know. I want to know whether anybody's been asked to give and or has given a polygraph. Not a peep about that. Is that correct? No one's saying a word.
Not a word. I interviewed yesterday a former homicide detective for Pima County who was there for 20 years and is now retired. And it's interesting what you were reporting in the beginning of your show. I mean, he says the same exact thing, that there's been so much turnover there, that it's a mess at the sheriff's office, and that most of the homicide detectives have like 2 years experience. And so he's concerned a lot of the veterans like him have left just because they've been upset with the department for different reasons. And there was a different sheriff and then another sheriff came back, and it's been a mess there. But he was telling me that in his 20 years there, they never once administered a polygraph. That wasn't something that they did as a sheriff's office ever, not even once. But I know. But I don't know if now that the FBI is involved, maybe they would be doing that.
I don't know, because while they suggested it was a joint investigation at the Thursday presser, FBI, Pima County.
Okay, so what gets me is that they wanted footage to see if Nancy was actually taken home. That's my opinion. Why else would they want footage at that very time when Tommaso said he drove Nancy home? Why else would they want footage from that time? Maybe to confirm that he did. The question is, was he on that footage? If he took her home, did they prove it? Because he could have very easily said, oh, I left my phone at home and just ran her home. So his phone may not show where he was, I didn't take my phone. I just ran her home. It's so close. So they would want to confirm if he drove by. That's what I think. If they see him doing what he said he did.
My understanding is it's Pima County running herd on this. That it's their investigation, their running point, and so that may tell us some unfortunate things. Here's the other thing I want to know: the Sunday discovery that Nancy was missing allegedly came down to someone at her church noticing she wasn't there and calling the family, which then sent the family to Nancy's home, which led to the discovery of the crime scene. However,
or another thought, let's go to Madeline Soto case. Let's think about that. What if they get footage of him driving by the Circle K and you don't see Nancy in the car? You just see Tommaso, right? Remember, Stephen Stearns actually buckled poor Madeline into the seat and propped her up somehow and drove around and went through the gate of the apartments with her in the front seat. Went right in front of the damn security guy. Buckled her in. Security guy said, oh, I thought she was just asleep. She was dead. So what if they get the Circle K footage? They don't see Nancy. They just see Tommaso driving, or Tommaso and Annie. No Nancy in the car. I mean, who knows what that footage could show? Who knows?
however it looked, they haven't really told us what was inside the home. The Daily Mail and you also, we talked about this last week, reporting that Nancy Guthrie was actually was no longer attending the church that they said she was, and that in fact she'd been going virtual for the past 5 years since COVID. That she'd been participating in the live.
About all that. We knew about all that. Let me fast forward a little bit.
So first of all, it's incredibly grim. They're all very grim-faced. There's nothing about their expressions that telegraphs they've gotten any sort of hopeful news. We understand. She says, we understand in a sad, contemplative way. We beg you. She's begging them now, saying, give us our mother back so we can celebrate with her. Again, that word celebrate sticks out like a sore thumb, and it's the only way we'll have peace, which is another word associated with, I think, people who are, grieving, having a settlement of the grief, even if it's a sad settlement, but just a settlement, what's...
Okay, the band member. What would the band member have to gain from this? Do you think the band member they just admire Tommaso so much that they're going to help him? They're going to take out his mother-in-law? What would the band member have to gain from this other than prison? What would they have to gain? Band member. Losing their families. Yep, they'd lose their families. What else would they have to gain? Money from where? No money was given. And as far as we know, nothing was stolen. Where's the money coming from? Tommaso ain't got no money. Who's going to pay him? Where's the money coming from? What does bandmate have to lose other than his family, career, life? Amos, good question. What does anyone have to gain from this? Dude, he hasn't performed since 2017. There ain't no bandmate. They have families. It ain't happening, dude. It ain't happening. This is someone who wanted to get rid of Nancy Guthrie. Or it was an accident that went too far and they covered it up. That's my two theories. It was either they wanted to get rid of her on purpose or something happened. It was an accident. She died. Got to get rid of her. That's really the most obvious for me. I mean, money, you guys are talking about money. There's been no money handed out. There's been no money handed out. So if this was a plan for money, it failed drastically. But however, if it was an accident and like, oh, fuck, got to get rid of her. That's the only reason you'd get rid of the body. If you broke in and it was like a foiled burglary, whatever, you're not going to risk. You're better off leaving. You're better off leaving and hoping that the investigation doesn't lead to you than you are hauling a whole ass body and then hauling it somewhere else and risking getting it out of the car somewhere else. Oh, hells no. There's just, I don't know. Like she cut off someone on money or something.
What's happened and you can be at peace with it. To me, that's what she was telegraphing. But you're right. We don't know what was in the note. Wait, but Brian, the $4 million would make more sense to me than 4 and 6 makes more sense to me than 1 and 6. Because I have to tell you, I've had this conversation behind the scenes with a few different people. Let's face it, $1 million is not much for Savannah Guthrie. She can lose that easily and not really even feel it. So like, if that were the initial demand, I think they would have just paid it. They would have just paid it on Thursday. $4 million is that's a lot more.
Yeah, and I'm confident in my reporting. The person who I spoke to saw the note himself. So I'm sure it was 4 million and 6 million. And I can't remember if I talked to you about this last time, but the other thing that was in the first note that was so alarming to the FBI, there's two things. One, the location of the Apple Watch inside Nancy's room was very, very specific. And the other thing is they specifically referenced a damaged, smashed floodlight in the backyard, which has since been removed up on the back of Nancy's house, which is smashed. So those two things were spot on in the first note, which appears to
Okay, but those two things were also known publicly. So they weren't really spot on, right? How do they afford that house on a part-time teacher salary? Good question. Follow the money, folks. We have a Facebook post of Nancy saying that Annie's not even making jewelry anymore. She's working on finishing her novel. So you have Annie finishing her novel, Tommaso, a part-time teacher. And you're telling me they're not in need of money? I'm taking out any kind of gambling debts or any weird shit that's come up that we can't prove. But if you look at just that alone, you should be able to put 2 and 2 together. These people were not wealthy. However, the rest of the family is. Rest of the family ain't struggling, are they? How many times were they rescued in the name of being artists? How many times were they rescued financially in the name of artists? We're artists. You know what I'm saying? teaches poetry. Was that volunteer? I don't know. No one's ever confirmed that she ever worked there. How did they afford the house closer to Nancy? No clue. Why wasn't Tommaso on the original deed of the first house? I'm an artist, Mom. I'm an artist. Right, the refinancing of Nancy's home, the equity loans, it all stinks to high heaven.
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's?
Listen, Debbie, Nancy's caregivers are not going to be paid by the state. Okay? Nancy would not get state paid caregiving. Nancy is way too wealthy for that. Okay? Nancy would be paying privately, if anything. I want to know who these people are on these bikes. I'm getting sus of them. Who is that guy? Who are you? Some old man? Dolly's there parked in the street?
Backside of things, or if there was somebody already.
Oh, Lord. Okay, let's go back to Bri.
To be why they've been taking all of this so seriously.
But Brian, don't you think, okay, so the floodlight is visible from the outside. People were crawling all over the property, and especially, Monday. I think the first notes came Tuesday. So you would have just had to see it on sometime Sunday or Monday. Or prior to that, potentially you could have seen it prior to that if you were a contractor taking advantage of the family's pain here and you'd been inside the house. You might know about that floodlight, and you might know where she keeps her Apple Watch at night. The thing that I can't get past is if I stole somebody and I needed to give proof of life so that I could get millions of dollars, I would ask that person questions that only that person would know the answers to. And I would put that information in my note. Information above all would be proof of life, not where, who would say where she keeps the Apple Watch or that a floodlight had been damaged as their, it is I've got your person proof.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. You'd think there'd be something more specific, and initially, they really wanted to open these lines of communication. But imagine if there really is a kidnapper, they would be hesitant to do that because, the FBI is trying to track. And I don't know if you knew this, Megan, but we found out through the news director of KOLD, which is where both notes went, that it wasn't submitted through an email. It came through a news tips form that you fill out on the website of, you know what I mean? You can fill out your name, subject.
Both notes or just the second one?
Both notes. That went to KOLD at least. I don't know if it's the same with TMZ. So I think that makes it harder to track. And they used, a scrambler for the IP address because it was different IP addresses both times. So if they, I don't know that you can attach a picture that way.
Mm-hmm. I know. And I don't even think you need a picture though. If somebody had a relative of yours or anybody or mine or anybody listening, we all know certain things they could ask the relative. If anybody who I know very well, a family member, needed to prove through a kidnapper that it was them, that they were with the kidnapper, they absolutely could do it with information, with references, with family jokes. It would be easy. And so just the fact that this person has gone with something so weird, like an outside floodlight and the location of an Apple Watch, what is that? That proves to me you've been to the house and it looks like you've been in the house. But think of the number of contractors an 84-year-old has going through her home. You can do very little as an 84-year-old. She probably has somebody help her change her light bulbs. She definitely has somebody change her air filters. Her air conditioner goes.
Yeah, who did that? Tomas? Did Tomas go over and change her filters? I don't know. I'd like to know. Who did regular upkeep?
On the fritz, somebody comes in, the person who may have changed the roof recently, as the neighbor observed. It's the list is so long, but now we're talking about somebody who's taking advantage of the family's pain and not necessarily the person who's causing it.
Well, or is all this just a sideshow, Megan? I mean, I've been thinking about this all weekend.
Sideshow.
Is all of this just something that the FBI has to look into and that Savannah and her family have to respond to because you put yourself in their shoes, just in case, how could you not? What if in the 1% chance it is true, you want to respond, you want to try. But is there a whole nother side of this investigation happening that, like you mentioned at the beginning, we just don't know about? I mean, them coming here to the house, at 9 o'clock at night on a Saturday out of nowhere. The only thing that I'm skeptical about that, though, is that it was these 3 sheriff's deputies who were just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I saw the raid at Nancy's house. I shouldn't say raid, but I saw when the FBI team showed up, it was like insane. I mean, it was a full-on FBI. They're in their special outfits. They're in the fancy vans and the evidence unit, and the tape goes up, and it felt so organized. Here on Saturday night, it was just these 3 deputies. I mean, I hate to say this, but their cars were a little beat up, and they get out and they kind of wobble in. And like, if this was so serious here, why didn't the FBI come here? Like, there's a lot I can't figure out.
Hang on. There's a new report.
And all we know, so like from what you could tell from outside, was that they were taking pictures on the inside, right? Like, could you tell whether they were spraying chemicals or, anything like that inside?
No. And I've heard people say, could it be luminol? They do that at night sometimes to, so that they can use a black light and see if there's blood inside. That could be one of the reasons they came at night. Or maybe, like you said, they may have just gotten some piece of information and they said, let's go out there. Or like what feels like the rest of this investigation, maybe they're just realizing, oh God, we forgot to do this. How have we not done this yet? We got to go out and get pictures of the inside of the house just in case. Just like they didn't tow Nancy's car until Friday night, which it's like, why wouldn't they have done that earlier in the week? And I mentioned that former homicide detective I spoke to. He's in shock. He's like, how was all of this stuff not done within the first 48 hours? Why are they going back and doing all these things days later? And you mentioned the sheriff at the basketball game. That was around the time Savannah released this second video. So he's at the basketball game. It's the same time, Megan. He's at the basketball game as you see Savannah holding her siblings' hands, maybe saying that they think Nancy's dead. Like, come on, dude. Like, what are you doing,
Understand the optics. We had 2 points I wanted to make. Number one, the other possibility at the search in Annie's home, which was by consent, according to NBC, and only had the 3 guys in the beat up car show up to take pictures, is that could be by design. Because right now the family is giving them consent. The family's working with them. The sheriff said that earlier last week. They're cooperating and we want that to continue. Maybe it's...
Okay, hold up. We have a new video from NBC. This is brand new, 40 minutes ago. Ready?
Investigators with both the Sheriff's Department and the FBI were back out in Nancy's neighborhood yesterday, going door to door. 3 different homeowners we spoke to told us the investigators this time were specifically asking them if they noticed any issues or disruptions with their internet service the night that Nancy went missing. They say the investigators told them that several people in the area have mentioned glitches with their internet that night. Now, neither the Sheriff's Department nor the FBI have commented on this, but I did ask the sheriff earlier this week in our interview if he believed the suspect may have had a Wi-Fi jammer on him, maybe in his pocket. All he would say is that his investigators, along with the FBI, are looking at every angle of that surveillance video. And we should also note that the homeowners we spoke to said that they were either asleep or not home, so they couldn't say if they had any issues with their internet.
Here's the scoop.
Okay, so I don't get it. Where is that coming from then? If the neighbors were asleep or not home, how would they know? Huh. Oh my God. Can we stop with the satanic band members, please? Please. If they were satanic, they would have been satanic when they were actually performing. Those guys have not performed since 2017. Here's the internet thing again. Here, I'll replay it. This is the latest.
Get the best of NBC News with fewer ads with an NBC News subscription.
This is the
Investigators
latest.
with both the Sheriff's Department and the FBI were back out in Nancy's neighborhood yesterday, going door to door. 3 different homeowners we spoke to told us the investigators this time were specifically asking them if they noticed any issues or disruptions with their internet service the night that Nancy went missing. They say the investigators told them that several people in the area have mentioned glitches with their internet that night. Now, neither the Sheriff's Department nor the FBI have commented on this, but I did ask the sheriff earlier this week in our interview if he believed the suspect may have had a Wi-Fi jammer on him, maybe in his pocket. All he would say is that his investigators, along with the FBI, are looking at every angle of that surveillance video. And we should also note that the homeowners we spoke to said that they were either asleep or not home, so they couldn't say if they had any issues with their internet.
Okay, so some people said there were glitches that night. I think we need a little more info than that. Like, that night, glitches? What does that mean? What's a glitch? And then why are they saying, oh, we were asleep or not home? That just seems like bullshit. I don't know. Seems like bullshit to me. It does, yeah, completely conflicting. Doesn't make any sense. Why now? Right. Ugh, none of it makes sense. All right, let's go to JLR. I got to get up for a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes.
We're all going to do follow-ups and everything like that and be like, see, I knew it,
Thank you guys.
or I didn't know it. Oh, my God.
Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you a lot. Hit the like button, please.
Exactly.
We shall see.
And I want to say, I found you on this case. So, I just want to say that.
Mm-hmm.
And I have been following you faithfully. And I've been sending you emails for 2 weeks, maybe 3. And that's why I'm like, are you getting my emails? Have I got the right email?
I get so many emails. Every hour I get probably about 50 that shoot through.
I can imagine. But I want to say, we are also grateful. You have a very astute group. You have a few meanies in there that don't let people just say, everybody has an opinion, and I think that we're all here trying to help solve we're all working towards the same goal here. We're all trying to bring Nancy home. We're all trying to solve this case and help. And but you have been, outstanding, and we're so grateful that you're there. And thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Kelly. You be blessed.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you. You be blessed. Have a good day.
All right. You
Thank
too.
you. Bye-bye. All right, California Madison says 2013 theory. She called Mark Kelly because he would be involved with stalker threats with
Thank
Savannah,
you, Canvas, and I'm really sorry that happened to you. That's scary as shit.
To Savannah's security prior to kidnapping. The stalker made this specific threat, then did it. Now that's very interesting because
I know it takes experience.
A lot of people think the videos that Savannah puts out on her Instagram is directed at someone, Savannah knows but does not know. Like someone that maybe been harassing her over the internet or saying things in the past to her, or third party reaching out to her, but she just doesn't know who it is. One of those, it's kind of like a troll. Might send you a bunch of emails or text you weird stuff and you don't know who's doing it. Could be a possibility. But you just can't
just a shot of tequila,
figure it out
nice
who
blunt.
it could be.
The firefighter came out with volunteer to work for Michael Montgomery, and he had one that had flare technology. He was flying it.
Welcome aboard.
He came outside with a shotgun and shot his damn drone down. So 30,000.
I'm sorry, Janine. I put you in a little timeout. Please stop. I'm asking you very nicely to please stop.
No, I decided not to go with the neighbor.
No. I didn't,
No disrespect. I just don't want to go with a stranger in a car long distance. I respectfully decline.
I respectfully.
I respectfully decline.
Dad, will you take you over to the dances?
Dad, I want to go to
the Perp is watching out there, though. Watching this stream and all the other streams. The Perp is alive. Has anyone considered maybe that the Perp is dead? Like the Perp did this, and then the Perp did something to himself. And the Perp is no longer with us. But the Perp can't be sleeping well right now. If Nancy's not alive, and the Perp knows what the Perp did, and know that the Perp is being hunted down by the entire world, including internet, everyone on JLR
Thank you,
Investigates,
Canvas, for 10
and
gifted.
the whole wide world. I don't think the Perp is having any type of beauty sleep whatsoever.
Thank you for your support.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
That was coordinated. That was coordinated. They wanted them out. It's all because it's the political system.
Happy Friday. I thought it was Thursday. Oh my God, it's Friday?
Mom goes missing, right? 30 days in, and you don't even have any comment about the sheriff or the FBI, anything. They're perfect, right? I mean, so if Mark Kelly comes out and visit with, it's all this cabal. They're protecting.
I got information of where Annie's car could be.
Where?
I'm looking into this.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, I'm putting some things together behind the scenes. I'm always sitting at my desk working behind the scenes.
Anybody missing? I usually cover missing people.
Oh, missing.
Hi, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I heard about it, but I don't.
You don't cover. Okay.
Is that Dolly?
I'm mainly missing people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'll occasionally cover other little weird shit, but 90% of my stuff is missing.
No, that ain't
All
Dolly.
over the country. You gotta go missing for me to show up. No, I showed up for camera eat stuff. You know what? Somebody missing. That was a circus.
Yeah, I didn't really get into that. Drama.
It was crazy. It was crazy.
I'm like,
It does kind of sound like Dolly.
Is it one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
They were so easy to make noise.
You lose track of the days when you're a boss, bitch. Yeah, I don't know about that. People are calling for proof of life and shit.
Hello.
I was up there. They called the police on me. Same corrupt police. They said we're corrupt. We called them.
Mama Bear.
that's funny.
What's up, Snaz? Schnazzy trinkets. Hey, I have some other news. We have reached 900 members on J is for Justice. I got a notification yesterday. We are up to 900 members here. Thank you guys so much for your support. You guys are great.
Denise says there's a Derek, Tommaso, Luke, and Kayla connection. That's what Denise is saying. Denise has, let's see what Denise has to say about this connection.
Let's hear it, Denise. I think there could be a
All right,
Kayla.
Denise, you're up.
Hey, what do you guys think of a...
Let's see what your connection has to say.
What do you think of a
what you have to say
Kayla
about this connection?
Tommaso connection? What about Annie's poem about the warts?
Hi, Denise.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, is this JLR?
It is JLR, yeah.
Oh, okay.
What about the poem about the warts,
Yeah,
guys?
I have a theory that I've had for a while, and I just watched 2 YouTube videos.
Dude, he is so rude to talk.
And then he got a lot of his information from Sleuth Intuition YouTube page. Now, first, before I go into all the theory, maybe you can watch those when you get back to your motel tonight. It's very interesting because I know you've been curious about Derek and how it might tie into Tucson. And those 2 YouTube sites really tie it together with, like, factual details. But first, I just wanted to make a comment on Luke and his mother's interview. How Luke was saying that his car was towed for insurance purposes. I just find it strange that he was able to go out and buy the Range Rover before his insurance company decided his car was totaled, because usually they won't pay out until they say it's totaled, you know?
Maybe he borrowed some money.
Ski Utah.
He could have.
Maybe he had somebody saved. Somebody loaned it for him.
I'm wondering if it was maybe some money up front. I still believe that he looks a lot like the video surveillance. In my opinion, I was thinking Carlos. I thought Carlos' eyes and lips matched, and I was really set on Carlos for a while because of that interview that he did at the porch when you caught them out there.
Yes.
His body language, the way he holds his arms and stuff, were a lot like when the video surveillance, when he kept holding that holster in front. His demeanor kind of reminded me of Carlos, but after seeing Luke at that interview, I think Luke's upper.
I know you guys, she's talking about Luke's upper lip, But listen, this is the part of the poem that bothers me. I stayed anyway. I think caressed his body. I think it was female. A large, quote, rash of warts. Ugh.
Doors, multiple.
That were locked?
Yeah, that's what she said. If you go back,
I guess people have where you lock someone in a room. Now I'm just saying that sarcastically, but who knows? Yeah, interesting catch.
You have a grown son.
It said a large rash of warts was equivalent to resignation.
He locked his bedroom door, but what's he trying to hide from his mother that he has to keep his bedroom door locked?
I mean, people's doors are locked, but I guess everyone has locked rooms. But if you're not in there, should the rooms be locked?
Right. So that was just something curious. If you want to go back and watch that. And then, okay, so with this Derek tie, it's very interesting. You know, he has that band, you know, he calls himself Secret Mutilator, right?
Secret Mutilator.
That's Derek Hillel, that's his name, right? For his, whatever he does. Okay, so Monk's Intrigue did a YouTube video, and I don't know, I think he was just going through everybody's Instagram, and he found a connection from Derek's band, had a gig in Tucson at a place called the Royal Room, which his DJ, he calls himself.
Some of you guys didn't hear the poem, so I'm going to read it again. If you don't want to hear it, plug your ears. It's called The Destroyer. I stayed anyway. I think caressed his body. I think it was female. A large rash of warts was equivalent to resignation. Beautiful mind, what can you do? With a knife, I was a pair with the question, what is the motion of a secret? A secret doesn't move unless it's shared. If I do it all by hand, it's carving. Otherwise, it's longing. I had one by myself, that blade. It was a photograph of last year. All year long, I got the whole thing in one exposure. The muscles were appropriate. No one was different. I stayed all year in resignation. Beautiful knife. What can you do to keeping? All year longing. It was female. It was yours. That's Annie. The Destroyer is the name of that poem.
The DJ
Who destroyed
Mojito
her?
Also had a gig at the Flycatcher in the Art District, which was the Ritual Witches Ball, and he performed there. And also, if you look at Monk's Intrigue YouTube site, pulled up a schedule for Early Black Tommaso's band, and Tommaso's band also played at the Flycatcher.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which whereas DJ Mojito played at the Flycatcher, and then DJ Mojito and Derek had a gig at the Royal Room.
So basically, what you're saying is not, because it's a little confusing when you're saying these things, right? But what you're saying is each of these bands somehow are intertwined, and they all played at same venues and things.
Yeah. The Royal Room. DJ Mojito is kind of a club promoter, but he's also a DJ. But he kind of signs these gigs up, and then also they did like they do a scorched fetish ball every year. They have an Instagram page, and if you've looked at Kayla's Facebook and stuff, she's been to the fetish ball, and she was doing piercings and stuff at the fetish ball, and so she's also tied to DJ Mojito. And then they also pointed out on the YouTube video that she does these certain piercings on the cheek, which is almost identical to the one that Luke has in that interview. And
So what are you trying to say? Like, you think that all these somehow met through these bands and are like all connected in some way?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think, like, if you watch Luke.
I got another poem. Here's another one. Ready? This is on the dictionary. Wait, I'll pull it up. I'll show it to you so you can see it. Wait, hang on. The Dictionary Project blog. Okay. This is what I found. The Dictionary Project. Penology. And this is, I don't know who the fuck this is, with their head in a box. The study of the punishment of crime and prison management. Writer Annie Guthrie joins us for our first annual NaPoMo. Enjoy her poem and photos. Okay, so we're going to read this. Make a box, a social, judicial, legislative, executive box, a thought box. What kind of time does it keep? Body box, time you feel. Yes, what did the mothers do? I always study yourself. You are the box. Make you the box fist. I'm going to punch me first. I'm going to wall my own wall with a wall box. Make it box, make it do. What kind of keeping does it do? Heritage box, lineage box, legacy box. Are you the Archon who traces my fist box punches? Yes, attention is valuable. Is studying humane? That's why you can't find it? It is hoped. Navigational waypoints fix what box? Your own self at box. Fear it keeper, it do keep. Trespassing the natural. I have not. I had not. I do have, I do not have. I do, I did, I was, I were not. I am not. I wear, I am, I wear. I am not where. What box? Stay right there where you are, box. I can still put my hands in my pocket. It's no longer in your hands. Wouldn't you wear gloves for that? Yes. Gloves for that? And then it says, Annie Guthrie is a writer and jeweler living in Tucson. She works and teaches at the UA Poetry Center. Yeah. Just keep finding all this random shit. It's weird. Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them. Sam I am. It's crazy. It's crazy the stuff that's going on. A lot of this is from like 2012. There's a Tumblr. Just weird. Okay, here's another one. Annie Guthrie. This is the chorus from Good Dark. Oh, stop. I can't. No. Hold on. I got to show you this one. Hold on. Omniverse. Hold on. Omniverse.us /poetry. Guthrie. Okay, look at this one. Chorus from the Good Dark. Dear Missing, a channel by land that gestures and juts, doesn't touch. The water rushes, shelters every sound shouted into it. The form of the shore is lost to the counting of sand. The count is lost to the sound. If I could, I'd rearrange us. Shove shelves, shell letters, shelve us. Water surfacing itself inside ourselves. As ever, as yours, missing. Oh, I can't make it up. I can't make it up. Considering her mom's missing, it's weird, right? Let's see what else we got here. College of Humanities. 2015. Join us for a reading by Annie Guthrie and Richard Sykin, two Tucson-based poets celebrating new books. Guthrie's The Good Dark and Silkin's The War of the Foxes. The reading will be followed by a Q&A and book signing. All right. You want to see some more weirdness I collected for you guys? We're going to go over this. And then I'll let you guys get back to JLR. Hold on. It's a bunch of compilation of just weird shit that I found. Going back through footage. So here we go. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So I think I was wondering about this car. I just had questions. I didn't know what kind of car this was. It's just something that I noticed in old footage.
Light bar. Keep an eye out for one in that neighborhood.
See, in the same car. Does anybody know who this is?
Okay. I'll remember to do that.
Does anybody know who this is? I've seen it driving around a lot.
Yeah, the helicopter's out. Of course, the FBI were right there behind me. That's the Crimes Task Force. You see, he got his pistol on his hip. Dang.
Okay, now here it comes again. Watch.
I don't know. Maybe.
Are they different cars? I didn't know 7, so I just thought I would show you guys so you guys could like differentiate for me.
They think they know where she's at. If that was the case, the FBI would be raiding it right now. They wouldn't be out here walking around. They would be all.
Now, mind you, I took this video late at night. I was like scouring footage.
Well, I mean, the SWAT team is on a secure channel.
Public street, but then he's like, do not go on the property.
Is that a Nissan? I mean, it could be media.
There's mountains. The Guthries have hired a private security guard to plant themselves outside the home to make sure no one goes onto their property.
I think that too, Teresa.
Media is still out here.
Is that the same car as what's her name's? Mary's? Is that a Honda CRV right there? I'm not sure.
He's private security. Definitely is watching.
Where's my pictures? My pictures didn't make it in the video. Darn it. That's the NBC hired security right there. It just seems like that car was driving around a lot, but you're right. There are a ton of white cars. My pictures did not make it. Not the same car. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Hang on, I got to show you one more thing. Check this out. This is 2015 when Annie's book came out. I think Savannah felt bad for her sister, to be honest with you. 2015 when The Good Dark came out. Right, and someone just pointed out Savannah's book is called Belief in God. Her book is about her faith in God. Annie Guthrie's book is called The Good Dark. Today, host Savannah Guthrie threw a New York book party for her visiting Arizona-based poet sister Annie Guthrie at the Little Owl venue on Thursday. Guests at the bash for The Good Dark included Savannah's colleagues Matt Lauer, Natalie Moranis, Willie Geist, and Tamron Hall, as well as John Bon Jovi and his wife Dorothea. The UN ambassador, Samantha Power. I Smile Back author and screenwriter, Amy Koppelman, and Samantha Hunt. Savannah said in a toast, "This book is like Annie. Good and dark and complicated and captivating, never obvious, always challenging, speaking to you directly, pointedly and poignantly." Savannah Guthrie, with 2.1 million followers, shared the cover of the book, The Good Dark. Who are these cats? Where's John Bon Jovi now? The Good Dark, Annie Guthrie right here. My sister's book on sale now. Hashtag The Good Dark. Savannah shares it. 15 comments. Let's see. Love you guys for supporting my sis. Yep. She brought all her top-notch friends to try to help Annie with The Good Dark. Who's leaving you? I'm not leaving you, JN. I'm not leaving you. All right, I'm gonna turn you over to JLR for a little bit, but I'll be back. Thank you guys. Hit the like button,
KD
please.
says Occam's razor. I'm piecing everything together, and I think I have an idea on the simplest motive. All right, KD, I'm going to give you a call, KD. KD, you're up. Occam's razor, simplest motive. Come on in the chat.
Hey, dude.
I'll
Hello.
pull up the flight radar hacks.
How are you?
I'm fine, KD. How are you?
Good. So everybody, 857, everybody true crime, Occam's razor, right? The simplest thing.
Yeah, talk to us.
So when the case was going on and you hop on YouTube, they give you suggested videos. 3 months ago, there was like a hometown expose of Savannah going back to Tucson. That was on the Today Show.
I'll be back.
Which would have been, I guess it would have been 2 months ago. Well, like December or something. So like just piecing everything together, looking at it holistically, you have the dog that has passed. We don't know how the dog passed away. We don't know about that. We have this information coming that Savannah was at home. There was like a parade or something. I didn't watch all the videos. It would be interesting too, but just whatever. Anybody can do that. So if you're thinking about finding out that Savannah is from Tucson, and the guy, the perp with the grass and the things and the flashlight in his mouth, that's a tradesperson thing. That's like a mechanic, construction. Like that is a tactic. My husband works in the trades, and putting the flashlight in the mouth if you don't have a headlamp available is really common. It's just something you pick up. So I understand people are like, it's cartel and it's like the Epstein, and it could be, but also I keep thinking back to, there was a woman that called in the other day, and she's like, the bond between a mother and a son is unbreakable. And I was like, oh my goodness. What if this was just one of Nancy's service people? May it be a house cleaner, which her DNA wouldn't be at the crime scene, or a nail tech, or a veterinarian, or her groomer, or somebody who knew her. Let's say she's a single mother. She's been working her entire life, or for 20 years, because Nancy's been there since, 1970 or something like that? She's been
there for a while.
Right. So she's a single mother. She's been working forever, and she's just making ends meet. As you know, we live in a capitalistic society. Of course, everybody's just trying to get by. And this expose comes out, and her son realizes, oh my gosh, here this woman is whose daughter is very wealthy, and my mother's barely making anything. Or his mother gets ill recently and she can't work. Something goes off. To me, I think he's like a stupid, smart criminal. Like he was smart enough to scope things out. But I don't think this is expert level, because if there's one thing, and this isn't everybody, but I'd be hard pressed to find like a mother who knows something that her son did and wouldn't try to protect them. It just seems very interesting. And then when you take Brianna's, Brianna, that's her name, the reporter from Tucson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brianna Whitney.
Yes, Brianna Whitney. If you take her, her information that this was a botched burglary, again, that would make sense. Like he's angry that this woman has this money and couldn't pay his mom more, or she can't work anymore, and maybe she asked Nancy to help her out and she won't. It seems just really weird. Like I remember how we were all convinced, first of all, that Brian Laundrie was alive, and that and that Koberger was more than one person. And a lot of the times, like if you get in a group of people, they will roll on each other. It's just normal. So I don't know. I've just kind of put all these different things together, and I'm like, I think just the simplest thing would make the most sense, and that could be one of the possible simplest things. And maybe the mom knows, but she's not going to say anything. Again, we all are just speculating, but any mothers out there who have sons, I don't know, I can't see the chat, but I bet they would be like, it'd be really hard. But I don't know, and I don't think he planned on actually not having Nancy be alive. I think maybe if anything, she not accidentally, but he didn't take her meds and stuff, so she would have passed. He freaked. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully sooner than later, but that's what I've been thinking. So.
Occam's razor.
Just something very simple. The simplest thing. Yeah.
Thanks for the call.
Which is motive. Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And how long are you staying? Do you know how long you're staying yet?
I'm here. I'm here for now. I can't give it, I'd like to go home. I'd like this case to be solved as soon as possible, but we're all on standby, and we're waiting to see what's going on, and we're waiting to see, who gets popped for this, so we can go track the perp and find out everything about the perp too.
I know.
Find where Nancy is, and hopefully she's brought alive too. This would be a miracle,
It would be. I mean, again, if we do not know what's going on. So she could be. Chances are, but there's always important to hold out hope. But I'm sure you are ready to get home and see your cat and be comfortable. And also, the second you get on the plane, everything's going to happen. So you just have to push yourself.
Yeah, sometimes that happened with me with Cavalcante. I had some business to take care of. I get on the plane for Cavalcante, and he gets caught.
I remember I watched all of the coverage of Cavalcante, and I was like, don't leave. And then
I had a pre-obligation I had to handle, and when I got on the plane, as soon as I landed, he's caught.
I know, that morning. Yeah, early that morning.
So I would have liked to see that follow through, but
I know.
Sometimes that happens.
Maybe just stay that extra week that you don't think you should stay. And I mean, if we're looking at track record, FBI's what, 6 weeks? That's normally their.
We're in that. I think we're in that spot, that sweet spot right here. I really do.
So too.
I really think so. I think
it's
something's
happening
about to
within the
happen, and it's just the sweet spot. I mean, I can't see how this can drag on, more than it is. It takes a while, these cases, but there's just a tremendous amount of pressure on everybody to get this resolved. Because keep in mind, all these other people like Luke, Tommaso, Annie, until this is solved, there's going to be people that continue to say they're involved. And there's nothing really any of those players can do about it civilly to stop it, because it's an unsolved case and their names are out there and it's just a matter of people's opinions.
Right.
And their names are going to continue to be circulated as if they're involved, and everyone analyzing and over time, if it remains unsolved, people will be creeping around these people's homes, continuing it just will, they need a resolution here so people can move on with their lives, but no one will be able to move on until they make an arrest.
Absolutely. I mean, we remember, every case, you always have the speculation.
Happened in Moscow, Idaho, with everybody from roommates to,
to the
but even
neighbor.
To the neighbors. Yeah, that neighbor guy. Remember that guy? What's his name? He was the beard guy. He had a beard. He came out.
He was kind of a redhead, reddish brown hair.
I actually interviewed him in an interview after. I forget his name, but just because he came out, he's around there. Oh yeah, this neighbor guy's involved with.
And then the bigger guy at the food truck too, and then he
All
came
of them.
online to try to clear things up, which never helps. It never ever helps.
Well, it's same like here. Some of these people that have come out to the scene here, and I've interviewed, they're getting put all over the internet.
Yeah.
As if they're involved, and that will always. That's just how it works. Unfortunately, it's sad, but it's just how it works. And Tommaso and Annie, there will be people that will continue to say they're involved until the actual perp gets caught.
And that's another thing. Savannah's very patient and very calculated, but she has some sass. She has got to be tired. If she truly believes that her brother-in-law is not involved, she's gonna be really tired of this. So I'm sure there's probably a push from her too. That's okay, this is ruining my family's lives. Something needs to happen.
But she hasn't done that either, which she could have done right from the beginning in a sense, right?
She
could have sat by side and said, look, we're not involved. It's just, we appreciate the support, the blessings, and everything like that.
Guys, do you want to do some call-ins? Do you guys want to call in? Mr. Duck Mallard, of course I've missed you. Of course I've missed you.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
You guys want to take our own calls? I'm with you. All right, let's do that. Let's do that, people. I love hearing your thoughts. Yeah, I'm not getting too crazy on Luke, to be honest with you. I don't think it's Luke. I don't know why. I just don't. I think that it's not Luke. I don't know. You guys, let me know what you think. We'll take some calls, and we're going to do a 5-minute time limit. So if you want to call in, you got 5 minutes to give your thoughts. I'll try not to interrupt and just let you guys have the floor. How about that? We'll do it a little different. 727-755-6001. You can call in right now. Lines are open. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think's going on. We've all done side-by-sides of Luke. I just watched Sleuth Intuitions. I don't even know who that is. 727-755-6001. The phone line's open. Here we go. 901. Hello, you are live on air with Jay. What's on your mind?
I would like for the team to go back to when the sheriff said he was with Nancy that Saturday night. It was in one of his early interviews.
Oh, yeah.
Which I would assume it'd be on Sunday that he gave that interview on Monday when he said, I was with Nancy Saturday night. He said it.
He did.
Was with Nancy.
He
Yes.
did. I remember that. And then it came out with that one report. Remember, it said 131, like reported missing or whatever?
Correct.
Yeah. So what do you think? What do you think, the sheriff's involved? Or you think that it happened Saturday?
Well, I don't know if anybody really knows what time it really happened. And I'm suspicious also. First, they reported that Anna drove her home. And then they reported that her husband drove her home. And now they're reporting that both of them drove her home.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the son-in-law and Anna are involved.
Mm.
They have stayed quiet. They're not talking. They're not saying anything.
agree.
Everybody else is doing the talking.
Mm-hmm.
But that sheriff, he needs to be removed. And also, what if they called in, not the FBI, but who's above them?
Like Homeland?
Oh, no, U.S. Marshals.
Oh, Marshals, yeah.
U.S. Marshals can find anybody, get anything resolved.
Dude, they can find someone pretty fast, too. Are you shocked that they haven't found Nancy at all? Like, no trace of her?
Yes. And I don't, in my heart, I pray that she is hopefully still alive. But my heart also tells me she's gone.
Yeah.
But it had to be somebody that knew exactly that house, exactly that floor plan, her timing, and there's no way with her mobility that she could have gotten out of that SUV. And if that garage door was first reported that it went up at 9:48, came back down at 9:50, and then the time changed on that. So I don't believe that within 2 minutes, Nancy could have gotten out of that SUV and walked up to her door and got into her house.
Mm-hmm.
This was something all premeditated, and I think it goes back to where Anna and Tommaso are behind on their mortgage and ready to go into foreclosure.
Mm.
That's been reported.
It has?
Yes.
I hadn't
that's been
heard
in one
that.
of the reports.
Oh, I hadn't
Yes.
heard anything about their mortgage. That's new to me.
Right. And also that she had loaned them millions of dollars previously, and she said that she wasn't going to loan them any more money.
See,
And
I've
also,
thought
I'd
of
like
that
to know
too.
where-
I've thought of that too. Like, were they cut off of any funds?
Right. She said she wasn't going to give out any more funds. And also, where was Anna and Tommaso's son that night? They only have one child. Was he there for the dinner?
Good question.
And the game?
Good question.
In the game, said to play, did she actually, Uber took over there, dropped her off? But how long did she actually stay? Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
No.
Was
But
he right?
I
Was he
think
there?
myself-
Was he at a friend's? Was he at the house? I heard that it was reported they played mahjong that evening. You know, I just find it odd that we haven't heard from like Annie saying, "Hey, you know, we had such a good night that night. Like, Mom was in such a good mood. Like, I can't imagine what happened to her when she got home. Like, you know what I mean? There's nothing like that.
Anna's not saying anything.
Nothing.
Nothing. And if that was my mother, I would be out there and I'd be talking just like Savannah. Or I'd be giving some kind of statements, regardless of the police or whoever. I'd be begging for somebody to bring my mother home.
Me too. Me too.
But the sheriff, he is acting so strange and not let the Cajun Navy come in to help try to locate. I mean,
well,
84-year-old woman. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That Cajun Navy, though, that I don't know why News Nation is really promoting them a lot. I've seen them in the past, and that is not the Cajun Navy. That is like the good guys. These are like imposters. And what they do is they send one man to this high-profile scene they get photo ops with people that are actually searching, and then they say, oh, we're going to bring in all these resources, and they try to get money for their nonprofit. So I'm really confused because last night, Brian Enton showed their whole plan, like a PowerPoint, and he seemed really impressed by this PowerPoint. I was shocked because I know the history of that group. So it's...
Well, I know they worked on other cases.
They have,
that
yeah.
was legit.
Yeah,
But
I don't know about
I
that.
have not seen where this is not legit. But there's something definitely going on with that sheriff, and nothing is at 2 and 2 is not making 4 in this case.
I agree. Thank you for your call. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
All right,
I'm watching you.
Yeah, have a great weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thanks for your thoughts. Bye. Great caller. She's sus of the sheriff. Did you see him last night with Brianna Whitney? Last night with Brianna Whitney, he looks horrible. He looks horrible. 972, if you want to try to call back, the phone line is open, 727-755-6001. Hello, you are live on air with Jay.
Hello?
Hello, you are live on air.
Hi. Thank you. I just wanted to bring up a video that I saw a couple of days ago.
What's your name first? Like, what's your YouTube name? Or
my apologies.
You're okay.
Sandy.
Hi, Sandy.
Thank you.
Nice to talk to you. Yeah, go ahead.
I love your channel, by the way.
Thank you.
A couple of days ago, I happened to catch Sleuth Intuition. He's a YouTuber from Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of videos regarding Derek, the guy that was arrested for the so-called false ransom early on. And he looked into it with Derek and found some connections between Derek, Kayla, Luke, and that creepy photo shoot that everybody was disgusted by.
Kiki?
And honestly, his connection and connecting those dots with those people here in Tucson kind of freaked me out, to be honest with you. Where mentally, I couldn't even fathom or even go in that direction. But with him connecting those dots, it made me think that anything's possible. Right?
Anything is possible, yeah. So he's saying that Kiki is related to Kayla somehow?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, to who?
Kayla and Luke. He's saying that this Kiki and the photo shoot lady is somehow connected.
Going back to Derek, the guy that supposedly had the false ransom from LA. They're connected through a group interest, you know? And it was just quite interesting, I'll be honest with you. I just suggest for everyone to go ahead and take a look at those videos themselves on Sleuth Intuition.
Yeah, make up your own mind.
Connecting of the dots. I'm sorry?
I said, yeah, watch it and make up your own minds.
Exactly. It was just something that kind of was shocking in the way that Sleuth Intuition YouTuber in Phoenix connected those dots between these people. You know, and him looking into it. And he started with Derek and went from there.
I think Derek, I don't know, like I can't shake Derek, right? I think it's weird that he reached out to Tomas and Annie right away. And they arrested him immediately. But this TMZ ransom collector, we don't know who that was.
You know, the only one that I'm most curious about is Derek, especially after Sleuth Intuition YouTuber started with him. And he also showed court documents from the FBI or the sheriffs, whoever, indicated why they arrested him and how he called Anna and Tommaso. You know, as far as him using a phone number that apparently some app you can get that you can use that's related to your initial phone number, but it comes up as a different phone number.
Yeah, right. Like a voice over IP.
Yeah, something like that.
But the dummy used his own email address to make that.
Well, apparently the officials had an emergency request regarding the number that came up when he called, and they found that number was from an app, like you said, where it doesn't really reflect the true phone number.
Right.
But the officials were able to track it by an emergency request for that particular number that was showing up, okay, when he called and sent Texas to his original phone number that's connected to his actual email.
Right.
What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
So it was just quite interesting. But I'll be honest with you. I'm just warning you. It was the connections that he made, those dots connecting, were shocking to me. Where it was on my mind, I had a hard time even going to sleep. Because of what they're into.
I understand. It's dark. It's dark.
And the connection between them.
Yeah. It's really quite
Anyways,
disturbing. But thank you for sharing that. And
yes, just suggest that people look into those two videos from Sleuth, and just another possibility. But the connections were disturbing, and what they're into, and this creepy photo shoot was like, oh my God, these people are connected to that group.
Right. Thank you so much for your call.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
You guys have some interesting things. You guys are seeing a lot more than I am. Call me, 727-755-6001. Hello, you are live on air with Jay.
Hi, Jay. Thank you for taking my call.
No problem.
My YouTube channel is Beauty from Our Lord's Estate. It's a nature channel.
Hi,
'cause
Beauty.
I live out in the country.
Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about motive because everybody's saying it's money or burglary or whatever. But my experience when I took care of my elderly father is the person who benefits if Nancy goes missing for even years before they declare her dead if she's deceased. It's the power of attorney. The power of attorney they control the finances, they can control the real estate, and Nancy would still continue to get her pension or her Social Security until she's actually declared dead. Of course, I hope a miracle happens and she's not. But if you look at the motive, you still have these experts that are saying it's burglary, and they didn't take anything. So
I know.
I think it's sad, but jealousy, greed, and if you think you're entitled to an inheritance and the person hasn't died yet, that can be a great motivator. And it was definitely well planned. This person is not stupid. They want to say he's a bumbling idiot, but this person has I hope he's going to get caught. They will find him, but so far he's outsmarted law enforcement.
Yeah.
So I just think motive is a key thing. It wasn't money initially. If the will was going to be changed, it's not going to be changed now, and a power of attorney can't change the will. So I think short term, the power of attorney does control all of Nancy's finances and even her real estate.
Yeah, we don't know who the power of attorney is, though.
Well, some reports said that it was Tommaso, but then he turned it over to Annie. I'm sure it's a family member, and I don't think it's Savannah.
Yeah. I feel like Savannah trusted her sister to take care of things. I don't know why, but just being the older sister, living nearby, I feel like there was just a lot of trust put into Annie. What do you think?
I agree with you. And the thing is that what could have happened is that, Annie and Tommaso are the closest. They're keeping an eye out on Nancy. Savannah trusted him and the brother, and they might have felt entitled. I had a family member my father lived to 91, and when he went into the hospital, they tried to steal money from him. My brother and my stepmother, then they tried to put him in a nursing home, and he was just so healthy. The hospital released him to home, and then I took care of him until he passed away. But greed is the love of money is the root of all evil, and it's so sad that if you're in a financial bind and you're waiting for somebody to die so you can inherit, that might be the motive. So I think you've got to look at who the power of attorney is and who was in charge of paying the subscription bill for the camera. Did she ever have a subscription bill?
Right. Did she have one at one time?
Right. And Savannah clearly, I think, trusted Annie, because if I was a multimillionaire and my sister was living close by to my mother, I would help them out, pay for their house so they could be there. You know what I mean?
Yes. If I had the money that Savannah has, I would definitely hook my sister up so I wouldn't have to worry about mom's care. I would 100% be down with that.
Right. So that's what's so weird is that and Savannah could have paid for Annie and Thomas's house, or they maybe for some reason Nancy didn't want them living with her. I mean, there was room, although spiritually they're totally different, right? I mean, Nancy is Christian background and Annie's Wiccan, so
Yeah. I mean, look at the difference in their books. You know,
yeah, that might not have. Oh my God!
One about God, one about darkness. It's like, ooh.
I'm shocked that Savannah promoted her book.
And that's
about darkness.
Okay, me too. And so to talk about that, do you feel like maybe Savannah always felt like Annie was left out, and she did things like that to, help her, to promote her?
I think so. If you think about it, look how public the relationship between Savannah and her mother was so loving and so public.
So public.
I mean, can you imagine Annie? Even now, they only talk about Savannah and Nancy, not Annie. It's like, can you imagine Annie? She's the older one. She's into this Wiccan. They're having financial problems, right? And she's not getting any publicity. And her sister's a multimillionaire who could help them with their finances.
Yeah.
Even if they thought she was, just using. I mean, can you imagine if Savannah knew, if it's true that Nancy refinanced her house 3 times for Annie or whatever? That doesn't even make sense, because Savannah could have paid her bills.
What if they didn't share that stuff with Savannah? What if that was something between Annie and mom, and Savannah is like just now finding out about some of these things?
That could have happened,
because my mom would do that. My mom would lend money to certain kids and not tell the others.
Yeah, I think that might have happened, and maybe Savannah doesn't want to believe it, but
yes,
you know what I mean. It's heartbreaking if you think about it, to think that your sister and brother-in-law would do this, but everything points to them. Their house was being treated like a crime scene.
Yes.
And how does the sheriff not explain that? He's causing all of this speculation by not being honest.
Yes.
He shouldn't have cleared anybody. We're not going to clear anybody until we arrest somebody. That's all he had to say.
Yeah, and like if anybody's, up for a lawsuit, it's him for keeping their car if they're not suspects. Like, why do you still have their car? Why are you saying they're cleared and then still treating them as suspects? It's weird.
Exactly. And then you have some of these, I think us YouTube regular crime. I'm not really a crime person. I started following you, I think, with the fires in California, but we make more sense than some of these experts. There was a lady on Ashley Bensel that said, "Oh, it's a burglary, a bumbling idiot." He wasn't a bumbling idiot.
I disagree with that as well.
Yeah, but then another guy at the end said that he thinks it could be all staged. The one that solved the Golden Gate.
Yeah, I like him.
Or whatever.
I like him.
He said it could. Yeah, it could have all been staged.
Yep.
She could have died. Think about it. Something could have happened to her at Annie and Tommaso earlier.
Yes.
Because her phone and her phone could still hook up to any Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If they hooked, yes, absolutely. It could be hooked to Annie's.
Yeah, they keep saying she had to have died at home because it got disconnected from the Wi-Fi. Even her pacemaker. Her pacemaker could have hooked to another Wi-Fi too, possibly, right?
It could have.
Or no,
the pacemaker hooks to the phone or the watch. The watch hooks to Wi-Fi or has data.
Right, so the watch and the phone, they could hook to any Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah.
If Annie and Tommaso had Wi-Fi, something could have happened to them at their house.
Could have.
Why did they do all that investigation if that was not a?
I have a scenario. Let me throw this by you. What if something happened at the house, and then when the garage door opened, that was them coming back to the house to, I don't know.
Stage it.
Do whatever. Yeah, stage it and get rid of the cameras or whatever. Make it look like somebody was there other than them.
I agree. Because my father was 90 and used the cane, and we would go through the garage. And I don't think they would have pulled in if another car was there because it makes it too tight. It could have taken Nancy half a minute, up to a minute, to just get out of the car.
Absolutely.
Especially if it's that low.
Yeah, my mother, I would have to help her out of the car. Like, if I dropped her off, I would pull in the driveway, and we always took her car because she felt more comfortable getting in and out of her car because it was higher up. So we took her car, and I would pull in the garage. She would, I'd get out, open the door, help her out, and then she'd have to walk up the couple steps from the garage into the house, and I would help her. But he says he just sat there. It opened. He sat there 2 minutes, and then she was shutting it. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I'm not buying it either. And then have you heard the conflicting reports that she was somewhere else, like with friends, and took the Uber to their house?
No, I heard on Friday night she was with friends at her house. They came over and played mahjong, her little mahjong group. And she told her friends, I'll see you on Sunday for church.
Oh.
So I'm assuming the church friends might be some of the same mahjong ladies. And she said, I'll see you. And they said that she had plans to go to her daughter's for dinner the next day. So I'm wondering if it's not for a birthday celebration because her birthday was during the week,
It's the 27th. Her birthday was the 27th. Okay. Yeah, it's a mystery.
I want to talk to those friends. I want to hear from those friends that were at her house Friday night.
Yes. And what about, why hasn't the press asked for the release of the 911 call?
They might have. They just may not be releasing it. And I had this happen in other cases I followed where if it's an ongoing investigation, they won't release it. And also if you FOIA, like if the cops had ever come to this address, they'll say, oh, we're not giving any of this out because this is an open investigation. So you probably can't get it. They probably did try. Because I know they tried to get the warrants, and those were sealed.
But they released the dispatch call.
The dispatch was on the dispatch audio, yes. And it said nothing about blood. It was a missing person, right? And if there was blood in the home, like the sheriff says, and like everybody's reported there was blood in the home, because obviously they're testing something, right? Why wasn't it an urgent, there's blood in the house and the lady's missing? It was literally just a missing person, like she'd wandered off.
Right. And one more thing before I go is, now you're reading Annie's poems, and she talks about the body and missing in the two different poems. Did you notice that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very dark.
So
they're very old poems.
I know, but sometimes the revenge and the elimination, and why are you? It's so sad that you think like parents, like children could be so different.
Yes, yes.
And one could hurt a family member, and one would just take care.
Think about this. Think about this, Sandy. Your name is Sandy, right?
No, it's Talana actually.
Oh, okay. What's
my channel is blessed from our Lord to State because it's a nature channel.
Okay, I was thinking of the previous caller. I'm sorry, that was
that's
Sandy.
okay.
Now I forgot what I was going to say. Crap.
Oh, that's okay. Well, we were talking. It was the poems. It's like the
poems.
The,
yeah.
Missing.
What I was going to say.
Sometimes can take a while, right?
Think about this. If her poems were that dark in 2012, what are they like in 2025, 2026?
Right. And then think about the additional pressure, the financial pressure.
Yes.
That you're having.
Well, and another thing that's interesting, I want to throw at you before you go, is when I looked up the property records from Annie and Tommaso's previous house on a street called Niagara. The deed, when they bought that home, they were married, but Annie had a separate, disclaimer. I don't know what it was called, but where Tommaso signed off that if anything happened to Annie, he did not have any rights to that property. I found that.
Really?
Yes. That was their first home they bought. But then when they bought the second home and sold that one, he was on it. And I was like, that's really interesting. Did someone give her a down payment, help her that said, oh, no, I'll help you with this, but he's not going to get that if anything happens to you or you divorce. He's not going to get 50% of that. So it kind of makes me think that maybe the family didn't fully trust him, maybe at first, and maybe he fooled them. And another thing that I thought of is, and this is going way back, and this is tinfoil hat, but he met her online. Do you think that she told him, and we don't know what his 30 years in Italy were like. We have no idea what kind of person he was there. But she met him online, and did she say, I am the sister of Savannah Guthrie, this star? Was this something that was planned all along? That's deep, but along, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Did he see?
It could have been planned.
Yeah.
I mean,
20 years,
a reverse honeypot situation.
Reverse honeypot. Wait it out, and you'll get a piece of that pie.
Right. Well, finally, let's not forget the cover of one of Tommaso's albums, "Love Life, Love Murder."
Yep. Love Light, Love Murder.
So let's hope this is solved soon. But thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
I love watching your channel.
I appreciate you. I liked the discussion.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, God bless. All right.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Wow. Excellent caller. Excellent caller. Thank you so much. All right. Let me open that back up. 727-755-6001. I know a few of you have been trying to call. 248-972. Finally. Hello. You are live on the air. Thank you for your persistence.
This is Liz, L-I-Z.
You serious right now? Fucking 972, you're getting blocked. 727-755-6001. LIZ is going to be cleaning toilets today. If you're an immigrant, you cannot put your name on property until you're married 10 years. Oh, is that true? Is that true? 727-755-6001. Oh, I'm on disturb. Sorry. 360. I'm going to give you a call back. 360. I just missed your call. Let's call 360 back. This is L-I-Z.
Hello.
Hello, you are live on the air. What's up?
Hey, this is Stay Humble.
Hey, Stay Humble.
Hi. Okay, so I really want to explore that ICAC or whatever that came to the house.
ICAC, yep.
Yes, there's a reason. But what's the reason?
What's the reason? Well, they're using the excuse that they needed more resources. But however, I looked into the funding of ICAC. It's deliberately and only for juveniles. That's weird to me.
For juveniles?
Yeah, like for crimes against children only. That's their funding.
Okay, so when the rig first came to Annie's house and they said that name, I immediately thought, who's in the house that's a minor?
Mm-hmm. The son.
The son. Not that I'm saying anything bad or...
Right.
I mean, it just
But it does
doesn't-
go through your mind, right? I mean, crimes against children, you have a child, a minor in the house, of course.
Yes.
Is there
that's
more than
just
one
my
thing being investigated here? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Discovered something within an investigation, maybe?
Yes, and like I said, with Savannah giving the donation to the Child Protection Services or whatever it is.
Yeah, Adult Protective Services?
Yes. Oh, shit, I just ran into it. Never mind, I'm driving.
Are you okay?
Okay. Yeah, no. I just saw somebody get into an accident, and I was like, oh, God, what do I do?
Jesus, scared me, girl.
I
So
know.
what are you thinking?
Okay,
What are you thinking? What's your theory?
You know, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know.
Well, he's a teacher, too. He has a child, but he's
Well,
also
there
a
you go.
teacher.
Yeah, and have they been tracking that before? I mean, because, like, what, do they just enter the house, go on the computer right away?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. And is this an internet crime? I didn't know this was an internet crime.
No. No, my whole thing is when you enter a crime scene, you're not just going to go right to the computer, right?
Well, right. So what day was ICAC there? Let me look at my handy dandy timeline.
Yeah.
Because
right.
That will be important.
Yeah.
Let me check.
And does Savannah, in the back of her mind, think anything or know anything?
Yeah, I heard someone speculating last night, like I think it was on Chris McDonough's thing, that maybe she's in denial of that, of the involvement of her own family, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks like ICAC was there. God, what, February 3rd? Is that right?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. And I've heard Maureen and Chris talk about it sometimes.
Uh-huh. And what have they said? They said that it was just for more resources?
No, they wanted to look into it more.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And then that Derek guy, I mean, he has to come into play somehow.
I agree.
I don't know. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm pulling into my garage. Just a little thought to think about that.
Thank you. It was nice to hear your voice.
Yeah. I know. Okay. Bye, sweetie.
Have a good weekend.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. All right. Phone lines are back open. Oh, here we go. Right away. Straight away. Hello. You are live on air with Jay.
Hey, Jay. This is Sparky Pilot. I've go in your chat. My name is Haley.
Hi,
nice to talk to you again.
What's up?
I have just a brief theory that I was thinking about this morning. Just kind of curious what you think about this. So, with everything still going on with Annie and her car and that whole scene, plus the dude on the video, you know, the guy that was like with the flowers and messing with the camera. What do you guys think about it? This possibly being something like an accidental death, which is then morphed into a way to do ransom for possibly Annie and Tommaso to get a bunch of money out of it. I know that's kind of crazy, but that's kind of where my mind is right now.
It's not crazy, really. I mean, nothing is crazy for this case, but
True.
I mean, it could have been an accidental death, and then like, oh hey, well, let's capitalize on this.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, stranger things have happened.
Totally.
I mean,
yeah, because it's hard. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine, even though Annie, you know, like we've talked about, has some dark things she's written and some, you know, some other factors. Like, it's still really hard for me to see them doing something on purpose.
Yeah.
And then the way that she was crying so hard at the flowers, everyone grieves differently, and, you know, I don't want to just make generalizations, but like that to me was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry type crying.
It was like
that's
she
the vibe I
already
got.
knew she was dead. Like that's how
Yeah.
you'd cry at the side of someone's grave or a casket or something like
Yeah.
that wailing. I mean, I've heard that wailing of people that have lost people, and it's
Yep. Absolutely.
it's like she knows
know.
more than Savannah, because Savannah is not
Yep.
like that. It's like that knowledge is eating her up, you know?
Yeah, that was the vibe I got, definitely, you know. Like I said, I don't know that murder is necessarily what's going on, but something is going on with the family in my mind, I think.
Can I
think
ask
there
you
was some
something?
accident,
I want to
something
get your
happened.
opinion.
Sure.
Okay, so what do
Yeah.
you think about the fact that the only time that the family has made videos or anything is when about the ransom? Nothing else.
That's a really good point. Did Savannah, her latest video, did she touch on that too? I don't remember, but I know the first ones were.
It just always seemed like she was talking to someone other than the public, except when she said, you
Yes.
know, we need your help. Who is she speaking to? Because how can we help?
Exactly. Totally. So my vibes when I got from her first, and I think especially her second video, was that she was talking to someone she knew, 100%, because she was using language, and I wish I could remember the specific language she used, but she was using language that I don't feel like you'd just blast out to all of the United States or all of the world. She was using language that made it feel very personal.
Very.
And it almost sounded like she was asking someone she knew to come forward about what she thinks this person might know. And my gut, now that things are still falling into place with this case, is that I'm going to go on a limb and say she's probably talking to Annie going, hey, I know you know something happened. You need to step out into the light and own up to what's going on so we can all get closure and move forward in some way. That was how it sounded to me. That was the translation to Haley.
It did to me too, Haley. But then the thing is, it's like, aren't they together? Weren't they staying together? Like, that was another thing. Did Tommaso take off? Was he staying with someone else? Was he there with them?
It was a black hole. The whole thing for 2 weeks, all of them were a complete black hole, and no one knew. And in the public eye, that's a big deal. Especially if you are public and everything is so public. I'd be on camera every damn day. And when we talk about sisters, like my sister and I have a resemblance to Annie and Samantha. My sister is a wealthy Chicago realtor. I am a non-wealthy electrical engineering person. We have a great relationship, but both of us would be just 24/7, something internal is going on that they don't want shared in public, I feel like. And I feel like that's why Annie is not talking very much. Savannah's talking as much as,
brother,
any of them.
Brother, radio silent.
Brother,
what about
nothing from the brother?
And he's the oldest, right? Like usually the oldest, especially the boy. Like my brother is the oldest of, we have 5 other girls, but he's the oldest of 6. And he would be the one calling the shots.
Yeah, and I'm the oldest too. Like Annie's the oldest. I'm the oldest too. And I would be front and center, the defensive person that is going to get stuff done.
But it seems like Savannah now is the center of her family, though, because of her fame, right?
Yeah. Marsha, that kind of thing.
Now, while and I don't mean to keep you. If you wanna go, you can.
We're good.
But I really appreciate having someone to bounce this stuff off of instead of just talking and having to read chat. This is great. But her statement yesterday at the Today Show, I don't know if any of you really paid attention to what she said. But it was very, and I don't want to sound overly critical, but it was very I, me, and it kind of threw me off. So I'm going to read part of what she said, and then we can discuss it. So she said, I wanted you to know that I'm still standing, and I still have hope, and I'm still me. And I don't know what version of me that will be, but it will be. I'm holding on to my faith. I still believe. And as my mom would say, where else would I go? That's part of it. Then she said, I have every intention of coming back. I don't know how to come back, but I don't know how not to. You're my family, and I would like to try.
Man, that's so many thoughts. Is that all the quotes?
That's in this article that I have pulled up.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Oh man, so many things. First of all, I appreciate you reading that because I didn't catch all of it, and I'm sort of reacting now on my first take of it without anyone giving takes that I've heard. Why the hell isn't she talking about her family? Why is she leaving her family out of that spiel? Is this scripted?
Right.
Did that get scripted by someone else, or did she actually come up with that? Because if, like, I'm trying to think, there have been times when I've had a lot of attention on me for, different, like, engineering type stuff. And it's not like fame or anything, but it's always been like, oh yeah, we, like the team, we, this, like I would be like, yeah, the family is going to move on somehow, but we need closure. It would be a we and an us pronoun instead of like me and I. It is so weird.
It's a very weird.
That is the weirdest thing. Yeah. And I don't know if it's just a factor of Savannah having so much attention on her for so long that she is the center of the universe in her own mind psychologically. I mean, weird shit like that happens to people's brains, I guess. But if you're aware that your family is under scrutiny, which I'm sure she is, if you're aware that your family is under scrutiny, wouldn't you want to set a shield in front of your family instead of a shield in front of yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and you know what's really funny
to me
is that
yeah.
Carson
Go ahead,
Daly,
sorry.
no, you're okay. Carson Daly said it was unplanned. No one even knew she was showing up. That was completely, he said, unplanned. No one expected it.
Oh wow.
I mean,
So
if you
there
believe
was
that.
no
If
one
you
else
believe
scripting
that.
There was
right.
no one else scripting it.
If you believe that, because we saw NBC
I-
mic up people right in front of Nancy's house yesterday.
Oh my
so.
God. Take two. Right.
Clap,
yeah.
clap.
Oh my God. No kidding. Seriously though. No, but I agree with that. Like, it's just very strange. And if that was off the cuff, it gives you kind of a glimpse into her psychology and maybe the psychology of that family system that's there. And it just, to me, puts another pin in that, potential that that something happened within the family that has to do with Nancy's disappearance, and that Savannah suspects it or knows it.
And the only time that I've heard the people on NBC mention Annie or Cameron was Jenna yesterday. I've never heard them mention either one of them. It's so weird. It's just like, I know the brother.
Like
okay,
they don't exist.
Well, I watched an interview with Savannah years ago where she was talking about her family. She did say that Cameron is very private. And from the moment she was on TV, he made it known he wants his privacy. He does not want, his pictures on TV and all that. So I understand him wanting to stay out of the limelight because that's par for the course for him. However, we have Annie going to book parties with Savannah, with John Bon Jovi and all these people. And, teaching poetry. Where is she?
Yeah.
Why is she not able to compose herself like Savannah? I just would like to know more about the dynamics, I guess.
100%. And that's where I think, I honestly, I may be wrong about this, but I honestly think what you just said, what is the dynamic of this family? I think that is going to be a large key to unlock a lot of this personally. That's my vibe after a month of very dedicated watching of coverage. And by the way, thank you so much for your coverage. I really enjoy your chat. You have such a nice chat and you're so nice.
Oh, thank you.
And
I appreciate
personable,
you.
And it's just been a joy. Like, you've been my work companion for the last month.
I love that.
I sit and drain my brains into AutoCAD.
Well, I'm glad I can keep you company, and I appreciate your conversation.
Insane. Yeah. No, you are the sanity check, Jay, and I appreciate that about you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Well, thanks for your call. I'm going to see what other peeps got to say, but enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Right.
It's almost over.
Thank you. You too. See you in chat.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
We have the best callers. Thank you so much. 727-755-6001. Get your call in now. Hello, you are live on air with Jay.
Hi, Jay. It's Snazzy.
Hey, Snaz.
Okay, so I got a couple of things I want to touch on.
Okay, you got it. Go ahead.
One being what you and the other caller were just talking about, Savannah's reaction, the whole I thing.
Yes.
In the beginning, Savannah was talking to the ransom person. Maybe she really was holding out hope that it wasn't her family. But over time, I think she's kind of come to the realization that something's not right. When you watch them at the memorial at the corner of the driveway,
yeah,
it starts out, she's constantly reaching for Tommaso. She's putting her hand on his shoulder. He eventually switches spots and puts Annie between them. But she's still reaching over to touch his shoulder. It's like she's trying to overcompensate and send a signal.
Make him feel
that
uncomfortable?
She supports him.
Oh.
Exactly.
Oh.
But I think it's gotten to a point that she can't stay there anymore because the realization is really slapping her in the face. You've got that ITAC. You've got the Adult Protective Services on February 2nd or 3rd showing up at both houses, that's suspicious.
Very.
You're looking at adult protective crimes and potentially child crimes of a potential substitute teacher. Is he talking to these kids offline? Is he possibly grooming a past student to be involved in this? So I'm not getting off his neck. I'm sorry. I'm not. They're still holding that car. I believe they removed the brains of that car and are going to replace the brains of that car with another brain, so to say. And that's going to take time. They're going to, of course, have her fingerprints, her DNA, her hair, all that in the car. She traveled in it, probably regularly. So Nancy's DNA and her presence in that car is going to be there. They didn't probably find blood, so the only evidential value that car has to discredit anything that they may have said in any interview is in that telematic system. So they're going to need to remove that in the case that they have to go to trial because, of course, they have to hand over evidence to the defense.
So do you think there's multiple investigations inside one case? Yeah. I've always felt like there was numerous.
I really do. And I believe Savannah, like her or not, she is a very intelligent person. She was a lawyer. She went back to journalism. She's, very intelligent person. No one wants to believe that their sister or their sister's husband could be involved in such a thing.
I agree.
I think that when she did her speaking yesterday at the Today Show, she knew Annie was going to be watching that. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I am going to do this. I am now back with my family.
Like I'm taking the power back.
Exactly. She is wanting to disassociate from Annie and Tommaso. Cameron Dunn did that a couple of weeks ago when he left and went back.
Yeah. I mean, I know Cameron's got a family and everything, but him not being there for this flower thing is interesting to me.
Well, men don't typically get quite as emotionally invested in those sorts of things.
But Tommaso's there.
Every time we watch.
But Tommaso's there.
Well,
Well,
he has to be. It has to be his debut. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to think that Savannah convinced him to be there.
I think it could have taken a lot to get him there and Annie there, to be honest. I really do, because it took a long time.
Yeah.
And I'm playing the video right now in slow motion for everybody in the chat as we're talking about this. And I do find the body language very interesting, man. All of it.
Yeah. And she immediately leaves after that little, public viewing with her sister and Tommaso and goes back to New York and talks about her family there.
Yeah.
In Studio 1A or whatever.
Like I've got a family. And if Annie knows something, she's got to feel pretty alone. It's got to be a pretty dark spot to be.
Yeah.
And if she feels like all she has is Tommaso, if mom's gone and Savannah's back in New York, she may just not ever say anything.
She may not. But she's not going to have any family. How can Savannah ever accept her back unless if Annie truly doesn't know anything?
Right. Or do you think that how about this one, Snazzy? What if Savannah knows? and doesn't want them to get in trouble.
I don't know. The things that she's displayed, just the little cues I've picked up on, I feel like she's the veil is slowly being lifted. And she's probably going to spend some time with her husband and her kids and let this case play out, and then she will come back and,
I would just love to know more about Tommaso. Is he a touchy-feely kind of guy? Is he, because he's pretty hands-on with Savannah around her waist there. And I'm not trying to be a weirdo, but, is he a huggy kind of guy? How was he with Nancy?
Well,
I would love to know. Like
when they first walked down the driveway, they were like arm in arm. And then Savannah kind of put her arm around, he put his arm around. And then she moved her arm because she was trying to like look more at the flowers to step forward. And that's when he drops his arm and kind of brushes her rear end or whatever.
Yeah.
And puts Annie in the middle. But she's constantly still reaching to touch him, to rub his shoulder, to, like she's not really consoling Annie so much as she is Tommaso, which I found kind of weird. I wouldn't give a shit about your husband. I'd be there to console you.
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting. I wonder if, it could be maybe Tommaso has been around and maybe he's been kind of keeping Annie from being alone with Savannah. Maybe he's always there in the background. Remember Stearns in the background of Soto's interview?
Mm-hmm.
I always think about him hovering around, and maybe they haven't had an opportunity to actually even be alone. That's altogether possible too.
And that might be a reason why Savannah went home too, to get some space between her and them so that the police can actually separate everyone, re-question everyone, to see if they lawyer up and do all the things.
Mm-hmm.
She may not want to be a part of any of that. Savannah has an alibi. I mean, there's just no way around that. She was nowhere near, the place unless if someone, paid a hitman or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think that their car holds the key to all of this, that teleinformatic system. There is something in that system that either completely exonerates them or completely goes against everything they said in the interviews.
Yeah. And I'm looking at these images from yesterday's Today Show reunion, all the hugs and kisses and love that Savannah got.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever did this is seeing that. Is seeing that they're not breaking her. They're not taking her from her career. They may have ripped her from the Olympics. Yeah. And what was really wild, Snazzy, is that I didn't realize she had only been back to work 1 week before this happened from her surgery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's there's just so much here that just points to them, and everyone else is turning away from that, because the sheriff came out and said, he cleared them. Well, one, the sheriff doesn't have the authority to clear anyone. Only a prosecuting attorney can do that.
Correct.
Only the DA can come out and say they've been cleared. The sheriff doesn't have that power. Now, he and his department may not be further investigating them because the feds may have took that over. So he can say he's cleared them because they're off his table. But, I get frustrated with JLR because he says, oh, I'm not looking at Tommaso, the sheriff cleared him. That doesn't mean shit.
Yeah. I think he just, because he's there, he doesn't want any problems with the sheriff. I think that's why he's saying that, to be honest with you, because I think he knows, like, the most obvious Occam's razor is the family, but I think he's playing it cool just because he doesn't want any trouble. But I think he knows. Because it's so, it's like,
did Tommaso involve anyone else in this?
Right.
I mean, that's,
that's
was
the
it
big
a former student?
That's the big
Or-
question mark. You know what I didn't like? I didn't like on Instagram his students called him the gossip queen. Now that tells me he's not a shy guy. Okay?
Exactly.
If he's the gossip queen, known as the gossip queen by his students, and then another student replied, he knows everything with the big eye emoji. Why does he know
And all
everything
his
about his
plans.
students?
Yep.
Why? Why does he know? Why is he the gossip queen of a middle
Mhm.
school? That's weird.
It is. It's very weird. I didn't find it weird that they put him in the little video or whatever, because a lot of teachers, they do little quirky things with their students. Or
Yeah, a
whatever
lot
for
of teachers
fun.
are just liked, because they're cool.
Right.
They may have thought he was cool because he's in a band and he's hip, he's more
Mhm.
hip,
Yeah.
But for them to say he's the
But,
gossip queen, that's wild.
Yeah, that tells me that he may actually be talking to these kids on these social apps or,
Yeah.
I mean, it really, when you were reading that yesterday, I was just sitting here going, okay, all right.
Yeah, just taking it in.
One more little tick.
Yeah.
One more little tick, in the boxes.
Yep. Well, thank you, Snazzy.
Anyway.
I appreciate it. You always have good thoughts.
Well, I wanted to call in and just, kind of point that out, because I really, between the few callers you've had today, finding out that the ITAC was there like on February 3rd, and then Adult Protective Services was there the day before, leaving a card, and it being an advanced caseworker, I'm just like, there is so much here.
I want to talk about that too. The advanced investigator. So I looked up like the chain of command. For people that don't know, the chain of command is not that an advanced investigator comes out on the first call ever. They are only involved if there's a prosecutor involved and charges are looking to be pressed for whatever crime has been committed against this elderly person. So if it wasn't about Nancy, was she a witness to something else? I don't know. But that is not an initial call.
Yeah. So it's just very eye-opening to see all that's coming together, and it's kind of discouraging too, because you see so many other creators kind of walking away from this angle of the case. But there's so much there. The amount of times that they went to that home, did they do anything beyond? Did they do an interview with law enforcement? Have they done a lie detector test? I mean, they can and may have refused everything beyond day one.
That's true. We did see them leaving the house to go meet with the FBI in that one shot where they hid their faces. But that was
Oh, yeah.
and that was supposedly they were going to talk to law enforcement, and it was them two together. But then we saw Cameron and Annie come back to the house together, right? And go into the home. But we did hear that they were all staying at Annie's in those first few days. So it's like they were all staying there. Then they come in and take pictures of what? Because Savannah was staying there. Her brother was staying there. That's where they did their first video from, was Annie's. And then to hear that they came in after the fact, taking all these pictures.
Yeah.
It's
really, really wild.
I've never seen so much weirdness in a case, honestly.
Me either.
But yeah.
Me either.
Have you guys?
Okay.
Have you seen
I will
Oprah?
let you guys
Not to
keep-
change the subject, but have you seen Oprah? Woo! She looks so
No, I
different.
haven't.
Oh well, hang up with me and look at the screen. I got her up there.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks for the
Bye, Snaz.
conversation.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, Oprah has she completely looks different. Where is their son? That's a really good question. I don't know. 727-755-6001. Call me and let me know what you think. Thank you, Snazzy. She's 80? I knew she was old, but I mean, really? Hello, you are live on air with Jay.
Hi, Jay.
Hi, who am I talking to?
Lupita.
Hello. What's on your mind today?
Hi. I just think it's very interesting that you guys are, you are connecting the dots with this, Savannah and Annie and Tommaso. I feel like there's a reason that Savannah never used her platform. She has a huge platform on, the news organization that she's with, and she never came out to say, please help us, my mom was wearing this, or did any sort of press conference to, say anything about what her mom was wearing, what, when she was last seen, this is what's going on. Because I feel like she thinks, or she may know what happened. And I feel like it's connected to her sister and her husband.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I just feel like,
I mean, it's unimaginable, but
it really is. And you have to put yourself in her shoes. That's her sister. Like, maybe she's coming to the realization that something happened. It might have been an accident, and who knows, but something happened, and she maybe is trying to protect her sister. And Annie is probably protecting her husband.
so that's a good point. So maybe she sees it like this, like, I want Annie to come forward so she doesn't get in trouble for this. Like
exactly.
Like I'm trying to save your ass here.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Like I'm trying to, and as far as the investigation, maybe they haven't gotten anywhere because, Annie might be protecting Tommaso. Just like you said in the Madeline Soto case, how Jen Soto kind of covered for.
Yes. She didn't see
the
it.
guy.
She didn't see it.
She did. Yeah. She didn't see her, go to school or whatever she made up the first time, that she told police. So maybe it's sort of that blindness with Annie. Like maybe she doesn't know if her husband did anything, but she might be, saying, well, he's my husband and I believe him.
Yeah, I stand by my husband. Stand by your man.
There's a lot of women like that, that choose to turn, the other way instead of looking at reality. So.
Thank you for your call. Appreciate that.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, have a good rest of your Friday. We'll see what happens.
Okay, you too.
All
yes,
right.
we will. Thank you for your coverage also.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Bye. Great caller. 727. Oh, we got another one coming in right away. Hello. You're live on air.
Oh, hi.
Hi, who's this?
This is Dee.
Hey, Dee.
Hey, I have been enjoying your show so much.
Thank you.
And I have to reiterate what some of your other callers have said about possibly looking at a staged situation.
Okay, tell me more.
And, well, I just sort of felt that way from day one. And then after I watched the Interview Room a couple of nights ago, and it came up on their show also, and I think it makes the most sense. Of course, it could go any way, but the law enforcement from day one were saying, I don't know, they just seemed like there was already some sort of clear decision. And I know the sheriff is thrown off on a lot of other tangents, but when he said that they immediately had called the homicide in.
Yeah.
And he alluded to a lot of the evidence inside the home or this sort of thing. And it just really, because they were withholding so much, it made me feel like that's possibly the direction they were looking in. And I have seen, I mean, obviously just an armchair detective here, but I have
All
seen
of
so
us.
many, right. I have seen so many other, shows where the cases, they just knew immediately.
Right.
The law enforcement, they can tell. And one of the detectives were pointing out on Chris's show that, like, how they could stage the bloods, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems far-fetched, but on the other hand, the whole thing is so far-fetched.
Exactly.
And then, I also am so curious about the cameras on the backside of the home. I watched the FBI take down the camera on the pool house. I'm sure a lot of us saw that.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's just no way in my mind that they don't have other footage, that they haven't released or even talked about or admitted that they had.
I agree. Now,
and
the two cameras though that remained were those two solar ones. I wonder if those produced any viable footage or what they were connected
I saw
to.
the one on the pool house. Where was the other?
I thought they were both on the pool house. There was two on the roof, I thought. But maybe I'm mistaken. I know at least there was one. But did that produce any footage too? And you know what else I had a thought of? You know what's really wild? And while I've got you on the phone, I want to, because I have someone to bounce this off of. I hope you don't mind. I take advantage of the callers because, usually it's just me talking. So let me read you this. This is from that case in Utah that just broke 2 nights ago. Did you hear about that? A lot of people have not heard about this. Okay, so this guy, and it's not. I don't think it's related to this, but I want to kind of give you the scenario of what this guy did. This guy somehow came from Iowa, a town of 300, ended up in Utah, and he killed 3 people. They shut down a whole county the other night. Told people.
I did hear that.
Yes. So they arrested this guy in Colorado. He had traveled through northern Arizona, and Utah. He went to this 80-year-old was the first victim. Okay. Now let me tell you the details that have come out about what he did at this 80-year-old's house. It's horrific. Trigger warning. But if someone was going to rob Nancy, or they would, like this guy did. He stole the woman's car. So listen to this. Okay. One of the women, described as elderly, was found in a cellar under a shed on her property in Lyman, Utah. The suspect said he spent the night in her shed and entered her home when she left. He waited for her behind a door and then shot her in the back of the head as she sat down to watch TV. Then he dragged her to the basement, took her car, a Buick LeSabre, but he did not like the car and wanted to find a different vehicle. And I was thinking of Nancy's pool house. Was someone lying in wait in the pool house? Was the back door open and did they go in? You know what I mean? But this guy, but they didn't take her car. If it was this guy, I feel like he would have stole her car.
Well, that would make me think away from the staged situation and away from. But I did notice that the rug, I think.
The drone footage showed the rug and what they said was a bed. Did you see that?
The rug was it was, askew. It was crumpled up a little bit.
Yes. And it looked like, they said it was a bed, but it looked like a blanket that was all crumpled up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, weird.
It didn't look like a made bed. You'd think her guest house, the bed would be made. Because,
right, exactly.
How often is someone in there?
Right, unless she did have someone living in there.
Maybe she did.
Did her grandkids stay there, or I don't know.
Right. When's the last time someone stayed the night in there? That's what I want to know.
I also wondered about the back door of the garage, or the side door of the garage, because I think, as Ashley said, that the back door was open. Well, they didn't point out whether or not it was a patio door or, what kind of back door was open. And so my thought was, if they come in, possibly they come in that night and open that door. That's one theory, that was the door that could have been left unlocked and open.
Mm-hmm. Or it could have been one of those back doors, like just those, regular entry doors. She could have just left that open because it literally led into that courtyard, which is surrounded by gates and that what Chris calls the pony wall, and it's all gated in. So you would feel more safe. Like, it's kind of like when you have a fenced in backyard and you have like a slider. You might tend to leave that open a little bit more because it leads to your fenced backyard, and you might feel a little safer with that.
True. That's true. But also, that could also be part of a staging situation.
True.
But then the other thing I wanted to point out was I cannot get away from this. I could be totally off base, but when the family came to do the flowers, it just, to me, seemed so much like those law enforcement were really there, not as much for protection as much as for
keeping an eye.
How can I say it?
Watching someone. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other guy, I think I asked in the chat who the other guy was. He was the one that was guiding Tommaso into the vehicle at the end when they were leaving.
Yeah.
And I think you mentioned that maybe it was Savannah's security, but I don't know that it is. I haven't followed her or anything, so I don't really know who was with her in New York, but I think he was in the white Tesla the other day.
You do?
And if that's the case, I could be wrong, but I only saw a few not great pictures of that person. But if it's the same guy, then I would lean more towards him being a detective, or even FBI. I don't know.
Right.
So those were just some things that
I appreciate your thoughts. Yeah. No, all of this has been so thought-provoking for me. Thank you. Thank you for your call.
Yeah, but can I just say one more thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just think we can't get away from the fact that they spent so much time at Annie and Tommaso's home.
Yes.
What is that normal? It just doesn't seem.
They spent more time at Annie and Tommaso's home than they did at Carlos or Luke's. So let that sink in. You know what I mean?
Right. And to that point, my other thought was, so they came back, the FBI came back and did this, what they call final sweep, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had the prosecutors there. Well, if they did it at Nancy's, would they not do something similar at Annie's? And did they? And no one knew because no one's been over there covering anything.
Maybe, but as far as we know, just from them covering the FBI going to Annie's, they've been there longer and more times than I feel like they've been at Nancy's. And she's the one that, went missing allegedly from her house. It's weird.
Right. And also my thought is I think that possibly this is good for the investigation that Savannah has gone back to New York.
Yes. Let Annie and Tommaso kind of get back to their normal life together without Savannah here holed up in the Airbnb. The question is, where are they staying? Are they going to go back home?
Yeah. Right. That is a great question.
Because who was paying for the $2.1 million home Airbnb they were staying in Tucson? Savannah.
Well, exactly, right. The one who has the money. But, and then also I was thinking, because it bugged me, I'll be honest with you, I feel really bad for what happened to Nancy. It's horrendous, whatever happened to her, it's horrendous. But when I saw them, and I don't want this to sound as harsh as it may, but it really bothered me when they did that because it looked so much like a stunt.
Yeah.
It's in my eyes. Not that, of course, they're upset over their mother and all of that. And, of course, they need some sort of way, to pay respects. But also, we don't even know, technically, where is she? So
Well, I think it's weird,
premature.
too. Well, and I think it's weird, too, because, A, they knew the cameras were out there, okay? They knew.
Right.
100%.
Right.
They were escorted in just to walk down that driveway and put those flowers there, and then they left. To me, if it was my mom, that would not be me. I would be inside. When my dad died, I went in his closet and grabbed his sweater because I wanted to smell him. It was so opportunistic. I don't understand it. That doesn't bring me closer to my mom. That doesn't do anything for me. My mom's personal effects, I don't know.
I agree with you 100% because they didn't even, I could see if you did that and went inside the house.
Right. And we're told the house is given back to them. So it's not like it's a crime scene.
Yeah. Right. It's so strange. And then to be escorted there by the police, which I did ask that on Bruce's show, is that normal? And, and he said it was.
Yeah.
In like a high profile situation. But so I thought about it and I thought, well, maybe this was encouraged by the FBI to kind of shake someone up.
Or maybe they haven't been able to see someone, out and about, and they wanted to see them, out of their element, so to speak, see how they behave. And we saw Annie just completely break down.
Right. Well, then that's kind of my point, is maybe someone will finally crack and tell what happened.
Yeah, I would love to know what was going on for 30 days inside that Airbnb. You know what I mean?
Right.
What the hell have they been doing for 30 days? Together? Are they all, were they together every day? Was Tommaso there? Did they sit down and eat dinners? What were they doing all that time?
Yeah, I know. And someone was, I guess, talking about Savannah's mentality, I guess. And I kind of feel like, and I'm a person of faith also, and I kind of feel like maybe she's I lean more towards the justice side. I think maybe she's leaning more towards a lot of grace. Mm-hmm. And that's just sort of based on, some of the comments that she's made in the videos, et cetera. Basically just bring her home. We don't, you can be anonymous, that type of thing. And everybody everybody makes mistakes. It's this kind of vibe you're getting off of her. And maybe that's just her personality. Maybe she can't handle,
Yeah, I mean, we don't know anything about these people. Nothing about their dynamics. Nothing. Only what we've seen on TV. And we know how that can be portrayed. Fake.
Right. And I know people like that, though, who are all about the grace. And if that's the situation, then what's going on inside that Airbnb is basically a lot of avoidance.
Yeah, I can't give grace because I don't know them. How can you give grace to somebody you don't even know? You can't. I mean, we're seeing what we've been able to see, what we've been told, and we've been told conflicting stuff from day one.
True.
From the sheriff saying, I was with her on Saturday night. Like, what was that? I mean, from the get-go.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, Saturday night. Where did that come from?
What the hell was that? And then we have their report saying 1:31 at 7 p.m., the missing person report. Like, what? That was before.
That was dated on Saturday?
Yeah, it's on the Pima County Evidence Admission site. where you can submit your
Oh, my
videos,
God.
and it says date of report 1:31 at 7 p.m. And I'm just like, is that what? That's not even the last time that someone claims they saw her dropped off. So what? I mean,
Okay. And no one is
no one
addressing
corrected it.
that.
They said it was a glitch in their system that made it 1:31 at 7, but they never changed it. It doesn't
Yeah,
make
but
sense.
then you have the sheriff corroborating the glitch. So
Right. So where do you go from there? You know, it's led us all
Oh,
to
man.
distrust what the sheriff says and not even take anything he says serious. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. And then is he really part of some new reality TV show?
Oh my God, he is, and we're gonna watch it on my Kick channel because they're into season 2. They follow his deputies around. It's on Discovery. You can watch it on their app.
Crazy.
Yes, it's very crazy. But they did say that they use, I looked it up and they said they use those shows sometimes for recruitment. And it seems to me that the sheriff's department has had a really hard time with keeping people because all their people are new. And he's a huge problem though. But
right, I've gathered that.
the last thing he needs is a damn camera crew. You know? It just seems like.
Gosh, yeah.
Seems
He
like
can't even. I'm shocked.
they got a lot going
that
on
he-
over there, huh?
Yeah. Well, oh gosh. Well, that's. I don't know. I don't know what to make of any. Well, I just hope that the truth comes out. That's what I hope.
You hope what? I'm
Truth and
sorry.
justice.
Truth and justice. Yeah.
Oh,
It will.
Yeah, that the truth comes out. You know.
I think it will. I really do. I think the quietness is speaking volumes. At least I hope. And I heard Dr. Gary say last night, something's going to break. I smell it. He said, I smell it. So I'm holding on to hope that they will get answers. It's just also weird, but thank you for your call and
It is.
allowing me to
thanks
bounce
for-
things
thanks
off
for
you
taking my
too.
call.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Anytime. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
All
Bye
right. Bye. Ooh, we got someone right there. Hello, you are on air with Jay. Hello?
Hello?
Hi. Who am I talking?
Hello, you are on air.
Can you mute or turn
Hey,
down?
Jay, can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, who is this?
This is Sandy Pants.
Sandy Pants! What's
Oh,
up?
Stop. You act like you love me, but you don't. You have me banned, but that's okay.
I do
It's your
not. You
mom.
are
They don't
not.
like me.
Listen,
You do.
Jennifer.
I am. That's
Listen.
okay. All right, we'll move. No, Jennifer's my girl. I told you she's my girl.
I
Your
think
name
it's
is
you.
Jennifer
I
Pants.
think it's really you, but okay.
No. I'm Sandy Pants, and I grabbed Jennifer, my girl. Her
Does
phone
Jennifer not? Is she
to
mad at
act
me?
like-
Is Jennifer mad at me?
No, she likes when you kind of like
Give you a hard
Jennifer
time.
chill.
Okay.
she's actually mad at me
Oh.
for using her phone and getting her in trouble. But that's that you're not. I'm in trouble.
Okay.
I'm in trouble with both Jens. But
Okay.
I heard Bella barking. But all right. So I just we spoke about it a week or two ago, and I thought Luke would be good. Luke and Kayla would be good for this. I'm taking it back. I've always been thinking Tomas and Annie. But Luke, I'm going to take Luke off my board because this guy is not a smart guy. You read the probable cause because you do a lot of you do a lot of research. And when they got him in the parking lot of Walmart with the gun and the drugs and
Yeah.
Taylor and he's not. This guy is not a smooth criminal. So I got him off the charge. I have problems with Tomas and Annie. I don't like the way Annie's and Tomas how they came out. I know they have to come out. When they did that big vigil outside the news station, a lot of people say, why ain't the family here? Because this is in a national spotlight.
Yeah.
The
They
family
can't just
itself is
show
in a
up to
bad
that
spot.
shit, you know?
Yeah. Because it can't be like. So then I get Savannah, them coming out. You're right. They know cameras are going to be there. They have to come out to at least show appreciation. They may not want to. Like you said, I'd rather be in my house. I don't want to be, but because it's a national thing, They probably go out there to do what they got to do. Annie just, I know people show grief in different ways. Annie's almost like you've heard the 911 calls, and then just make a left of it. People kind of, So I kind of got a little bit of that. And Tomas with his hands on, very exaggerated. Almost uncomfortably. Yeah. So
we're forced to do this type thing.
Yeah, forced to act like I'm more stressed about this or something like. He's almost seemingly, but I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. He's right there. They've done. They got the guy. I mean, the FBI's there. Everybody wants to solve this. It's really wild. I mean, that guy, Derek, I still don't have him off my charts. I can't, who the freak? But how did they not put this together yet? If this is, I don't want to take Tomas off, but, because I don't like the behaviors, and it seems to me that this is just to get rid of her for the insurance, for the inheritance.
Something's botched.
But Yeah. So, but now I'm starting to think one person. I'm thinking that one person at the door, and I'm thinking a possible rando. This is just you see that blood splatter at the door. One of the FBI agents, or I forget, there's so many of them that have come on, but you see those small droplets that are right by that puddle that's right at the front door.
Yes.
It's almost like she's now for that to actually occur, her face has to be there, almost that there coughing. That because if you're coughing, it's spread out so much further. So
they said last night she could have been on her hands and knees right there, and coughed.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. That's somebody else said, and I'm not buying it, but. I think it was one of the female retired FBI's who was saying that large drops coming out fast would hit the ground and make smaller drops, come out. I'm not so sure, I get the concept. And she was trying to say that you would have stuffed a rag in the person's mouth, to shut them up. Pretty much everybody thinks, and I kind of think that she was alive at that spot right there. She's alive, right? To get that kind of, if she's coughing, I can't see why the guy would ring the bell to get her. Cause you take the chance of somebody picking up the phone and making a phone call somewhere. I guess they're going around with the jammer that they're thinking that possibly they're using the Wi-Fi jammer. I guess that's for the cameras. They're seemingly going around the neighborhood for that.
I wish I knew more about those things because it just seems so far-fetched, but I know it happens. I just don't know enough about it.
Right, and neither do I. Because the reason I'm starting to think about what do you call it? A rando? Yeah, rando. Random is that. It's hard to keep a secret, right? With 2 people, 3 people, unless 1 or 2 of them are dead. And there is no shortage of resources and eyes, and everything is being upside down. I cannot imagine that a conspiracy of people did this. It just doesn't make any sense. There's no upside to it, maybe one idiot trying to do I don't know. I'm telling you, I had a lot of theories, and they're kind of going by the wayside, except that, again, Tomas and Annie, because just like Carlos and Luke both went front and center. Now, Luke is just a druggie, right? His whole record's out there. Everybody knows he's a druggie, he's a felon, he's this and that. And he's out there it ain't me. He's willing to talk. If I was Tomas, why wouldn't I talk? I mean, why wouldn't you? What is the downside of talking? If you're innocent, let me ask you. Well, I mean, just putting on your objective hat, why wouldn't he talk? Just say he's innocent. What would be the reason not to talk?
I really can't come up with one because nothing's worse than already being blamed. So how much worse can it get?
Exactly. Good point. Right. You're already like, and so, yeah.
I mean,
That's,
maybe because he's a teacher. I don't know, man. I mean, it seems all weird
so
to me, dude.
All your students know you're being blamed. Like, it's even worse.
That's even
not saying
worse.
something.
You're right. You're right. If I was one of his
Right?
students,
Like-
I'd be like, oh my God, like, why isn't Mr. Cioni speaking out?
Right. Like, it's not to protect. How is it to? The only way, like, this is the craziest theory I've had, is that he's actually involved. They actually somehow know, and the person that he hired to do this is like they're trying to get this person to give up the body or give up the like that's the craziest stretch I could go to make some of this fit, like to say why he wouldn't talk. Like, as to if he talked, then maybe this person would just never come back into the fold. I mean, this is so absurd, but that's the only thing that's the only conclusion, the only thing I could reason why he wouldn't talk, and even that's a stretch. But not to talk is saying a lot. And
Yeah.
I get Annie. Maybe, I don't know. I don't get Annie. I don't know.
I don't get her
would
either.
Still, I mean, like so if it was you or me, my family's being accused of something we didn't do. We want our mother home. When Annie said, and I told you this last time we talked, Mama, come home. Like, what? Like,
right. Like,
you're
she's
talking
staying away
like,
on her own. Like she's just
yeah,
staying away on her
right.
own
This
free
is
will.
retarded.
Right. I'm with
That
you. Just
and
come
I
home.
Believe,
Okay, what if
Yeah,
Nancy did
I
say,
bel-
fuck these weirdos? What if she did say it? You guys are all a bunch of fucking weirdos, man. What if they wanted her to
What,
go to a
Nancy?
home? Yeah. I'm just kidding. I don't think
you
that's possible,
okay,
but
so, all right.
no,
all right,
I'm not
all right.
going real with that. I'm just being facetious, but
Okay. Yeah. So now I had a slight theory when they first came out like that, one of the first videos, and I said to my Jennifer, I said, look, I bet you the FBI or whoever let Annie write her own script, because that would like kind of give them a clue as to where she's coming from.
Mhm.
If they were investigating her, like sometimes you might have with Savannah, you might like, hey, Savannah, she's a professional, that, you're going to be front and center. And then just tell the rest of them, like, you can say what's on your heart, and maybe tell the brother not to say anything. And it would actually give a clue, like body language, the words, right? All these interviews are, you listen to the words, like, do people talk about other people in the past tense? When the body's not even found, that means they know that the person is dead. So I thought to myself, I'm like, they must have let Annie script her own script, because that just doesn't even sound sincere. It just sounds manufactured. Mama, come home. Like, really? It just doesn't. It doesn't. It does. Because if that was your mother and she was taken against her will, you would say something like, Mom, we're out looking for you. We're going to get you. Please stay strong, pray. We believe that the people will
have
let
faith.
you go.
Yes.
Have faith, Mom. Know that we're looking. We'll never give up for you. So, yeah. And JLR says that's what he says. No, what does he say? With no information, you're left with speculation, right? And why this sheriff? Do you know if it's confirmed that there's a break-in at the back door, or was the back door just confirmed left open?
We don't know. There was no signs of forced entry, is what we heard.
No sign. So it was first reported, forced entry. Then sheriff comes out. I don't know where he got that from. And then I thought he said he wasn't going to confirm that either way, which I everything that he doesn't want to confirm seems to protect Tomas. Just seems to family drove her back.
Don't be mean.
We talked about this.
Don't be mean to them. What cop says that? Don't be mean. It doesn't even.
I mean, that's. All right, it's a little crude, but and what about Savannah? I mean, Savannah, she knows how public opinion goes and everything. And I'm not blaming her for Tomas's actions, but wouldn't anything everything say to her, or like, hey, get out, and if you're comfortable, just say a couple. If he's a teacher, he's a band member. He's not shy, right? He's on stage.
He's
He
not
knows how
shy.
to
No, he's not shy.
perform.
Dude, I found him in Instagram videos with his students. He's not shy.
Mhm.
Plus, his students commented
Not shy.
and said, "Oh, Mr. Sione, the gossip queen." And then someone else replied
Gossip
underneath that. Another student said, "Yeah, he knows everything," with the big eye emoji. This dude ain't shy.
Mm. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, I appreciate everything you're doing. I appreciate all the research you're doing in the background and everything else.
Thank you, Sandy Pants. I appreciate you too. Thanks for calling in.
It's Sandy Kelly. Come on, you got to tell your mods to free me. Free us and let us speak on chat.
I looked and you're not in
Yes.
the list, but I will check again. I would
It's
never
Sandy
block.
Kelly.
Make a new name and come
Sandy
back.
Kelly.
You're
What's
not
that?
make a new name and come back because you're not blocked.
I think Hex blocked me. All right. Anyway, I'll let you go. All right. Good talking to you.
Okay.
Tell Bella I said hello.
Okay, bye,
I'll talk to you later.
Sandy.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
Love Sandy. And we also love us some Criminal Network. Criminal Network is here to chat. I want to hear what he's got to say. He's always got something interesting. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, all the callers that called in. We might open up those lines again in a little bit. But right now, I want to see what CN is saying. I got to get this call over here. Thank you, all the callers. I appreciate you so much.
Awesome. So another thing is the suspect video. It's 2:12 a.m. And the reason I say that is because
what time?
2:12 a.m.
Dad, will you take you over to this?
I don't know, because I was listening earlier and I heard that how they were talking. The guy was talking about removing the timestamp and all that stuff. But the reason I say that is because Harvey Levin said it. I don't know if he slipped and shouldn't have said it, but he did say it. And we all know he's like, people are like, you can't base everything on Harvey, but we all know he has good connections with it. And
He does.
And then another thing, the last thing that I remember, I mean, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, but the last thing that Harvey said was that, well, looks like it's a dead end, like it might end up being, I don't know, not a closed case, but like they're not actually looking for anybody. And if you think about it, pretty much kind of like how Savannah is, the FBI probably wrote everything that Harvey said too. So maybe they wanted everything to kind of like just simmer down because they're
Dad,
watching.
will you take you over
They
to
already
this?
have their eyes on everything.
Things happen when
Exterminate.
CN's around.
So I see that you and Kiki going back and forth on Twitter a little bit, right? Kiki, the girl out here.
I think she blocked me.
She doesn't like you very much, does she?
For what? I remember she was like, "You like I was degrading her." Man, I swear to you, I just jumped out the truck, and then like
She's playing victim, she's
Right.
playing everyone's like harassing her, but like she like retweeted me and said, "You creeps are coming at me," but all I did was ask her a question.
Right.
Why you here? I have nothing to say. Okay. But she's
Dad,
she's making statements now. But I saw her interacting with you, and Kiki's the individual that was out here with the photo shoot people. She said she's also going to start taking legal action against people for defaming her. That's what she said on Twitter. I'm going to start suing people.
She got her 5 minutes already. She got her 5 minutes.
Yeah. She got her 5 minutes of fame. So, any planned
gave her hell.
searches?
Yeah, that's what I'm here for today. I don't want to like throw everything out there. I'll talk to you on the side, but like my plan, I don't want to do anything about that. I
Where'd you
can't.
get the security? You got that specifically for this job?
No, I've had it.
You had it? You've done security?
No.
You could be a bouncer.
I love his
You could be a
honesty.
bouncer.
Yeah, you're right.
You could be a bouncer.
I love his
love
honesty. He can be
Bouncing
my
with
security.
alcohol, you're in recovery. Not a good thing.
I could throw something out there. I don't think anybody's thrown out there. I've done it before. Hey, here's another thing. Remember I told you 9 times out of 10 I'm right? Because sometimes I might be wrong in the Guthrie thing. Like, Kayla is related to a Guthrie. Whether it was connected to Savannah or Nancy, I was never able to confirm that.
Yeah, there is a Guthrie in
But
her
there
family
is.
lineage down the line. 100%.
Exactly.
I saw it too.
Oh, okay.
But
There's a
no
lot of
one's saying,
Guthries.
I'm not saying
no
that
one
she knew
knows.
her.
No one
Right.
knows.
Okay.
But there is a Kayla Day Guthrie connection.
Right.
Now, Guthrie, is that a popular last name? I don't think it is.
But someone
But it could
said
be
that
it could be around here.
it was in the obituary and her name was in there.
Yeah.
So
How popular is Guthrie?
Pretty
I don't think it's too
popular.
popular.
I mean, there's
Okay, so-
roads there
disgusting.
named
Ah.
Guthrie.
So here's the nugget, and I'll post it
I want the
later
nugget.
on.
Let's get the nugget.
On March 3rd, Did you already hear about this?
No.
About a search warrant being served on March 3rd?
Where?
In the trailer park?
For the people who did the electrical work on the house, that company.
Tell me about that, because people have been sending me that.
Okay, so that then March 3rd, it says something about the FBI serving a search warrant, and I don't remember the address off the top of my head, but
March 3rd.
March 3rd, and I have the audio. I just didn't have a chance to post it before I left, but so that way you guys could let me know.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Make sure the phone's not hot. It's getting a little hot out here. It's a little toasty out here the last couple minutes. March 3rd, the electric person.
What else?
That was based off that electrical work at the beginning of January.
That was completed like in the early January, maybe January 6th.
With the one that had a year permit.
Correct.
Hello.
Trying to think what else. That was it.
That looks like FBI right there.
You said,
Arizona plate, maybe not. Anything new today? No statements from the sheriffs? Nothing?
Nothing. No statements.
What's up, brother?
No statements.
And if you were a bouncer at a bar or something, I know that establishment would mean business.
He's a pretty big dude, isn't he?
And everybody knows I'm just a big teddy bear. Like, hey, if you mess with like my kids or something,
That's different.
you'll turn me into a grizzly bear. But really, I'm just a teddy bear. I just love tattoos. You know,
with that, sir.
Retired musician. You know how it is. I
I-
just love
I-
tattoos. You know.
I know how to play the drums. My
That's
father
what's
was he's a retired musician as well.
That's tight, man. Yeah, I always tell people I'm the rapper that almost went pro.
I'm sure you're pro.
You know, but I like to always have some kind of relative or like something happened. They got an injury. They were in college and they got injured. He almost went pro. I'm not the rapper that almost went pro.
Any new places to search?
A lot of people have been saying like Tonka Verde with it. Like there's a lot of different places, but
Lundy Man, 1321, 1 year sober. Wisdom
Congrats.
House. Lundy Man.
Man, once you get past that first year, some people feel it right away, but I love it after that first year. Next thing you know, it's 5 years, really. It's that first.
Well, speaking of that, I want to know if there has been any alcohol centered around this case. Like if you went over to Annie Tomaso's, has any alcohol been involved? And is that part of the mix? And did anybody drink?
Good question.
If they went over for dinner, did they have?
Okay,
Is it a common
listen.
thing for them to drink? Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna play this for you. This is from Tuesday night. This is when Crazy James came over. Listen.
Dude. Oh shit! They already found him?
Yes, man, on my sleuth.
Dang, that was fast.
They don't play, bro. All I
Dang.
gotta do is give them a name. They're on it.
Dang. But how come he looks better there?
I know. He wasn't as sauced.
How come he looks good?
Came out here.
He looks good there. He looks happy too.
He does. He got sauce enough though. He wanted to come out here and
Plastered up.
plastered. What? Dad, will you take you over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's. Nancy's. Dad, over to Nancy's.
That will never get old, ever.
But there is still a cloud of suspicion.
Right.
Because the math isn't necessarily math.
The tomatoes don't stop. I see
People
'em.
say rotten tomatoes.
They don't stop. I just can't see the motive. I know people say like the inheritance, but you know how long it's going to take you to get the inheritance? You're still a missing person, right? Even though it might be in homicide's hands or...
I'm going to spend the camera and take some calls.
Yeah, definitely. I love that. Love to see you guys. Security. I do have another shirt on under
Misty
this.
Haynes said she would hire you.
Misty
Be a personal
Haynes.
bodyguard.
Are you in Tucson? I will do that any day.
We're going to bring Alex with me on
I
the
don't wanna
next
come.
journey. Wherever I go, I'm bringing Alex.
Yeah.
No, he's my bodyguard.
I love all
We'll
you
fly
guys.
out to Virginia. We'll go look for the football coach, Travis Turner.
Nice. Good to see you, man.
Good to
I'll
see
come
you,
back.
my friend. Be safe.
Yep.
Thank you for all you do.
Of course. Can I leave my bag?
Yeah,
In your
yeah,
little section?
yeah. Put it under there. Absolutely. Absolutely. we got some activity going on. There are people arriving here.
Who are
See
these
what's
people?
going on.
Let's see what's going down.
You're kind of in the dog hot days right now.
Wouldn't you die if Mary came out? I wonder if Mary's been to the memorial. Misty hates his future ex-girlfriend.
Hello. Hi, how are you? I'm doing great. How are you?
Very good, thanks.
CN hasn't been in here
You
since
got
I
the
got
flowers.
that sound clip. Her name's Jessica. It says. Well, it says Jessica.
Flowers.
James emoji? Okay, let me work on that.
Yeah, we might do a nighttime stream. Well, we'll do a nighttime stream whenever needed be. But... What did Nancy eat when they were over there?
I hope he comes in today.
What was the food? What was the meal of choice? What was the meal of choice? What did they eat?
What did they eat?
What did the meals consist of?
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
Meatballs? Spaghetti? Steak?
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
Parmesan chicken? Why was law enforcement taking pictures inside Annie Tommaso's garage at night?
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
Avery. Please read my email titled Annie and Her Financials.
Oh, Annie and her financials are coming to JLR's inbox now. Interesting.
Dad, will you take me over to the Nancy's? Dad, over to the Nancy's.
I had to put it all in there. I am working on a James emoji. Write me out. You got to give me a minute.
Avery, you got to resend it because I can't find it here. I don't know if you sent it. I don't know when you sent it.
Shortcake.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
That's my favorite.
Cassandra.
I
A
freaking
new theory
love
that
Maureen.
has not been heard. All right, Cassandra. Welcome aboard.
He hit an elk, really, Becky? Is that what's coming out about him? Had no ride. So he murdered to get a ride. Oh my God.
Hey, Jennifer.
Hi, Cassandra. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. What's going on?
I've been following and like even at my desk, and I'm like, please.
Your desk? Are you at work?
For her. Oh yeah, I'm at work like all day watching this, like in between calls. But I was
Just a
thinking
shot of
about
tequila and a
something
nice
you just mentioned,
blunt.
like a key under a rock. Do you remember when he bent over to get those bushes, which was so bizarre, those shrubs to like cover the camera?
Uh-huh.
What if there was a key under there and he was covered in the camera because he was unlocking the door and didn't want them to know that he found the key?
Great theory. I thought about that.
Like, it was just so bizarre. I mean, I would never think to grab weeds to cover it. You could just use your hands.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he grabbed the key under there. He knew there was a key under there.
But he went away and looked to the left for a bush, and then he looked for the right. Didn't necessarily think. And I thought about this, and I get what you're saying, but it doesn't appear like.
So dark.
Yeah, but yeah, like he knew exactly what he was like a key. If a key was somewhere, a key would take more than just the grab of a thing. You would have to fiddle through something to get the key.
All right.
But I get it. Because it's like, how did the perp get
What
in?
video? What video, you
Yeah,
guys?
and I'm just curious. I don't know, so I'm going to ask you. If they got the footage off, how did they get
Where
the
was
footage
there a
off the
key
camera if
soul?
there's no subscription?
In this video? Do I need to go
I
back?
believe
Off the camera.
Where was there? I wasn't looking.
do something to get the key would take more than, you know, it doesn't appear to necessarily think and looked.
Maybe he grabbed the key under the he knew there was a
Key.
key under there.
But he went away and looked.
Is that an Arizona plate? Kia.
Looked to the left for Bush, and then he looked for the right. Didn't necessarily think. I thought about this, and I get what you're saying, but it doesn't appear like.
So dark.
Yeah, but yeah, like, you know, he knew exactly what he was. They have.
Maybe someone lives in there with one. You
I
know.
live in Southwest Florida.
Someone probably lives in there. Those were like old ladies, I think. Did they rent one to make it look like it was someone nearby?
Key? Did a perp have a key? How'd the perp get in the house?
They said it was old ladies.
How did the perp get in the house? Savannah, and both the sheriff and Savannah says she was kidnapped from her bed.
What's the banner? What's banner delivery?
Means Nancy didn't open the door or go to the door. The perp was inside that home. How?
You guys are going to love the James emoji. Oh my God.
Unlocked door, just walk in. It was left open. Back door, side door. Chimney, is there a chimney? Yeah, look, there's a chimney. Have we considered that perp went through down the chimney? Look, I'm being dead serious here. Look.
It was not Santa Claus.
There's a chimney.
It was not Santa Claus.
Can you fit down the chimney?
Stop.
There's literally a chimney.
I hope they looked in that chimney. I said that earlier.
Wait, no one said chimney.
You
Look at that
smell
chimney.
something.
Can you go down the chimney?
It's not the
No?
chimney.
Santa does it.
Santa does it. Holy fuck. We're all losing our minds. We are all losing. Oh, I thought the banner
It's a pretty
was the
big
thing
chimney.
people were signing was a banner. I'm sorry.
I don't know, man. What do you think? No break-in. How's the perp getting into
They walk
this
in an
home
unlocked
here?
door. I didn't see
No
any
one is going down
reindeer
the chimney.
tracks.
Not even for Christmas.
Oh my God.
Key. Key. A lot of people think key. A lot of people think the key.
Okay, hold on. James emoji is coming up. So hold on 1 second. Too bad you can't see his hair. Real good. Okay,
Live
if you
outside Nancy
refresh,
Guthrie's home.
it might be there.
The key.
There he is.
It may be some do you think a lot of these residents leave their back door, front doors unlocked?
I think so, yeah.
'cause I
Numerous
know
of them have
Yeah,
said
they
it.
leave them unlocked.
Maybe back in the day, just
50 years.
They feel safe doing
Mhm.
that, and this is pretty secluded. So I wouldn't put
Especially
it
if you lived here for the last 30 years, you just get used to your habits. Yeah. I mean, neighbors told me they keep their doors unlocked. They said they're not doing it anymore, but they have.
You got your James emoji. Here you go.
Doors unlocked. No sign of a break-in. Nanos will not share this information with the world
Dance. Okay.
about
I came
that.
to party.
He will not. He will not share. Why?
He looks like Ellen DeGeneres with dark hair. Who's DUI guy? No, they're not the same. Mm-mm.
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
We did look at the Kia. It was the old lady's. His hair is flipped up. You just can't tell because it's not. It's not a white background. I got to show you those updates from Nanos. 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 Scooter McBooters, thank you for your $6.99 super chat. I came to dance, but I also party with James and CN. Let's go to Nancy's.
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
Thank you for your super chat. Yeah, we have updates from Nanos. But yeah, I was just kind of shook seeing the flowers, you know, that were picked before we move on from this clip. You can see right here where they like grabbed those. And those, I don't know what kind of bushes those are. Maybe Dr. Melmo's here. But these are pretty strong stems.
Sonia wants to talk.
Okay, I don't want to hear Sonia. But these are pretty strong stems, if you will. But that's what they yanked. And look, what is that? Is that like part of what they yanked still sitting there? No news is good news, Nanos. And then as you look up, you see the drip, drip, drip. More drips here. Drip, drip, drip. God, I just want to know what happened there, you know? And the fact that they left this mat and left this thing for so long, this bracket, remember it took them so long to come back and get that bracket? Is that stuff inside the house right here? I know the lamp right there is inside the house, but is that something too? It looks like it is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Can you guys make that out? I just can't believe that they didn't take this mat. I mean, we all assume, oh yeah, they checked the pool house and shit, but they didn't even take this mat, and there's blood next to it. It's maddening. But what I want to know from a blood expert, blood spatter up expert, is what it means that these are missing. Did they test these? Like, did they swab these little circles? Is that why they look like that? And then if you look really closely, there's so many little, you know what I mean? Like, look at all those little tiny marks. And they really span far and wide. Did they measure? Like, how far the blood span? Is this a footprint? Is this like part of a track? What is this mark? Is this from like, did she lean here? Like, what is that? Is that leaned onto? Is it stepped onto? And then this, see it? All those little dots go all the way around like spray. It's spraying. And it's almost like she was standing at the doorway or stuck at this doorway for a minute. I mean, this is just such clear footage. I can't help but... Wait, hold on.
There.
Someone there? Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Hold on.
See that sliding glass door?
Yes. We do. That goes to Nancy's bedroom. I don't know why he's suddenly showing this, but I wanted to see it.
We know about the command center, Kelly Burkhead. 111725. No indication that it's connected to anything centered around this case. Phoenix is a big city, one of the biggest cities in the country. There's a lot going on. There's a command center going on, but not one media journalist has said anything about.
Okay. He's keeping his eye on things. Let's go back to this. Okay, wait a minute. This is interesting. Do you think that person walked through the grass? Or do you think that person was in the freaking garage and walked through the landscaping? Because look, it's built up. I didn't realize that. She's got like a wall here built, and it's built up. And that person come around the corner, mask guy, he came around the corner. Was he in the yard part or was he in the landscaping part, which would have come right from the garage? Look from this angle, though. See, because then you get here, he would have had to walk up in this part. Because he was either up in this part or he walked down here. But I don't think he did. I think he was up real close to that house. Up in the upper part, the built up part. Come around the corner, because he didn't come up where that gate is. There's like not a gate, but a railing. There's a railing here. Solar light. Look at this solar light's knocked over right here. Look. See that solar light? There's one on each side of the drive. Did they walk through here and climb up? Why is this solar light like that? This is February 3rd. So this was, what, Tuesday? First, second, third. Yeah, Tuesday. Under Armour shoe print in the blood, you think, for the record? Could have already been knocked over, maybe. Maybe. There's another one right here, though. It's got solar light right here and right here on either side of the driveway. There's the shirt. There's the shirt. There's the shirt. Solar light there. Oh, there's one. Look at. On either side of the sidewalk, there's solar lights. Down here. There's her shirt that was laid there after the dogs used it for scent. Now remember, in this patio area here, there's 2 sliding glass doors. And then this is a window into that, like, I think it's like a nook. This is an LL Bean blue shirt of Nancy's. And this is literally Brian Etten walking up to the scene on Tuesday. Wonder what that is. See, the perp came from way up here. He didn't come from this whole down, walking up this whole thing. This video is on News Nation. Let me get you the link. Actually, News Nation, I can't get the link to you right now, but February 3rd, Nancy Guthrie's house shows blood trail outside her front door is the title. Remember, though, wait, let's go back a few seconds, because remember we have that picture of investigators looking somewhere in here? Remember there's the drone footage of them over, like, looking overhead? I don't know. Tomato was wearing Adidas the other day. Remember they were pointing at something over in here? Was there something disturbed over here they were looking at, or? Oh, that's just like a leaf or something. Felt like they were looking over here somewhere. I'm just playing this to see if you guys notice anything. Pausing and letting you guys take a look. Over by the shirt, go back. Okay. Oh. It was by this thing. Is that the sprinkler maybe that was broken? We've already heard that they used her shirt for scent. This right here. And we've seen her in this shirt plenty of times. Enough times to know it's hers. Yeah, right here. I'm not sure if this is disrupted here. I can't really tell. But the guy walked through here. So are there footprints through here? In this sand? I wonder. Because it sure looks like it. He definitely came from this direction. He definitely walked in this sand. I wish that we could see to the right of this. I guess we could probably pull the drone footage and see. But there's also a damn Amazon delivery too that could have been. When was that delivered, you know? When was that package delivered? Because it wasn't there when the person is at the Ring or at the Nest doorbell. That package isn't there, but then that package is there miraculously the next day. So that package had to have been delivered overnight. Because it's there in this footage. See, when was that put there? Hold on. When was that package delivered, right? We need to know this. And did the delivery driver of the Amazon package take a picture? Oh, we get them all night. I can have them delivered overnight. I get Amazon 24/7. So who left that? No, it wasn't there, Elaine. I mean, I can prove it to you if you want. It definitely was not there when he was messing with the camera. I mean, you can look at the video and see it wasn't there, but I'll show you. There's no package. Wait, hold on. Right here. Oh my God, why did I do that again? Oh my God. There's no package. So if this was at 1:47 or 2:12 or I don't even know what time this was at. We don't know what time, but there was no package there. But here it is. So I want to know if it was delivered, if they had to take a picture of it, because most of the time there's a picture. You can open up the Amazon app and see where they left it. So what time was that delivered? And if they did take a picture of it, is the blood in the picture? Where do we see him coming from the side? Okay, hold on. Let me go back to X. Oops. Hold on. Bear with me a second. Like if the blood was there, they'd be able to make a timeline. Okay, this is a command center in Phoenix. All I know is that Luke's brother lives in Phoenix, but Phoenix is a big city. So, all right, let's go down here. Do we see him coming from the side? Maybe that was just a figment of my imagination. Hold on. Wait. I think it's this one that I assumed he came from the side. I guess I assumed he didn't come up that stairway because look, he steps, if you watch, when he first steps off, he's coming from that area. He's not on the sidewalk. He's clearly not walking straight up. He came from an angle somehow. So if we look at this, see his leg? He's stepping from back here. He clearly came from that area. Can you see it? Hey, TM. He's coming from there. So if we go over here and go back again. He came from the other side of this potted plant, for sure. Oh, look, there's stepping stones. There's stepping stones. He could have done it without leaving his shoe print in the stepping stones. See that stepping stone? But is he on that stepping stone? Was he that careful not to walk in that sand? Stepping stone right there. Now we need to look at drone footage because I think there's stepping stones. Okay, let me find... Oh, who can we get it from? Michael Ruiz has the one with the drone footage. Hold on. Boy, they haven't had the drone up in a while. What in the world? What was this? A balloon? I never saw that before. Does he have the drone footage on his X, I wonder? Here's some. Here's some. Actually, the neighbors that were interviewed by the news said that they were all sleeping or not home, and they didn't know if they didn't have internet that night. There was something about a glitch, but I don't know. Is that just the back? Yeah. That's when that CSI truck was there. I know he's got other drone footage. From early on, probably. I mean, it's been a month, so... If you guys know where I can find some good drone footage. Wait, is someone at the house? Someone's there. Hold on.
To monitor the situation, but I appreciate it very much.
Someone's there.
No, it provokes thought. It definitely provokes thought.
Someone's there,
I
guys.
get it. I get it. And it provokes thought. But the whole chain of events could have been solely one person. And he just did something at first and that we didn't see and went moving around and tried to do whatever at the front at the very last stages before he dipped out and left. I mean, it may not make sense. He maybe was going up there. Maybe he was trying to knock off the, trying to do something up front. But he's already was there prior doing things.
If you look at the video and you will see he's knocking, he's picking right and quickly moves his hand to the right.
I'll review it again. I'll look. I've seen it a million times, just like probably you. We've all seen it.
I know, right?
We've all seen
We're
it.
all scrutinizing it to death. Okay, we'll do that, and I want to hear your thoughts after you look at it again.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I wish they would come out and say whether it's two people, more than one person. But so far, my take is the evidence only shows one person. Even though we believe that most other people, the evidence to me shows one person. Though so far.
Well, they're not. I don't think they're showing us all the evidence. I mean, of course, I'm speculating here, and it's driving all of us crazy. But Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. They're giving us little slim bits here and there.
No, I appreciate it. We'll find out what happens. Stay with us. Stay with us, and you know when everything happens, and we'll see.
All right. Thanks, JLR.
Thanks for the call. Thanks you for watching.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye now.
I found some.
Janine. I mean,
I found it.
Is it two people? One person did something earlier, and then that second guy came and did something later?
I found it.
I mean, there was 40 minutes, but 40 minutes could have been the same person? Separate person?
Okay. Fox drone. This is from, let's see, February 6th. I can't tell where they're even at. Yeah, we can't see through there because that big bush right here. We need a different view. There's a bunch of trees. See all those trees? It would be in here. It's just missing it. Lots of trees. Okay, so if you look through here, this is where they would have walked through. Somewhere through here. But there's trees all in the way, you guys. But I did see a couple stepping stones from that other view. But then over here is where they were pointing. It was in this area. But there's lots of solar lights all down her driveway. Look, here's one right here. She's got them on both sides, going up and down that driveway. And then we have one at night of the Guthrie home. Now, this one I've never seen. This is them at night searching. Let me put it on regular speed. It's really hard to make out, but like that's that covered porch area, I guess. The courtyard is white in this video. I don't know where they're at. Can you guys tell? I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe the solar lights don't work.
On the roof.
Oh, here, listen.
the property. Retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow is also in Tucson. I mean, this is pretty incredible footage we're looking at right here. It looks like a team of agents are coming in and out of the house, in and out of the garage, Paul. You talked about a camera that was discovered on the roof. Do you think that was part of?
Yeah, so that was at night, and this is on February 6th.
Of the just regular surveillance, or was that wildlife?
You know, I wish I knew. I haven't even seen an image of it yet because of where I'm positioned here at the sheriff's office. It would make sense to have a wildlife camera perhaps on the roof, but who knows? Maybe there's a skylight or something that people feared they could get in through in the past that was covered over. I mean, anything really here is possible here without being up on a roof and seeing it. But I do say to myself, you know, would you not have searched the roof and even at the other house originally, just because, you know, the buildings here are all one story and they're quite low. And, you know, I would have to say to myself, if I was going to do a really thorough search, what if they just threw like a knife or something up onto the roof during the course of the thing? So I am surprised that something like this hadn't been found earlier, but maybe it's not going to be much help because, as we know, that all the other cameras were all wired in a way that they didn't feed the cloud. And as a result, there's no footage to be found.
All right, so the second note that comes in, it's a second IP address. So it's different. The police aren't able to exploit it. This guy's obviously very sophisticated. But the fact that a second note may have been sent, I mean, that has to give so much hope to the Guthries, who are sitting here dealing with what they thought was just a blank stare and basically a clock ticking down to...
Look at the solar lights are right there in front of their faces. Do they not work at night?
Death on Monday. How much momentum does this give this investigation and negotiation?
What are they doing?
Well, if it does indeed open up a line of communication, that is a major break. Because up until now, if the ransomers here they've been so indifferent that it made you question the entire construction of what's going on here. Is it not an actual ransom situation? Are they not interested in getting paid?
So what else happened on February 6th? The first ransom deadline passed. Nancy's car was taken. And that was when they discovered the roof camera. That was February 6th.
Is there some other motive? Is another group involved? I've had ransomware cases where the original bad guys are being assisted by another set of bad guys. You never know who you're negotiating with. So if they've actually been able to confirm that they're talking to the real bad guys, that is the major break in this thing. Now, one of the ways to be able to tell how much authenticity to give this for the two notes is if the IP address you can easily obfuscate. They did it once, they could do it again. You use the onion router, you bounce it around the world. That's the most simple way to do it, and it's easily done. It's very hard to...
Okay, I'm going to turn him off, but I don't know if they're wired because one was out of the ground.
Centers around this case could be the location
it could be
right here, the sliding glass door that the FBI has been focusing at when they've been here. Law enforcement, right around there, there's a sliding glass door there. And possible the perp gained entry that way.
How can you see the top of them? The heck?
A lot of cars parked out here. Everyone's just parking out on the streets now. Everybody's just coming out parking on the streets again.
No one cares anymore. Wow.
Pool guy.
Well, you guys, you're right. They're not flat on the top, are they? Which James, Jen? Oh my God. Someone in JLR's chat just said, are the Red Bulls you're drinking possibly making you crabby?
Wait. Their gate's open. The gate is open. Let me see if I can get that angle. You can kind of see it. Let me see. Cactus is in the way. He opened the gate. Wasn't that interesting?
Okay, 1 hour ago.
I'll wait for the pool guy to come back out.
Over a month later, a neighbor is just now saying that their dog woke them up the night of Nancy Guthrie's abduction, and their Ring camera stopped working at the same time. This is from Brian Enton. Look. These are the neighbors' Ring cameras that stopped working around the time Nancy Guthrie was abducted. Also, in the same time frame, their dog that woke them up to go outside, which they say is very unusual. What neighbor? Where? You know, what neighbor? Next door, across the street, a block over. What neighbor? I don't know. Weird.
He's out. 10-minute job.
Yeah, they're saying like a jammer of some type
There you go.
would do that.
Cool guy leaving.
Oh, here. Right here. Brian went into more detail with us. Watch. Damn it. Hold on. Okay, so this says this is the distance from where the Ring camera that went offline are located in relation to Nancy Guthrie's. It is an open desert in between. You can see the roof of Nancy's house when I zoom in. So he's at the neighbor's and he's zooming in on Nancy's. So is this the house that they rented? I'm confused. Didn't they rent a house behind them or something? Or didn't some media outlet do that? No, I don't think it would affect her pacemaker. Yeah, they're about an acre lot. No, this neighbor is saying that their cameras didn't work and that Their dog woke them up that night. I don't know.
I gotta fix this. Not related. Man, I can't get this on.
Is that why they were doing this that day? Is it because of the jammers?
Try it one more time. On the wind socket.
Is this a result of a jammer? Like, what were they doing?
Not related, folks. No,
What's up, Sleuthy? It's been a minute.
Phoenix.
Did this guy's cameras work, or? Why Nancy Guthrie? Yeah, that's the question of the day.
Phoenix law enforcement not related to Nancy Guthrie. Dun, 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 dun. Coming from Michael Ruiz, Fox News.
Command center not related, guys.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, do you want to see how jammers work? This is interesting, since I don't know much
Hello.
about them either. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this.
This doorbell camera video shows what Bel Air, Texas police say are skilled thieves approaching a suburban home. But look what happens as they get closer. The camera starts to glitch and the picture warps, all because police say the thieves are using a jammer, a small device that This doorbell camera video shows what Bel Air, Texas police say are skilled thieves approaching a suburban home. But look what happens as they get closer. The camera starts to glitch and the picture warps, all because police say that
Is she holding up a backpack?
Skilled thieves approaching a suburban.
Yeah, it's a full backpack, it looks like. I haven't seen anything, like, they're not saying, though, that they have video that's glitchy.
But look what happens as they get closer. The camera starts to glitch and the picture warps, all because police say the thieves are using a jammer, a small device that this doorbell camera.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I'm just not sold on that. I'm not sold on any jammer. I think the jammer and the sniffer are not going to produce results in this case. Toxic behind the scenes truth about Savannah Guthrie's tearful Today show. It's a viper's nest. Ooh, let's read this. Let's read this. That sounds juicy. Toxic behind the scenes truth. Ah, it's behind a friggin' paywall. F you, Daily Mail. But Brian Enton says the FBI is looking into a possible internet outage. One neighbor tells me his Ring camera history is mysteriously not available the night Nancy disappeared. That's weird. Ugh, God, they're releasing more Epstein stuff, FYI. What one neighbor? Oh, this is new. Megyn Kelly, new.
Sheriff tells us, Maureen, that he's getting definitely closer. Your thoughts?
Sheriff Nanos?
Yeah, he says that he insists that investigators are, quote, definitely closer to nabbing a suspect.
I believe everything Barney Fife says. He never contradicts himself. He never says things that he should be keeping close to his vest. Initially in the immediate aftermath of her disappearance, it was most definitely a homicide. And then like 2 weeks later, he said he definitely believed she was alive. I mean, I really wish that the Guthrie family had been able to just fully expunge him from this case and hand it over to the FBI and leave it with them. It would be extremely rare if this were the work of a serial killer. I did think about Israel Keys, who I wrote about extensively in American Predator, because he did a crime like this where he took two elderly people from their beds in the dead of night. And that case was cold for years until he confessed to it. But I think it's so rare, Phil and Dave, because the effort involved in moving a very sickly 84-year-old woman from place to place, alive or dead, is so dangerous. It exposes you to being caught at any given time. I'm sort of the belief that it's the statistical likelihood that it was somebody very close to her or who was known to her who did it.
Well, most murders are, Dave. I mean, that's we all sometimes it's not as complicated as sometimes people's imaginations can make it out.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's been so frustrating for all of us that with all of our technology, that we still aren't that close to making an arrest. I know that there's some information about the DNA on the gloves, but with our technology, you would think it would have happened sooner. And that's where the CEO of Ring comes in, because he generated controversy because he was saying if there were cameras everywhere, if they had more video, we would have perhaps caught the guy by now. And you had all these folks on Reddit who jumped down his throat saying, oh, really? If only we had universal mass surveillance. But what do you expect the Ring CEO to say? He's the CEO of a company that provides surveillance. And so, yeah, that's like, duh. Like if Coca-Cola said, if everyone just had a Coke and a smile, we'd be a better world. Yes, that's what you're supposed to do. You're the CEO of that company. You're living your gimmick. So I actually think, and by the way, he's right. You would have to give up a lot of privacy. But if there were cameras everywhere, we would catch criminals. But we decided not to go that far. It's a trade-off in our world.
Well, to your point about how with all of this technology, they're still this far away, it seems, from apprehending a suspect. The thing that's interesting and unique about the topography there, and it's pitch black at night. I understand, Phil, you can speak to this better than I. You were there for a week. There are no streetlights in Nancy's neighborhood. It is under the cover of darkness. But most Americans do live in a post 9/11, the equivalent of a surveillance state. Mm-hmm. Many criminals are apprehended based on facial recognition. That is something that we all got very comfortable with after 9/11.
Right.
So
she has a really good point. She has a really good point. There was a story a while back where a mother went to Radio City Music Hall with her daughter, and she was actually stopped by facial recognition at the door. It was a mistake. She was let go. This is Megyn Kelly True Crime. This is Dave Ehrenberg. He is a lawyer, and Phil Holloway is a legal analyst for Megyn, and Maureen Callahan of The Nerve Show. Who lives across the street? Why is he a suspect?
That's why I think that this had to be somebody known to Nancy, because only somebody of that area would know that stuff, would know. Well, even if the nearest neighbor, who's maybe an acre away, has security cams, they're not really going to pick me up in the dead of night. Nobody's really got enough illumination in the dead of night. And also that some of those ransom notes were sent to local television stations, not national ones. Again, you have to think, well,
and that's another thing. How useful are their cameras if they're only set to short range around their own house? You know what I mean? You're not going to pick up an emotion when it's dark.
Who knows what the local affiliates are? Only a local.
You know, that's right. And by the way, you talk about the darkness. It is pitch black out there at night. There's ordinances and laws that deal with light pollution, right? That are aimed at keeping it dark out there. And of course, this is the downside to such a law or regulation, is that it may make crimes more difficult to solve. But to Dave's point, I get where the CEO of Ring is
okay,
wanting
wait.
people to buy
I
more.
have a fair argument. If Nancy was being cased out for like a robbery, why in the hell didn't they go inside while she was at Annie and Tommaso's? If this was a robbery, she would have come home to a robbery. She would have come home to a ransacked home. And she didn't. Why the fuck would someone, if they were casing in the joint, wait until this lady's sleeping? She clearly left the house. If you're casing the joint, you wait for her to leave. My Twitter is, I don't know what it is. It's at J is for Justice. At J is for Justice. You know what I'm saying, though? Like,
episode of The Nerve. We've been covering a lot of the goings on at Studio 1A. And this, I think, so she showed up back at the studio on Thursday morning. She did not return to air, but
Okay.
she went to the studio.
We already saw this part. I want to go to, what's his name? I need to actually show you guys a couple of these things. This. Is it this one? Hold on. It's something he put out. Oh, okay, here's one. This is more than she has ever said when she was in Arizona and the whole world was trying to find her missing mother. And that was the quote about the Today Show. But listen to this. I think this is the one.
Of Savannah back at the Today Show. Okay, I know I probably shouldn't say this, but the intrusive thoughts are winning. Why are we getting so much coverage of Savannah back at the Today Show? Why are we getting exclusive statements of Savannah's seemingly what was supposed to be intimate and private address to the Today Show staff, and now suddenly we're getting really exclusive statements that are being issued to the press? I feel like, listen, these are great media resources to utilize, but I feel like the time to utilize them is not about coming home to New York. It should have been at the beginning of this mystery, at the beginning of the disappearance. You know, I was always kind of questioning why we didn't utilize the Today Show and all of these media resources when time was of the essence, right? When there was a woman whose life was at stake, who's been missing. I want to be very clear. I do not judge Savannah's decision to go home. I can imagine at this point, she just wants to be in her bed. She wants to be with her children. She wants to, sit with the reality and the acceptance of what has happened. But to me, I'm questioning the level of media attention that this is getting, because even the Today Show is confirming that she's coming back. Like, don't worry, she's coming back to the show. And I understand even NBC's decision to cover this, because obviously they're getting the exclusive, but don't you think the exclusive would have been better when there were boots on the ground in Arizona? When, again, time is of the essence, solving an investigation, a case that is growing cold by the day, and now we're over a month into this, and now we're deciding to utilize these resources? I want to repeat, I don't fault her for going home. I don't fault her for visiting the Today Show staff. I found it a little strange that we're doing it right in front of the windows and paparazzi easily are able to capture this. And then suddenly statements are being issued in Variety, which isn't even the Today Show, but the Today Show is also posting about it. Listen, say that I'm not empathetic, say that I'm an asshole, but I was invested in this case. I was invested in finding this woman. We called her America's grandma, but yet we got very little statements from the family. We got no exclusives on the Today Show. We got no press conferences. We got no family involved prayer vigils or search parties. Like, it was, everything about this case is so strange, but I'm sorry, more than a month into this, my judgments are a little less empathetic because not that I don't have empathy for what she's going through, but I have empathy for some of the decisions that are now being made here. And trust me, and as Sheriff Nanos is at the top of that list, but this just feels a little strange. Feels like these resources should have been better utilized at the beginning of this disappearance rather than on career-driven coverage. That's just me. Sorry, the intrusive thoughts won tonight.
He says exactly what we're thinking. Do you think this was done to hurt Savannah? Do you think this was done to hurt Savannah? Wait, what's this?
And so they posted a blind item. And anybody that's followed this podcast knows I roll my eyes and scoff at blind items because they can really just be anything from anyone. And there's no real legitimacy to them, in my opinion. Sometimes there's good stuff, sometimes there's not. But Crazy Days and Nights posted on Tuesday, March 3rd. This married true crime creator is sleeping with a female true crime content creator.
What?
As they compete for clicks in the Guthrie case.
Oh, I remember that. That was some kind of drama. I thought there was another one of him that I wanted to see, but let's see. Did Sleuthy tag me? She did. How do I see, that's the problem. I can't get to your tag. How do I get to it? This happens to me and I can't find. See, look. How do I view it? I need help. Because then when I click on it, it just, I have to go up. Oh, shit. You have to go up. I'm such a boomer.
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
Oh. At around 7:40 p.m., sorry, this is from Phoenix. Around 7:40 a.m., officers responded to the area of 2100 North 27th Place regarding an unknown trouble. Details on the call indicated that an adult female was on the nearby canal bank and was unresponsive. When officers arrived, they located the woman who was ultimately pronounced deceased on the scene. Detectives have responded to assume the death investigation. Additional details related to this incident remain part of the ongoing investigation. Yikes. So a body was found on the canal bank. Grand Canal Trail and 28th Street. Oh, that's the staging location. But look. There's water right here. Sleuthy, did you look at this on a map? This is Phoenix. City of Phoenix. Hold on, let's get it up in a map. What was the other road? 28th? This is 35th. That's 27th. So where's 28th? Right here. Right here. It's all businesses. This is the intersection. Wait, hold on. You guys can't see it. Oh my God. Hold on, I'm going to put the little guy down there. So there was a body found on this trail, Grand Canal Trail today. Let's go down there. How would you get down there? What is that? What the hell is that? What is that thing? Oh my God. This body of water just goes and goes. Ugh, and it was on the bank, you guys. It was like on the bank. Which would mean, see that ledge? You see the ledge? Would that mean that maybe the water, like, it got caught up on this ledge? If it would, you know what I mean? That was in Phoenix today. Yeah. So you could drive right back here. Look. But why here? And this doesn't seem like, I mean, maybe homeless hang out here. Look at all this trash. Could homeless hang out here maybe? I mean, it's possible, I guess. Lots of cameras, though. I'm sure there's cameras on these businesses. That's creepy. I'm so glad I know how to look at tags now. Luke's brother, yeah, he does. And remember, oh no, oh no. Mary said she stayed in Phoenix for a few days, y'all. We have no description. We have no description of nothing. They just found it. This was posted an hour ago. 2 hours ago. 2 hours. We're not going to have any descriptions. But remember Mary? Remember Mary, quite contrary? She said she stayed in Phoenix. How often do they find people in those canals? How often does that happen? We could probably find out by doing a Google search. A real quick Google search. Remember she said she was scared, so she stayed in She stayed in Phoenix. Right? She just got back. Mm-hmm. She stayed with her son. She stayed with her son in Phoenix. Let's see, where is Miss Nancy? Is this Nancy?
Luke is your son?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna watch this again. I'm gonna put you guys through this again.
You were Nancy Guthrie's neighbor, pretty close by.
I didn't realize that.
You didn't know that?
No.
So did you not know
I
Nancy?
knew it after everything happened. But otherwise, who'd heard of her?
You
Who'd
hadn't
heard
met
of
her?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So you hear that she is abducted.
Do you guys wonder why it like cuts and then it's all loud? No.
She goes missing, and I assume your first thought when you hear this is, oh my gosh, somebody. I mean, this is crazy, and it's nearby. Were you following the story, following the case?
Totally. At that point, to see if they could ever find her, And Savannah grew up in Arizona, and her family, and we watch her on TV, so it's sort of like, she comes into our living room and tells us what's going on. So it's, it's very emotional for me. I mean, I'm old, and I'm not used to this kind of stuff at all. But I have a lot of empathy and pray. I don't have a lot of hope but that the family continues on, and it's
Hold on.
a huge loss for all of us.
Woman found dead near canal in central Phoenix. Phoenix police are investigating what led up to a woman's death after she was found dead near a central Phoenix canal Friday, just after 7:30 a.m. I think this might be the same report. Officers were called out to the Grand Canal Trail near 28th Street north of McDowell. When they arrived, police said they found the woman dead. A mobile command center had been set up. Detectives were seen placing evidence markers near the body, bicycle, and other belongings. Police have not said whether foul play is suspected. The investigation is ongoing. So they're treating this like a big crime. Do they do that for every homeless person they find? Do they set up a mobile command center? I'm asking a real question. Do they set up a mobile command center every time they find a body in the canal? Because I'm not thinking that's normal. Because there was one found back in December. Discovery made in December 10:20 a.m. near 35th Avenue and Indian School Road. They just said that it's all part of an investigation. They don't know how the person died, but nothing about a mobile command center. I don't know. It's weird. I'll keep my eye on it, though.
Yes, actually.
Oh, it completely affects the community, a community you're part of. So when you first start hearing about it, I imagine there's a lot of upset and fear, concern.
Yes. And they were searching, I live on this street, and then they were searching a street a little closer and a little farther out, and, it's just weird. A little closer and a little farther out, and.
What does that mean?
Street, and then they were searching a street a little closer and a little farther out,
Closer or farther out? From what?
And, it's just weird to have these people and people standing in front of my house wanting to talk, mostly news people wanting to.
Yeah, I mean, the media don't.
I didn't talk to those people at all. We just.
So tell me what happened when this all ends up at your home. Your home ends up becoming part of this story.
Yeah, well, people were coming to the door and I wasn't necessarily answering it. They might not have even had a camera or anything. And then necessarily answering it. Well, people were coming to the door and I wasn't necessarily answering it. They might not have even had a camera or anything. And then this one, late afternoon when they came in the big SWAT vehicle.
Wait, who did you not answer the door to? Were they trying to get a hold of you, lady, and you weren't answering the door to the police, and that's why they had to bust in? She said people came to the door that didn't have a camera. So were you evading the police? Is that why they had to get a warrant?
They might not have even had a camera or anything to the door.
This story, your home, you happened when this all ends up at your home. Your home ends up becoming part of this story.
Yeah, well, people were coming to the door and I wasn't necessarily answering it. They might not have even had a camera or anything. And then this one, late afternoon when they came in the big SWAT vehicles.
Okay, so you were evading them. She just admitted she was evading. It wasn't Brian. Brian didn't go to the door till after the SWAT. Okay, it was before. She's talking about before. She said they came to the door. They didn't really have a camera or anything, but then they came back that one day and they had the SWAT vehicles. She just admitted she evaded them. Listen again.
This all ends up at your home. Your home ends up becoming part of this story.
Yeah, well, people were coming to the door and I wasn't necessarily answering it. They might not have even had a camera or anything. And then this one, late afternoon when they came in the big SWAT vehicles, pulled into my driveway and said they wanted to, they wanted to see anything that could link anything. I said, well, yeah.
So they told her they wanted to see if they could link anything. She doesn't say to Nancy. She doesn't want to say it. They just wanted to see if they could link anything.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, so they were there for about 6 hours. And I was in the SWAT vehicle and they went through my house and went through everything and tore everything, broke my...
See, I think she wasn't cooperating. They don't just, I mean, maybe they tried to talk to her before and they had to get a warrant. We don't know.
If the door was locked, they would break it open to go see what was in there. There really wasn't anything in there, but, it was pretty upsetting.
Well, and it's one thing to come to you and say, do you have any video or anything like that? It's another to detain you and search your house with a search warrant. Did they tell you why?
I guess I assumed, because I lived close by or something, but I just said I'd do anything if we could find some clues that might help, but I don't think there's going to be anything in here, but
yeah, she said they came in the afternoon. It was nighttime. We saw it.
Go ahead and look. I mean, I didn't say you can't look. I didn't even think. It was kind of, late in the day. I'm so sorry. I'll turn that off. I get a lot of phone calls now, a lot of messages from people. How are you doing, Mary? So, yeah, and then I just decided I was much better off going to Phoenix to be with Matt and the grandkids and his wife and everything.
So
there we go. She went to Phoenix to be with Matt and the grandkids and his wife and everything.
So, yeah, and then I just decided I was much better off going to Phoenix to be with Matt and the grandkids and his wife and everything.
So when they detained you, did you know that this was related to also them investigating Luke?
No.
You had no idea?
No, I wasn't.
So did you think they were investigating you? She didn't think they were investigating Luke. Did she think they were investigating her? How'd she get to Phoenix? So many questions.
Also them investigating Luke?
No.
You had no idea?
No, I wasn't thinking this was about Luke. I found out it was also about Luke, but initially, no, I was thinking it was all about Nancy Guthrie. And
Why would they come to your house and raid your house about Nancy Guthrie? That's weird. That's weird.
I'm thinking this was about Luke. I found out it was also about Luke, but initially, no, I was thinking it was all about Nancy Guthrie and finding her and whatnot. So, because I was thinking, I don't even think Luke probably ever watched the news and even saw Savannah on the news. I mean,
huh? Don't you think it's weird? They raid one home in the neighborhood and she thinks they're there for Nancy, but not Luke?
I did.
Right. So when did you learn that, your detainment was related to Luke's detainment in this case?
When? I'm not exactly sure when, because honestly, during this time, I was really emotional, and there were lots of information coming in, and so I don't remember exactly the time, but I know that in retrospect, I know all this stuff that it did, but initially I didn't think of it being Luke as part of this because I knew it wasn't something that Luke would be involved in in any way, and he wasn't. So, yeah.
And when you learned that, was there any thought could he have been involved?
Yeah, lots of information coming in. What?
No, I didn't think he ever could have been involved. Not at all. No.
So you and Luke weren't.
Oops. Shit. Oh my goodness. Hold on.
Luke is your son?
Yes.
Damn it.
Anything that could link
you and search your house with a search warrant.
There wasn't anything in there, but spy or something. But
sorry.
I just said I'd do anything if we could find some clues. Go ahead and look. I mean, I'm so sorry. Grandkids and his wife and everything.
Investigating Luke?
No.
You had no idea?
No, I wasn't thinking this was about Luke. I found out it was also about Luke, but initially, no, I was thinking it was all about Nancy Guthrie and finding her and whatnot. So, because I was thinking, I don't even think Luke probably ever watched the news and even saw Savannah on the news. I mean, I did.
Why would he have to see Savannah on the news to go to that house? Why is she putting that together when that wasn't even something that was asked? Why would he have to know who she is? Why does she bring up Savannah? Well, Luke wouldn't have known about Savannah, so she's telling us this is about Savannah. Luke wouldn't have known about Savannah, but I know about Savannah. Huh? Something's weird here.
I think Luke probably ever watched the news or not. So, because I was thinking, I don't even think Luke probably ever watched the news and even saw Savannah on the news. I mean, I did.
Right. So when did you learn that, your detainment was related to Luke's detainment in this case?
When? I'm not exactly sure when, because honestly, during this time, I was really emotional, and there were lots of information coming in, and so I don't remember exactly the time, but I know that in retrospect, I know all this stuff that it did, but initially I didn't think of it being Luke as part of this because I knew it wasn't something that Luke would be involved in.
I knew it wasn't something Luke would be involved in. What is it? Because we don't know what this is. I would love for her to tell me exactly what someone who did this is involved in. Because we don't even know. We're being told it's a botched robbery. We have a masked man. We have all this stuff, but we don't even know what this is. Do I remember when a lady named Mary came up and gave him food? Vaguely. Vaguely. Look at her. She's like, what? It's not something he'd be involved in. What, kidnapping an old lady or? If you guys can find the video and email me the timestamp, I will play that.
So I don't remember exactly the time, but I know that in retrospect, I know all this stuff that it did, but initially I didn't think of it being Luke as part of this because I knew it wasn't something that Luke would be involved in any way, and he wasn't. So, yeah.
And when you learned that, was there any thought could he have been involved?
No, I didn't think he ever could have been involved. Not at all. No.
So you and Luke were not involved in anything in this case?
Right, except seeing it on TV and acting and some of the consequences of...
Wait, what? Seeing it on TV and acting and what? I would say no. If you asked me that question, you had nothing to do with this. I would say no. She says except. What?
Thought could he have been involved?
No, I didn't think he ever could have been involved. Not at all. No.
So you and Luke were not involved in anything in this case?
Right, except seeing it on TV and acting and some of the consequences of, we want to search this. And I'm like, okay.
What? Huh?
It helps find, because this was early on.
If it helps find, because this was early on? This was 2 weeks after.
We thought differently about.
Did they...
This was 2 weeks after. We felt differently about what? What'd you feel differently about?
We want to search this. And I'm like, okay, if it helps find, because this was early on, we thought differently about.
Did they take anything specific from your home?
Did they take anything?
Really? Did they take anything? What?
Specific from your home?
Did they take anything?
Dad, will you take you over to Nancy's?
I can't think of anything they took.
Besides the Range Rover.
I can't think of anything.
And did they eventually...
I might think of something later.
That's
I hate
fine.
to say it, but
yeah.
Did
they eventually tell you that they were searching your home in relation to this case? Or did you this whole time think they're just looking to see if I have any surveillance video or anything like that? Like, where did that shift happen?
They didn't give me a lot of information, but I just assumed, and I said, well, if it's like I said, if it's something that might help us find her, and I said, well, if it's like I said, if it's some information, but I just assumed, and I said, well, if it's like I said, if it's something that might help us find her, then go for it if you think there's anything in here, but I don't think there is. So, yeah.
Did you ever suspect that Luke might know who was involved?
No.
Not at all?
No.
So you guys were basically...
So you never thought it was one of Luke's criminal friends? If it's not Luke, is it one of your friends that you hung out with or used to hang out with? What? Why would you not think it's one of his loser friends? Kayla, for example.
Both detained for hours. You were questioned. Your property gone through. And then released, but with not a lot of explanation as to why?
Well, I guess They just said they could do, I didn't want to stop if it might be helpful. But I had no idea when. I thought they'd maybe come in and look around for an hour or something, poke around and,
Poke around.
So you have not been back at your home staying there since this.
She hasn't been back since the sting. She's been gone since the 13th or 14th or whatever.
I just got back.
What's that like?
I just got back.
Staying there since this.
I just got back.
What's that like?
It's really good to be back here. I was up in Phoenix with my kids and grandkids, which is wonderful. But, we built our home and lived there a long time. And Matt's grown up in it. Luke's grown up in it. They're, So.
What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything?
It's, it's home. So I love being there. I'm glad to be back, and it's nice to know that Luke's there and, with me.
Oh, is he with you? Because you said he went to stay with friends. What friends did he go to stay with?
I mean, in the days since you guys were detained, it's not been an easy road for any of you, Luke especially. I mean, people still believe he is the person on the video camera. They still believe he's the person who abducted Nancy Guthrie. His face is out there. His name, your name, has been out there. How, as a family, have you emotionally dealt with that, even though you've been released?
Well, things will just pop up, and I'll just feel a lot more like even sitting here talking about it. It is very emotional. And part of me just wants to say goodbye to all this chapter. So hopefully this interview will help kind of have some closure for me and for everybody else who's felt the impact, because this has been a huge impact, not just here. I mean, all the family from Rhode Island called right away and said, wow, look what's happening. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't really do Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff.
Lie. I found her accounts. She follows Savannah Guthrie on Instagram. Why would you lie about that? The fuck?
Called right away and said, wow, look what's happening. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't really do Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff. I'm not the right demographic. I don't.
Bullshit. You're not the right demographic. You just claimed all those guns and gun holster was in your name. You were the claimant. She ain't no, she doesn't have dementia. Bullshit. Mm-mm.
I don't spend my time doing that,
But Luke's on it. I mean, he is younger, and that is
yeah,
part of him. And he's had to see his face out there.
That's really a shame, I think. But I was shocked about all of that. That was an education for me in terms of a way of communicating and things people like to do, like younger people.
Oh, younger people.
Not older people like me.
Oh, no, not older people like you, Duper's Delight. She has Instagram. She follows Savannah Guthrie. She knows exactly what they're talking about. I don't buy her dumb act one bit, not one iota.
Yeah. What do you say to people who have also brought up Luke's past and kind of associated, oh, well, he's had a past with criminal activity, therefore this could be a part of this. What do you say to those people?
Well, I don't know. They don't really ask me that. My friends, I mean, I have a really good group of friends here in Tucson.
Do you?
And
do you really have a group of friends? I wonder if she does. I wonder if she really does, or is she really lonely?
I mean, they never really questioned me about that stuff, and if they thought they didn't, come up and say, well,
oops, shit, I did it again. Ugh.
Luke is your son?
Yes. It's nice to know that Luke's there, and part of me just wants to say goodbye to all this chapter.
They dealt with that. You
Sorry.
guys were detained It's not been an easy road for any of you, Luke especially. I mean, people still believe he is the person on the video camera. They still believe he's the person who abducted Nancy Guthrie. His face is out there, his name, your name has been out there. How, as a family, have you emotionally dealt with that, even though you've been released?
Well, you know, things will just pop up and I'll just feel a lot more like even sitting here talking about it. It is very emotional. And part of me just wants to say goodbye to all this chapter. So hopefully this interview will help kind of have some closure for me and for everybody else who's felt the impact. 'Cause
why would this bring everybody closure? Huh? And why do you need closure?
This has been huge impact, not just here. I mean, all the family from Rhode Island called right away and said, wow, look what's happening. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't really do Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff. I'm not the right demographic. I don't spend my time doing that.
But Luke's on it. I mean, he is younger and that is
Yeah,
part of him. And he's had to see his face out there.
That's
Yeah.
really a shame.
And guess what? She has a picture of Luke on her Instagram. That's really a shame. That's really a shame that you had your son on your Instagram that you say you don't have.
I was shocked about all of that. That was an education for me in terms of a way of communicating and things people like to do, like younger people.
Oh, so you're not on Instagram. You don't know how to communicate that way. She just learned all that, y'all. She just learned, even though she has an Instagram, that's how younger people communicate. I'm just an old, stupid lady. I think she's a manipulative lady.
Not older people like me.
Yeah. What do you say to people who have also brought up Luke's past and kind of associated, oh, well, he's had a past with criminal activity, therefore this could be a part of this. What do you say to those people?
Well, you know, I don't know. They don't really ask me that. My friends, I mean, I have a really good group of friends here in Tucson. And, I mean, they never really questioned me about that stuff. And if they thought it, they didn't, you know, come up and say, well, could he have done this? And they didn't. Probably out of respect. Sure. Because they don't know, and I didn't know what all was going on sometimes. But I knew this wasn't. I mean, Luke's had other issues, but this is not the kind of thing that he had a problem with. And
he didn't have a problem with what? A problem with what? What happened to Nancy? What do you know that we don't know? Because we don't even know who the perp would be. The perp could be a family member. It could be a stranger. We don't know what happened to her. All we know is that there's drops of blood.
And he's doing well now, and we're all kind of in the recovery mode, if you
know.
Huh? They thought it, they didn't, you know, come up and say, well, could he have done this? And
her friends?
They didn't. Probably out of respect. Sure. Because they don't know, and I didn't know what all was going on sometimes, but I
didn't know all that was going on sometimes. With who? Your son? What are you talking about?
I knew this wasn't, I mean, Luke's had other issues, but this is not the kind of thing that he had a problem with. And he's doing well now, and we're all kind of in the recovery mode, if you know what I mean, trying to get our lives back and get
Luke was adopted, just FYI.
Back to normal again and all that stuff.
Back to normal again and all that stuff.
For your family, it's been tough. For the Guthrie family, it's been tough. I mean, what is your thought process trying to relate to the Guthries themselves going through this, but in the most awful way, in that they've lost Nancy and there's still no answers?
You know, really, mostly I pray. Yeah.
And they've asked for prayers?
They've asked for prayers, and sometimes I can listen to Savannah's, you know, she comes on and talks.
Oh, you hear her come on and talk on Instagram, but you don't have it. Okay.
Often. You guys all know that probably.
You guys all know that probably. Yeah. It's on Instagram, lady.
And I've watched a little bit, but I can't watch too much because it just makes me want to cry.
What?
It's just so sad. And the longer it goes on, then the more.
The more what?
More hope is lost, you know.
For you guys in this neighborhood, you know, it's a very tight knit. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's quiet. It's quaint. To have this kind of onslaught, the media spectacle, and then to become where you are, does that change your perception of how safe home feels?
Well, I feel safe in my home now. I didn't for a while. That's.
Oh my God, I did it again. Damn it.
Luke is your son?
Sometimes I can listen to Savannah's, you know.
I keep doing it because it's not a YouTube video and I keep clicking where it would be YouTube. I'm so sorry.
Comes on and talks often. You guys all know that probably.
She really likes Savannah.
And I've watched a little bit, but I can't watch too much because it just makes me want to cry. It's just so sad. And the longer it goes on, then the more hope is lost, you know.
For you guys in this neighborhood, you know, it's a very tight knit. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's quiet. It's quaint. To have this kind of onslaught, the media spectacle, and then to become where you are, does that change your perception of how safe home feels?
Well, I feel safe in my home now. I didn't for a while. That's why I went to Phoenix. I have wonderful neighbors. They live right next door, and we're in this little cul-de-sac together. And that's where the SWAT team came up the cul-de-sac and stuff. But I mean, I stayed with them some of the time. A couple nights I stayed over at David and Margaret's house because I was uncomfortable, you know. So, yeah, I just never thought in my life I mean, who would imagine something like this? It was so much sadness. And I want to say global, but certainly our whole country, but it goes farther than that, probably.
Oh, it really does.
I mean, the way media is today, I mean, I grew up in a different era, as you know. So it's amazing.
Thank you, Miss
how
Margaret, for
things
gifting
spread.
one to Art Deco.
What do you want to say to the
Thank
Guthrie
you.
family, especially for you and your son? If there was any possibility they still believed you guys could be involved, what do you want to say to the Guthries?
Savannah, I am just very, very sad and sorry about Nancy. And I pray for you and your family that you heal, that you go back to your normal place of life and resume and build with your family and your children and your husband. But I know it's going to be a challenge, but I'm going to keep praying.
And you want them to know no involvement from you and Luke?
No involvement from Luke and I, no.
All right, so let's watch Luke again. Back to back.
Many people have believed that you are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me, but absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case, and that's it.
Explain to me what happened on the night you were detained, where you were, you're with your car. How did that unfold in your eyes?
So I was driving home.
Crusher!
I noticed.
Under Crusher. It's so good to see you. I've been watching a little bit of your Corey coverage. I just haven't chatted in my spare time. Good to see you, Crusher. Hold on.
So
You're with your car. How did that unfold in your eyes?
So I was driving home.
Driving home from where? That's what I want to know. Driving home from where? Was he in the Couture de Ville? Driving home from where? The only thing that I heard was that he was supposedly picking up food, but it does not sound that way.
A Couture de Ville.
I was driving home from where with that steamed up window. Did the French fries steam it up or was it something else? What was we driving home from?
How did that unfold in your eyes?
So I was driving home. I noticed two sheriff vehicles following me. They pulled me over at the Culvers right there.
So did they pull you over? Like, did they turn on their lights, their sirens?
Asked me to get out of the car. Didn't tell me what it was about. So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained. I was asking, like, what am I being detained for? And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just said that the detectives would be there to talk to me. And once I saw, like, FBI and all the other cars start pulling in, I'm like, oh, this is probably about the Guthrie case.
Huh? Why would you think that?
This is fucking crazy, yo.
He what?
Didn't tell me what it was about. So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained. I was asking, like, what am I being detained for? And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just said that the detectives would be there to talk to me. And once I saw, like, FBI and all the other cars start pulling in, I'm like, oh, this is probably about the Guthrie case. I'm like, this should be easy. Like, I have nothing to do with this, so...
This should be easy. And his mom said the same thing. She didn't think it was about Luke. She thought it was about the Guthrie case. I think we do too, Kresha. Absolutely.
The lawn crime.
Thanks, Nanya.
It should be not a big deal to clear my name and move on. But the whole time...
Clear your name and move on. She just said that he doesn't even watch the news. He wouldn't even have ever watched Savannah. But maybe he heard about the Guthrie case. I mean, I don't know. Can we just all go to Nancy's?
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
Fold in your eyes.
So I was driving home. I noticed two sheriff vehicles following me. They pulled me over at the Culvers right there. Asked me to get out of the car. Didn't tell me what it was about. So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained. I was asking, like, what am I being detained for? And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just said that the detectives would be there to talk to me. And once I saw, like, FBI and all the other cars start pulling in, I'm like, oh, this is probably about the Guthrie case. I'm like, this should be easy. Like, I have nothing to do with this, so it should be not a big deal to...
It should be easy because I have a new car. This should be easy because I got a new car on February 7th. Kind of like Brian Koberger changed his plates from Washington or from Pennsylvania to Washington. Kind of like that. I mean, he damn near has finger bangs. Oh, yeah, Felicia and Kresha. I'm going to put you guys in contact. Kresha finally read her text, and then it took me like 5 days to read mine. So, Felicia, I will connect you guys. But did he think, oh, this will be easy? I have a new car. I'm good.
All the other cars start pulling in. I'm like, oh, this is probably about the Guthrie case. I'm like, this should be easy. Like, I have nothing to do with this, so it should be not a big deal to clear my name and move on. But the whole not a big deal to clear my name and move on.
Why'd you get that twitchy, Lukey?
Nothing to do with this, so it should be not a big deal to clear my name and move on.
What's that all about? He was coming back from jail.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
I have nothing to do with this, so it should be not a big deal to clear my name and move on. But the whole time during the questioning, it didn't really seem like more of like a fishing expedition for them to try to get me to say something, because all the dates.
A fishing expedition to try to get him to say something.
I was telling him where I was.
All the dates. I was telling him where I was. Where were you? Were you home with mom? Who was his fucking alibi? His mother? That's what I need to know. I need to know who his alibi is.
Things like that. I'm like, all you'd have to do is look at my phone and see my location. It was nowhere near anywhere or have any connection to this. But still, it was tough, like, being there. Like, I mean, I don't trust the FBI to the extent that I'm like thinking that there's pressure on this case and they want to find the person. So like the whole time while I'm sitting in the back of the cop car, I'm like panicking, thinking that I'm gonna. So like the whole time while I'm sitting in the back of the cop car, I'm like panicking, thinking that I'm gonna be framed for this, or they're trying to pin this on me somehow.
Did they tell you what led them to you? I mean, something made them believe they needed to talk to you about it. What was that?
I asked them. They didn't tell me any information about that. And I have thought of any type of reason why they could have come after me.
Hi,
But
Ange.
there's nothing, and I think that's why they didn't tell me.
Were you in the area of the home at the time, like the overnight, or would it have been something like, we've tracked this person near the
Well,
abduction
I
scene?
live near her house, but I mean, I didn't even know that until after the fact. Like, I barely just learned where her actual house was in relation to mine. Like, I barely just learned where her actual house was in after the fact. Like, I barely just learned where her actual house was in relation to mine.
Barely?
So I didn't even know.
Had you ever met her?
No.
Did you know who she was?
I knew who she was because my mother was following the case.
I knew who she was because my mother was following the case.
But in terms of other than that, I would just go off what my mother was.
Better?
No.
Did you know who she was?
I knew who she was because my mother was following the case. But in terms of other than that, I would just go off what my mother was telling me.
And so how long were you detained?
I'd go off what my mother was telling me.
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
For?
Probably maybe 4 or 5 hours.
In the back of that car the whole
Mhm.
time? And they searched your Range Rover extensively?
Yeah, they searched Range Rover. They towed my Range Rover. Did all DNA testing or whatever, and then gave it back to me. Took my cell phone. I've had no way to get a hold of anyone, which is probably a good thing because everyone's looking at me like I'm this person that I'm not.
This person you're not? What do you mean?
So it's been rough.
You got your car back
Yes.
in rough condition, or was it okay?
Well, when I went to pick it up, like it wouldn't start. They, I guess they drained the battery down, and it was just covered in the whatever white substance that they use for testing.
What white stuff do they use for testing? Because we're hearing that Annie's car is torn apart beyond recognition, that they have to put the motherfucker back together. What would they be? What was the white substance that they would use in the rover? Luminol is not white, though, is it? I mean, I want to know if they were looking for blood. Were they looking for prints? What would be white? Oh, black for light surfaces, white for dark surfaces, and bichromatic silver for both, and fluorescent powders for multicolor surfaces or UV light. Fingerprint dusting powder comes in various colors, primarily chosen to contrast with the surface being tested. Why would they be looking for just fingerprints?
But yeah, then I got it started up, and it wasn't. Luckily, it wasn't damaged in terms of like repairs or anything. But
It wasn't damaged in terms of repairs. It just needed to be cleaned.
So when they released you, what did they say? They say you're free? Did they say never mind? I mean, what was the verbiage there from them?
They had just told me that they were still at my house, so I couldn't go home. But they drove me somewhere near the house and just dropped me off.
Huh? They drove him somewhere near the house and dropped him off? Where did he go? The fuck? They brought him back by his neighborhood and just dropped him off. This is weird.
I was like, well, I don't have a phone. How am I supposed to figure out when I'm supposed to, when I knew
Right.
that they were still at my house?
They just fucking dropped him off. He has no phone or nothing. Sorry, you can't go home, but we'll just drop you off in your neighborhood. And we think you're the suspect that did this? What?
So I couldn't go home, but they drove me somewhere near the house and just dropped me off. I was like, well, I don't have a phone. How am I supposed to figure out when I'm supposed to, when I can go back to the house? They basically said, you're just gonna have to figure that out. So, I mean, I waited just where they dropped me off at for maybe an hour or so. I had a friend that lived near the area, and I walked over there. They
He has a friend that he walked over there.
weren't home.
They weren't home.
So I was just waiting, like basically just on their patio.
Oh, wow.
And then it got to the point where I'm like, well, they should be done by now. I walked back to my house, and this was like the worst part for me, is getting there and seeing the house torn up.
Wait a minute. He went back in that night, but his mom stayed away? Why was she scared to go home? Hold on a second. She said she didn't want to be there by herself. She did an interview right after the raid and said that Luke went to friends.
But the worst part was my mom not being there.
Why couldn't she be? Why? If you were there, why couldn't she come home?
And her being elderly and having.
Oh, come on! What? Her being elderly. Look at his lips here. You put a bite light in there, and you're gonna have a little bit of a top lip. Now that I'm looking at it. Now that I'm looking at it. I was worried about my mom, you know, because she's elderly. You weren't so worried about your mom when you were buying guns and doing drugs. You were so worried about your elderly mom last year, right? When you got your felony narcotics charges, you were so worried about your elderly mom. It was so hard. Oh, God.
Like basically just on their patio. And then it got to the point where I'm like, well, they should be done by now. I walked back to my house, and this was like the worst part for me, is getting there and seeing the house torn up. But the worst part was my mom not being there, and her being elderly and having AFib and things like that. I'm thinking the worst. Like, I see her cars here, but she's not there.
Huh? Wait, what? She has AFib and you're thinking the worst. What the fuck? Dude, what's he talking about? Oh my God, did Nancy... If he's the perp, did Nancy have a heart attack? What is going on?
Be done by now. I walked back to my house, and this was like the worst part for me, is getting there and seeing the house torn up. But the worst part was my mom not being there, and her being elderly and having AFib and things like that. I'm thinking the worst. Like, I see her cars here, but she's not there.
Like Nancy's? Huh?
And I don't have my phone to get a hold of her. So I'm wondering what happened, if I need to start calling hospitals or what the deal was.
What? Call hospitals? Why would he need to call hospitals?
But luckily, I guess she went to one of the neighbors, but I didn't find that out until the next day.
Wow.
You were detained and released, but you've said it. Your face, your name, it's everywhere online. People still believe you were either involved or did this. What's that been like for you to have your name, your picture?
So he comes home from the raid and he thinks his mom had a heart attack?
Even a past mugshot all over the internet associated with this case.
Oh, did he say he called the hospitals? He had no phone. That's right.
And her being elderly and having AFib and things like that, I'm thinking the worst. Like, I see her cars here, but she's not there. And I don't have my phone to get a hold of her. So I'm wondering what happened, if I need to start calling hospitals.
How are you going to call hospitals when you don't have a phone? Bing bong. That was a good catch. Whoever caught that.
I don't have my phone to get a hold of her. So I'm wondering what happened, if I need to start calling hospitals or what the deal was. But
I mean, all the neighbors were out that night. Why wouldn't you go to the neighbor? This is weird.
Luckily, I guess she went to one of the neighbors, but I didn't find that out until the next day.
Right. You were detained and released, but you've said it. Your face, your name, it's everywhere online. People still believe you were either involved or did this. What's that been like for you to have your name, your picture, even a past mugshot all over the internet associated with this case?
I mean, for me, it's terrible. It's hard to go anywhere, and the hard part is they're making all these assumptions based on things that have absolutely no relevance, and they're just bringing up my past, which I do have a past, but nothing violent or anything like that. All my past.
Nothing violent? All those guns you had weren't violent? What? Nothing violent or anything like that. I just had a couple Glocks, couple magazines. I had a light that made me look like I was a cop. I had a red and blue flasher. I had a gun holster. I had narcotics. I had Suboxone. I had fentanyl. I had all the things.
Which I do have a past, but nothing violent or anything like that. All my past has just been involved with using drugs. Okay. And I haven't been in that life for
no weapons.
Over 2 years now.
Liar. You haven't been in that life? You got arrested in May of 2025. People can look up the records. You were arrested in May of 2025 with Kayla, less than a year ago.
All the things that they're bringing up, I guess it's public record, but it never would have came out if it wasn't for all these people speculating and doing.
Oh, your mom didn't want people to know. Is that it? Is that why? Because your mom's friends never mentioned it to her. Because maybe you kept it under wraps. Because mommy wrote you letters. Poor Lukey, he was adopted. Him and his brother both were adopted. They had a great life. Please be easy on him, Judge. She wrote that in 2019.
Things like that. So now people that had no idea about my past, so I've done like a good job of working past it.
Dude, it happened less than a year ago. You're not even sentenced fully yet. What are you talking about?
Not having anything to do with it. So them doing that now is kind of just reopening this whole speculation and make me out to look like this bad person, which I'm not.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
And it's not just been you. People have found, records of an alleged girlfriend of yours. There's been a lot of rumors swirling around. What do you want to say about those rumors, about you, about her, about, everybody that people have?
Yeah, busted in 19. Yep. 19, 22, and 25, I believe.
I've looked at and said, well, they could do this.
Yeah, first of all, that's not my girlfriend. I barely knew that girl, and I was arrested with her.
She was literally passed out with a syringe on the floor, passed out at the wheel. She's locked up right now.
Yeah, first of all, that's not my girlfriend. I barely knew that girl, and I was arrested with her on a completely different circumstance.
A completely different circumstance. Okay, we didn't think it was about this one, did you? We know that it was the drugs. We know it's a different circumstance. What do you mean? Different circumstance. He was arrested last May with Kayla.
Well, they could do this.
Yeah, first of all, that's not my girlfriend. I barely knew that girl, and I was arrested with her on a completely different circumstance over a year ago. I haven't talked to her since, and I guess they're just going off of the arrest, saying that I was arrested with her, but I hardly know her and don't associate with her. But in terms of everything else, I mean, all the speculation is just going off of, I don't even know if people really believe it, but online it just seems like they're pushing this narrative and trying to make connections with things that are, I don't know, basically like circumstantial, like saying my eyelashes match the guy in the ski mask picture, which I'm sure like if you could use anyone's picture and find similarities.
Not just anybody's though, dude. Not just anybody's picture.
And you don't recognize the person on that in that footage?
No, I don't. But in terms of all this, like I said, they're comparing my face to this. They're talking about my Range Rover, which I didn't even buy until after she was reported missing.
Yeah, we know.
It was a new car, yeah? For you?
Yeah, you and your mom. Zach said he sold it to a guy and his mom. Remember? Zach said it was sold to a guy and his mom.
Yeah.
They're talking about another car that was towed off my property. That car wasn't an accident, has nothing to do with this.
Oh. When was the accident?
It wasn't towed in relation to this case.
Why was it towed?
It was being told by the insurance company to assume if it was totaled or not. So.
How long ago did you get in the accident? Maybe he got insurance on the Charger to buy the thing, but that's really odd if they hadn't collected it yet. So they went and bought the Range Rover before even getting insurance payout on the Charger that he didn't know was totaled. So it sat there for how long? No, he didn't trade it in though, Judith. It was sitting in his yard. You don't get credit for a trade-in that's sitting in your yard. It's very weird. Right. So there was damage to the front end of his car. There's damage to the front end of Nancy's car. And he's now driving a car that he bought after she was reported missing.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
What's he smiling about here? The guy doesn't really have a lot of emotion, but that's a smile. That's for Luke. See that? That's a smile.
They're talking about another car that was towed off my property. That car wasn't an accident, has nothing to do with this. It wasn't towed in relation to this case. It was being towed by the insurance company to assume if it was totaled or not. So
were you driving the Charger before the Range Rover? And was there any in between? We don't know how Nancy's car was damaged. We just know it was towed away and there was a little bit of damage on the front. This wasn't towed until well after the raid. Why was it sitting there so long?
That had nothing to do with the case. There's no evidence to point towards me other than speculation.
You really have no idea what led them to you in this case.
Absolutely not.
Still a mystery to you.
Yes, and I would love to find out.
Were you dealing mostly with sheriff's deputies or FBI agents when you were detained?
When I was detained by the sheriffs, but in terms of all the questioning was done by the FBI.
What would you like to say to both PCSD and the FBI?
He did. He got a ticket for failure to avoid an accident and he had court the other day. Huh. Interesting. I wonder who the other party is.
Basically what I told him before, if there's anything, I'm happy to help. If there actually was something real that I could help them with, but like I said, they have my phone. They went through my phone, so I mean, if it was anything real, they could look through that and hope clear my name. But in terms of the collateral damages, this being part of it, there's not really any type of way. There's no going back from this.
Collateral damage? There's no going back from this. What do you mean? Why is there no going back from this? If you didn't do it, certainly you'll bounce back from this.
Was anything real, they could look through that and hope clear my name. But in terms of the collateral damages, this being part of it, there's not really any type of way. There's no going back from this.
For your whole family, too. I mean, your mom has had to go through this, too, as a family.
He wants money to sue someone.
How has this made you guys feel collectively together to kind of be in this public shock, this public scrutiny?
It all just seems like a nightmare. I mean, it doesn't seem real, and it's just been, we're all just it's been...
We're all? Huh?
It all just seems like a nightmare. I mean, it doesn't seem real, and it's just been, we're all just it's just been a nightmare. I know my mom, she has like problem with stress, and like she was doing good before this. After this, she's been a lot more stressed. It's been hard. I'll let her speak to how it's affected her, but I mean, in terms of collectively as a family, it's been a nightmare.
You know, what's your message for Nancy Guthrie's family?
I mean, I like everyone else. I want to see her come home. I want the actual suspect to be found. I think it's really unfair to them to give them false hope by going off whatever they went off to have this huge investigation. And
False hope? What does that mean? To give them false hope?
and raid happened.
Wait,
to
what?
me, it's like giving them false hope that something huge and false. I think it's really unfair to them to give them false hope by going off whatever they went off to have this huge investigation and raid happen. To me, it's like giving them false hope that something, that they had a suspect and then it was nothing. And I'm not the first person either, so I think it's wrong in that sense.
This is your first interview since you've been detained. What's your hope in putting your voice out there now that people will get from this interview?
I mean, for my personal interest, I would just say just not to go off speculation of everything you hear on the internet and kind of like the hive mind mentality that someone says something and then they just go off of it based on no evidence and no truth. But I mean, in terms of like moving forward, I just want...
but the thing is, we have to remember the FBI didn't raid his home because the internet thought he looked like the masked guy. That's not why they raided his home. It's just not. So why did they raid his home? He definitely did not get his home raided because the internet said he looked like the masked man. So why? Is it his criminal past? Did someone phone in a tip about Luke? What's going on here? I mean, he's either the most unlucky man on the planet right now, or there's something here. He just happens to buy a car a week after she goes missing. I mean, that could be coincidence. But they certainly did not. What day did they release that footage? February 10th. They released the footage 3 days before the raid. Three days before the raid. They did not get probable cause from a judge based on his eyes. There's no way. His eyes? You think a federal judge is going to sign a warrant for his eyes? I don't think so. I don't know, though. God. Who knows anymore?
But I mean, in terms of like moving forward, I just want to be cleared, have actual verification that I was cleared by the FBI and sheriff, whoever else.
Have they officially cleared you?
I don't date.
Well, I mean, if his car was taken after Nancy went missing, maybe there's no evidence in it. They would have to give it back. They would have to give it back. And I heard they were following these guys based on surveillance of and cell pings.
This is just going off what I've heard, but I guess I've been cleared, but them still, they don't close. Guy and sheriff, whoever else.
Have they officially cleared you?
I don't date. This is just going off what I've heard, but I guess I've been cleared, but them still, they don't close any case, I guess, because it's still ongoing. But I mean, I know personally there's nothing else that they're gonna come across that points towards me. So
Unequivocally, you are not the person, you are not involved.
Absolutely, 100%.
Is there anything else you want to clear up that people may have said, that you've seen, that you feel, that you have the opportunity now to address?
So my question is, when they raided the home, did they look in Mary's car? Does Mary have a car? How many cars does Mary, Luke, and Matt have at the house when it was raided? You know what I mean?
So
Unequivocally, you are not the person, you are not involved.
Absolutely, 100%.
Is there anything else you want to clear up that people may have said, that you've seen, that you feel, that you have the opportunity now to address?
Nothing particular is coming to mind right now. Obviously, I mean, I'm nervous. This is, like I said, my first interview, and I mean, I'm not trying to get any more attention from this. I just want to put it out there for me that I had nothing to do with this, and I'm hoping that the truth will come out. Whatever that may be, I have no idea.
I appreciate your time. Chris, do you have anything that you want Luke to address or add? Luke, is there anything else that I didn't ask you that you want to address or talk about while you're here?
Oh yeah, he
That you
did.
get your opportunity.
He said her car was there and she wasn't. That's right. Her car was there and she wasn't.
To say anything you want to.
So remember the initial reports were that a son and a mom were detained at the house, and then Luke was at the Culvers. You guys want me to pull up the mask, guy? Let me see if I can find it. Right here. I mean, if he's got a bite light in, I guess it could match. I don't know, though. It's really more like the distance between the eyes that they look at. The distance between like the lip and the eye, you know. He's kind of got a long head, you guys. I don't think it's him. Here, if we take this. Hang on, let's finish it first. It's almost done.
I just want to say again that I hope that she's safe. I hope they find her, and I just want to move on with my life and not have any. I mean, it's been hard. Like, I can't go anywhere. Everyone gives me dirty looks, and they see me in my car. Like, I would assume that they, like, I don't know, people are just think I'm like this person, and it's been hard, like, leaving, going anywhere, doing anything. So I'd like to be able to go about my life and not have this shadow of doubt casted over me.
His lips are very thin, guys. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not sold on him being porch guy at all.
And
but I'm also not against it. I don't know who this is. The lips just aren't doing it for me, man. However, if you have something in your mouth that's pushing your lips out, but it just isn't fitting for me. And look at his eyebrows. His eyebrows are very close to his eyes. The space between his it's not him, dude. Nope. I don't think you can convince me. Look at the space between the eyebrows and the eyes. Clearly not him. Look. I don't think it's him. His eyebrows are way low. Way low. Maybe. I think he's looking straight on at the camera, though. I mean, even Luke you look at him from further away, he's got very, his eyebrows are very close to his eyeballs. Here, I'm going to press play for a minute. I just don't see it. No, there's no timestamps, Kimma. No, I don't have a pic of his mom. I don't think it's his mom. You guys think it's his mom? That's crazy.
many people have believed. Luke is your son?
Yes.
You are Nancy Guthrie's neighbor. pretty close by.
I didn't realize that.
You didn't know that?
No.
Okay, there you go. For those that wanted it. I know Luke's like, I hope she's found safe. Mary's like acting like, oh, I hope you can move on and get closure, Savannah. Someone there? Hold on. Someone's there.
Taking pictures. Holy
Hang
smokes.
on. Someone's there.
Holy smokes. They're just going on the property and taking pictures. Look.
Who is it?
This is crazy. What the heck is this? Neil, I didn't mean to cut you off, but... Dude, she's going up on the porch.
Who is this lady? Oh my God, what if it was Nancy walking up, y'all? What the fuck?
This is crazy. A woman just comes up and just... Oh my goodness,
Huh?
she's going... This is... Whoa.
Who is this lady?
Whoa.
Someone call security?
This woman went up on the porch. Hey, what's going on? Are you the family? What got you to go up on the porch?
She doesn't look that old. That was weird. Where is she going?
Who is this person?
She just trespassed. She's putting her sunglasses on. Who is it? I don't know where she came
I was just wondering why you went on the porch.
from. She turned around the other way. Where's she going?
You family?
Someone's
Who are you?
Whoa, was that Mary?
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's?
Was that Mary's car?
The heck happened there?
What the hell?
Dude, that's crazy. Why did she go on the porch?
We're rewinding. Hold on. We're rewinding.
Night, the media really touched on this,
Hold on.
starting on this from day one.
No, that's her right there. Watch.
I think it, since then I've been watching.
This is her.
So,
I would have came sooner, but we covered this from day one, pretty much when it all came out on a Monday, the Monday morning, not Sunday when it happened. It really hit overnight. The media
She looks like she's live or something.
really touched on this, starting
Who's
on
that?
the late night Sunday in. Somebody's coming up.
She straight up just walked up there, you guys. Watch.
When it happened, it really hit overnight. The media really touched on this, starting on the late night Sunday in. Somebody's coming up. Somebody's going up. Somebody's going up on the house.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Neil. Whoa. Whoa. What is she doing? Dude, what is she doing? Is she affiliated with you? Whoa. Somebody's just going up there and taking pictures. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. They're just going on the property and taking pictures. Look. This is crazy. What the heck is this? Neil, I didn't mean to cut you off, but... Dude, she's going up on the porch. What the heck? This is.
Brian Enton walked up
This is
before there was
crazy. A
no
woman just comes up
trespassing
and
signs.
oh my goodness, she's going. This is whoa.
They have no trespassing signs now.
Whoa.
That takes tremendous nerve.
Someone call security?
This woman went up on the porch. Hey, what's going on? Are you the family? What got you to go up on the porch?
Whoever dropped her off drove around the block.
Who is this person?
Watch her turn around.
I was just wondering why you went on the porch. You family? Who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you?
Looks like another girl driving her. Probably some stupid TikToker. But damn, if that doesn't look like Mary's car. Yeah, and they have new cameras. I mean, what a dumb thing to do. All right, let's refresh back to real time, see what's going on.
Of the head. You want to show the drooping of the head?
I can show it. I mean,
All right, it's time for
but what I
real
wanna-
talk with the
Drooping of
PP.
head going in. Yeah, it's pretty hard to see at an angle, but the drooping of the head.
Okay. So, but this is back in the fall in Cranston, Rhode Island. There was one of those South American, they were from Venezuela, and they were a theft ring. So they were based in New York, and what they do is they base them in New York, but then they cause havoc. They go north. So they go into Connecticut, they go into Rhode Island, they go to Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and they just go on these crime sprees, and they rip all these things off. So this is a guy, so they caught them. I was in court with them. They are 4 members of that Venezuelan gang. It's something like, Antigua, something like that. You know what I mean? It's
Trinidad.
Them.
Trinidad.
Yes. So look at this guy.
Oh, I know what I wanted to show you guys. Nanos.
Whoa!
How about that?
Where's that?
That was in Cranston, Rhode Island. So when I
Okay. I can't. I was going to show you Nanos' latest. He's showing some video from Rhode Island. That's where Nancy's from. I wonder if John knows Nancy. Okay, this is the latest on Nanos. Damn it. Hold on. My computer is lagging. Hold on.
So there was a 911 call of a woman overheard screaming, hanging outside of a car the night Nancy was taken. What's the update with that?
We were aware of it. We found those individuals, interviewed them. It was a domestic violence situation that had nothing to do with this case at all.
He's taken 857s. Has that lady screaming out of the Malibu? Look at him though. You guys, what's going on with him? Seriously, what is going on? He looks terrible. Beyond the normal, like, sheriff stress, I mean. He looks compromised. He really looks bad.
So there was a 911 call of a woman overheard screaming, hanging outside of a car the night Nancy was taken. What's the update with that?
We're aware of it. We found those individuals, interviewed them. It was a domestic violence situation that.
Okay, did something happen? Did someone, get in trouble for driving with a girl hanging outside the window? Were there charges pressed?
Had nothing to do with this case at all.
Phone data, pings, cameras. I mean, how much are you guys leading into that information, that evidence?
It could be a cell tower dump, could be analyzing a cell phone.
So there is still digital evidence that you guys are waiting on to
Well, we're analyzing all the time, yes.
We also asked about the more than a dozen gloves found during the search.
None of them had a fingerprint that could lead us to a suspect.
What I will tell you about the gloves is simply this. The closest glove was 2.5 miles away. We take the glove and we analyze it and we prioritize it, and part of that analysis included DNA. We've gotten some reports back and it's pretty much eliminated, and that was the closest one.
He says gloves found farther away, some 6 to 7 miles out, are still being reviewed, but so far none have produced fingerprints or evidence tied to a suspect. We also asked about DNA from one black glove that investigators traced to a local restaurant worker.
That the glove that was found that did
Black? I thought the restaurant worker glove was blue. Didn't we see a thick-ass blue glove? Oh, my God. I cannot. Now it's black.
have the DNA, the one that was 2 miles away, was connected to a restaurant worker. Okay, so did you guys get her DNA through that volunteer?
Her? It's a girl?
Your DNA donation when the deputies went into restaurants asking for that, or?
I'm not going to get into the case and the evidence and the way
what
evidence is obtained. What I will tell you is the glove.
No.
We had it analyzed.
They said it was
says
black.
Gloves found farther away, some 6 to 7 miles out, are still being reviewed. A restaurant worker.
That the glove that was found that did have the DNA, the one that was.
We also asked about DNA from one black glove that investigators traced to a local restaurant worker.
That the glove that was found that did have the DNA, the one that was 2 miles away, was connected to a restaurant worker. Okay, so did you guys get her DNA through that volunteer DNA donation when the deputies went into restaurants asking for that, or?
I'm not going to get into the case and the evidence and the way evidence is obtained. What I will tell you is the glove, we had it analyzed. We took it through DNA processing. It led us to a restaurant across the street from where the glove was found. It's not surprising to us. In fact, a number of the gloves we looked at, we believed came from that type of industry.
And did that person
really
donate her
to be clear
DNA
here.
To you guys?
I'm not going to go into that.
We asked about the gloves a Tucson couple told News 4 Tucson they found, including one they believed had blood on it.
There was a couple that I spoke with that KBOA spoke exclusively to. They actually called us. They were concerned. They came to us. We set up this interview, and they have all these pictures of a glove that was found right around the corner on Campbell.
I've heard that story. I don't know when or where it was found. I know that there was some speculation that it had blood. My understanding is that has been analyzed and there has been no blood found on it.
I can't.
There was a 9.
I literally cannot. Okay, there's one more that he did.
Was there a timestamp at some point in time? Could have been.
You just get on YouTube and
you can see it right now.
Hold on.
Was there a timestamp at some point in time? Could have been. Oh, that image they gave us doesn't have that. What I tell people is this: they say, "Well, of course it's 2 different days. Look at the lighting, or look at the different attire he's in, or whatever."
What? Of course it's 2.
I look at that video and go, I have no way of knowing that that's 2 different days. I understand someone might assume that, someone might speculate that, but we don't work on assumptions or speculation. We work on evidence. And the evidence in front of us tells us you have a man dressed in this attire in one image, and you have him dressed this way in another image. There is no way to, with certainty, say this is a different day. Somebody might be able to speculate that, but again, evidence takes us there, not speculation. There's stories out there that, oh, it's from the search teams and the deputies were just throwing their gloves everywhere. Well, that is so far from the truth. That's just bunk. We know that our search and rescue team last night, they were out last night. Go tell me you find gloves laying around. That's not how they work. They're very well trained. They're very well experienced. And to be honest with you, every glove we've issued in this department to all of our search and rescues and our department members for decades, they're blue. They're not black.
Why did we see that one lady with like a box full of black gloves hanging out of her back pocket? He says for decades they've used blue.
Just those are silly things that people make statements of and then they just grow. Was there a timestamp at some point in time? Could have been. But that
Was there a timestamp at some point? There could have been.
That image they gave us doesn't have that.
The image they gave us doesn't have that.
What I tell people is this. They say, well, of course it's 2 different days.
So he says people say, of course it's 2 different days.
Look at the lighting or look at the different attire he's in or whatever. I look at that video and go, I have no way of knowing that that's 2 different days. I understand someone might assume that. Someone might speculate that. But we don't work on assumptions or speculation. We work on evidence. And the evidence in front of us tells us you have a man dressed in this attire in one image, and you have him dressed this way in another image.
Wait, what?
There is no way to...
Wait, what?
In one image, and you have him dressed this way in another image.
Is he saying they're dressed different?
Evidence in front of us tells us you have a man dressed in this attire in one image, and you have him dressed this way in another image. There is no way to, with certainty, say this is a different day.
Huh? Wait, what?
Somebody might be able to speculate that, but again, evidence takes us there, not speculation.
Well, he talks so low, I had to like use a filter to get it louder. It was terrible.
There's stories out there that, oh, it's from the search teams and the deputies were just throwing their gloves everywhere. Well, that is so far from the truth. That's just bunk. We know that our search and rescue team last night, they were out last night.
They were?
Tell me you find gloves like
They were out last night. Tell me if you find gloves there. He said they're out at night. Why are the search teams out at night, guys? Do we need to sleep it all day and watch at night? Because they're out at night. Why are they out at night searching when they can see during the day? I don't know. Right. In the pitch black. He's terrible. He is absolutely terrible. Okay, let's listen to JLR and John for a little bit.
13. Okay, I was close.
Square feet. That's a
So,
big
but
home.
that's a good sized home, meaning that that someone could hide. And so I wonder, does she hear someone rummaging around? Do they hear her? But I believe something. I don't believe the person that we see approaching the nest cam with the mask. I don't view him as he's going into the house and she's in there sleeping. I don't believe that.
You don't?
No, because it's just, as you and I have talked about, it's just way too high risk. So, some sunscreen.
Sunscreen.
You have to.
I thought you said you.
Oh.
No, me. JLR, get yourself some sunscreen and alloy for your face. I know, right?
Well, that's why I'm wearing. That's why I'm
put
wearing a
some on.
sweatshirt. I didn't wear block yesterday.
I put
and
some
it
on.
burned. The song is very, very strong.
I got some on me.
So
Thank you, Belinda.
It is a strong song.
It's a strong song.
But I think I'll tell you what I am on this day 34 as we sit here, and I am actually thrilled News Nation is going to be here because if News Nation is here, I think this also motivates Fox to stay.
Well, not only that, but News Nation probably would get. They're more of a network that would get information from the sheriff's office.
no
you know,
doubt.
get it out of them and pry around, and you know, you want that, right?
Yes, and I think if you're Fox and you're Michael, they can go to their boss and say, well, News Nation is staying.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in a situation where you're going to get
Well, they might even
out.
say, well, John DePietro
Well,
and JLR are staying. We got to
that's a
stay.
given. That's a
You
given.
know what I mean? Like everyone is like,
That's a
everyone's
given.
like, okay, if you're going to stay, I'm going to stay.
Yeah.
If you're going to stay, Dad's
Yeah,
going
it's a
live's
pact.
coming here tomorrow.
Is he?
Or
Oh,
he's
great.
here now somewhere.
Jacob
maybe.
is a great guy.
You know,
I
you
want
got people
to
coming
know
here,
that.
you know, more
He is
people
such
coming.
a
I just
good
saw
guy.
oh, that journalist that was taking the photos that I just
Yep,
showed.
yes.
She's a photographer with somebody, but she's back. She was here 2 weeks ago. She looks like she came back.
You know who was, I didn't realize at the time, because I have not been watching their coverage, but she was here yesterday. That's who was with Pinky. She's the NBC News based in Los Angeles. She's the lead reporter on the story.
Yeah, let me see her face. This is the one that did the scripted
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
yesterday.
That's Kate. I think
Yeah,
is it
she's the
Kate?
one that was
Yeah.
here yesterday. I say it's scripted. They say otherwise, but
Yeah.
literally
Well,
we're
they-
here. It's quiet,
Yeah.
and the next thing you know, there's a
Oh, yeah,
convoy of
they
5
pulled
cars.
up.
They all pull
Yeah,
up.
Pinky.
She gets out.
No, Liz.
They all get out.
Liz
They start.
Krause.
Yeah, they start micing them up.
Yeah.
And they're like, "You're gonna say this," and she's like, "Okay." And the other girl's like, "Okay, you talk. This action."
Do you know that they actually were Pinky's house filming her making the signs?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then they come here and follow her and say, "Okay, we'll go." You
What
do
I
your-"
can't get over, nothing against.
They went to
what's her name?
Pinky's
Liz,
house?
but
scripted.
If I'm working for NBC,
Her name's
right?
Liz?
Something happens to Liz,
LIZ?
and I get the call, and NBC says, "Listen, we need you."
Sent out cease and
John
desist
DePietro,
letters to
JDP, to be the point person on the story. I'll tell you one thing I'm not doing. I'm not going and filming Pinky making signs.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
weird.
Savannah's own network is going to show that lady.
Oh, it's a
making-
feel-good story.
Yeah,
It's-
but
it is.
But her,
Well, you know,
No,
making
that's
signs and-
weird.
and sharing.
Them
It's a feel-
cluttering the flowers with those freaking signs.
Okay.
That,
It's-
that doesn't make me feel
Hey, I
good.
have no problem with anyone.
I'm with DePepe on this one because I think that lady's weird. The things she said yesterday was the pictures I show you at home. She was talking to Nancy. It was weird.
Signs,
Yes.
right? Not like
Yeah.
a
Well, there's
single
a
person.
few that are nice, but I think
I can't
her
see
and Al,
showcasing her. On
fresh off
Dateline?
the Fetish Festival, coming here, dropping off the sign. Now, again, Pinky's very nice, but
She was very emotional.
She was, yeah. Now she's also, as I've shown, do you know? So she started the trend. So apparently, there are now women all over the country that are following her lead with this is the latest trend with the eyeshadow.
Oh, the eyeshadow.
Yeah, have you seen that?
No, I
You
haven't.
show the
Pinky.
Yeah, there's women coast to coast that are now wearing eyeshadow like that.
She looks like the lady from Drew Carey's show.
Interesting. No, she was very emotional. I mean,
think
she was
this
like
demonstrates that mental health is a crisis in this country.
Why would Dateline go to her house?
Do
Did
people
they want to
realize you have
see?
such a good humor? You know what else?
Wait, did Dateline go in there to film so they could see inside her house? That's weird. That's effing
yeah, out to
weird.
dinner. That was big. Tracy is a big fan of yours. But one thing I've noticed is you're far more patient than I am. Number one, you stream longer. You go all day. I can't do it all day. But you are far more patient with people with their different thoughts. And
Okay, so look what I found. I found, because I searched Dateline NBC, I wanted to see if there was anything new. So look at this. February 12th. Have you guys listened to this? Dateline NBC, The Search for Nancy Guthrie. They have a podcast. Let's see what they say. It's what's her name?
Hey Pandora listeners, before celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year, plan
To Dateline True Crime Weekly. I'm Andrea Canning. It's February 12th, and here's what's on our docket. Emotions run high in a Georgia courthouse as the boyfriend of a murdered law student takes the stand.
I would be so...
C. Kerrigan and Tanya Harding, February 1st. Up until Tuesday, the sheriff said investigating friend, Savannah. captured the world's attention.
The 5 justices
There
of
we
the
go.
South Carolina Supreme Court to argue why he should get a new trial.
Plus, remember Olympian ice skaters Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding? We'll be talking to a veteran ice skating reporter about the crime that captured the world's attention.
This man was running with this stick just coming down at my leg.
But before all that, we wanted to update you on the latest developments in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of our colleague and friend, Savannah. Nancy Guthrie has been missing from her home in Tucson for more than 10 days. According to the Pima County Sheriff, she was abducted in the early morning hours of February 1st. Up until Tuesday, the sheriff said investigators had no suspects or leads in the case. That all changed Tuesday afternoon. As you may have seen, the FBI released video captured by Nancy's security camera in the early morning hours of her disappearance. It showed a masked and armed man walking up to her front door.
The music is a bit
Here to
much.
tell us more about what was in the video and what it all means for bringing Nancy home is NBC News national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. And I should say we're taping this conversation on Wednesday afternoon. Tom, thanks for being here.
Hi, Andrea. Good afternoon.
So I know.
Okay, again, this is February 12th.
We've been all over this story, and just personally and professionally, it's a difficult one for you, for all of us. Remind us of the timeline of Nancy's disappearance. We've learned a lot more about that from law enforcement.
The timeline here has become a little bit more clear. So it's Saturday night, approximately 9:30, 9:45 in Tucson. And it's the Guthrie family that drops off Nancy at her home in the greater Tucson area. At approximately 1:47 a.m. on Sunday morning, there's this moment where somebody is seen on the Nest camera on the front door of her home. And that was this extraordinary video that we saw released by the FBI. And then a critical piece of evidence. Apparently, Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker had the ability to communicate and give information and reporting kind of real time to her phone. And at some point around 2:28 a.m., they're no longer in connection. And that is what investigators believe is a moment where she is now officially out of the home and away from the home, probably a moment or two before that. And so the family is advised that Nancy Guthrie did not join up with her regular group to watch a stream of a mass of a church on Sunday morning. The family gets there, and in less than 10 minutes, they realize something is terribly wrong. They pick up the phone, they call police, and the sheriff says, look, we immediately saw some things that just didn't seem right, were indications that this could be the site of a crime, and as a matter of fact, actually dispatched homicide detectives, Andrea, right from the...
What was the date of this? Hang on. So she said they were taping this on Wednesday. So they taped this on the 11th. They taped this on the 11th. They released the masked man footage on the 10th. Carlos was detained, questioned, and searched on the 10th. And then Andrea Canning recorded this on the 11th. Okay, I just wanted to get this straight. They released it on the 12th.
Very beginning.
Wow. Yeah, her vital medication was apparently left behind, wallet, phone. There's her blood on the doorstep. Tom, there have been reports of several ransom notes being received by TV stations and TMZ demanding payment for the safe return of Nancy. You have actually seen a copy of one of the notes. Can you sort through what we know and don't know about them and what you're allowed to share?
Yeah, sure. And so everybody understands the details that we withhold from these notes are really just because there are certain aspects of the investigation we don't want to kind of tip off whoever they're looking for. But the gist of it is this. They point out the fact that she was wearing a white Apple Watch. They point out the fact that there were floodlights at the home. There's a request.
White Apple Watch? I never heard that before. Have y'all? I mean, maybe we've seen it in pictures. I don't remember, but...
for cryptocurrency, and they provide some specific deadlines. Look, the first picture you're going to find of Nancy Guthrie and Savannah Guthrie together is she is wearing a white Apple Watch. That's public information. That there's a floodlight at the home. I mean, how many homes in this country don't have floodlights outside or some sort of lighting outside of a home? the thing that people have been focused on are these potential deadlines. But then we saw the Guthrie family, as you know, start to put out videos and saying, look, just reach out to us. We're ready. We're here to talk, but provide us with some form of proof of life. It's our understanding that that hasn't happened. And so really authorities are trying to see whether these notes are credible or not. We don't have any additional insight into that so far.
Right. So you mentioned the surveillance video that was released on Tuesday by the FBI. I feel like it feels like everyone in the country must have seen it at this point. Initially, we were told that Nancy did not have a subscription to, having the video saved. And we were told there may be no footage ever. But that all changed.
It all changed. It was clear that there was a lot of work between Google, which is the parent company of Nest, which was this camera, and the FBI.
Yeah, a lot of people hard at work, surely just working around the clock with what we're talking about. At what point did the FBI decide to go public with it? Was it immediately?
Well, the FBI assuredly did not immediately make these images public once they became aware of them. I mean, first off, it's our understanding that the family was briefed on these images, wanted to make sure, see if anybody in the family recognized anybody in the course of this. And then the decision is made to go public because you want to involve the whole country.
Tom, can you just, for our listeners who are not looking at the video right now, and we will link to the images and the videos in our episode description, but can you just describe exactly what we see on the tape?
Right. Well, you see a couple of different things on the tape. I mean, first off, you see the individual approach. They've got their head down there and almost intentionally looking at the ground like they don't want the camera to see their eyes. And this individual approaches, they're kind of fiddling around. You get some real close-up images of their gloves. You see this gun that's carried in a holster externally. It appears that it would be set up if somebody was a right-handed shot. And then you see a backpack on them with the kind of reflective tape out front in this light-colored mask, but their eyes are very clear. Some people say that around the mouth there might be some facial hair, either a goatee or a mustache or both. And the backpack is very large. And one of the things that sticks out, and I'm sure you noticed this, just how full that backpack is.
Oh my gosh, full.
To the seams almost.
Yeah, I mean, and it very chilling, very jarring to look at those images.
Right.
About 8 hours after those images were released, we learned that a man had been taken into custody for questioning. What do you know about him? And it sounds like it's not really going anywhere, right, with him?
Right. Well, this person was released. They took his phone. They've kept his phone. They conducted a court-authorized search. I think that's notable. As you know, that you don't search a home without that court paperwork. But when you actually conduct those searches and talk to them, you might realize that some of those things are easily explained and they might not actually point towards the crime.
Okay, and the FBI director released a statement saying they're looking at people and that they have made a lot of progress. What is next? What are the most critical steps, do you think, going forward?
So you're already seeing some activity since this video came out. You're looking at a lot of searches that are occurring on the ground. FBI agents combing through Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. Just, the old-fashioned shoe leather or boot leather, whatever you want to say. In this particular instance, they're going from store to store, gas station to gas station, pulling video. All of that's part of the investigation. So they're really kind of humming on that. And that's something that I think will get to the point of identifying, is this one person? Is it 2, 3, 4 people? Who's involved in this? Why did they do this? It's so obviously nerve-wracking for everybody in that community, and just what the Guthrie family has been put through here, and our colleague Savannah, it's just, it's so awful. And I think everybody wants an answer for Nancy. Everybody wants an answer for Savannah and the family, just to figure out, how did we get here? Why would somebody do something like this?
Yeah, and it's just you feel almost like Nancy, you're rooting for her, even for people who haven't met her. It's like the whole country has come together for Savannah's mom, which is so wonderful. And if anyone does know anything, you can call 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 800-225-5324, or you can visit tips.fbi.gov if you want to leave a tip online. Thank you so much, Tom, for covering this story for the network. You've done such a great job, and during a difficult time, you're really breaking things down for people. So we appreciate it.
Well, you got it. I'm so glad we had a chance to talk, and it's all about getting information out. And certainly we got to hold out hope for Nancy.
We all want that so badly, and our prayers and hearts are with Savannah and her family during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Nothing we didn't know. I should have known better. But I'm curious if they're going to do anything on... Isn't Dateline on tonight at 9? Isn't tonight Dateline NBC night? And you know, this person doesn't really necessarily look that bulky from a distance. If you want my opinion. They don't look that bulky there. They really and truly don't. You know? Do you think they look, I mean, really, from a distance, they don't look that big. They look bulked up by the jacket. You know? Here's that stepping stone. Right there. Just look at their feet, though. I mean, if you really look at their feet and how they move, they're not that big. That guy is not that big. He's really not. I mean, unless Luke gained about 50 pounds, he's like a stuffed sausage. I don't think Luke walks this fluidly. Luke's like a stuffed sausage. I mean, he's got a belly and everything else. You know what I mean? Yeah, that guy's thin, I think. Oh my God, the more that I'm seeing it, look how thin his legs are there. Hold on. That person's slim, in my opinion, don't you think? Person looks really slim. Using the left hand. Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'm going to pull something else up. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay. Bear with me. Always goes back to the tomato for me. Every time I explore something for a whole day, and here I am back at the tomato. There's a reason for that. All roads always lead back to the tomato. Why? Hang on. Unfortunately, I can't slow it down. I am. I'm looking at the feet. I'm looking at the feet for sure. I'm definitely looking at the feet. He has that foot crossover. That left foot crosses over the front. Watch. Watch. Oh, shit. It ends right there, too. Watch. It's like they don't want to give... It's like they don't want to give away that crossover. Whoa, that's weird. Watch. When you first start the video, like the... Wrong video. Hold on. Or when you first end it, watch. The last frame, if you don't catch it just so. Watch. Hold on. I'll try to get it. Right there. Okay, right there. Hold on. Whoa. They cut it off right there. Let me lift this up. Hold on. See that? See how that weird leg like overcompensates in front of the right leg? Watch. See that left leg is kind of like floppy? I know you've got to see it. This leg here. See how it's kind of floppy? Do you know what I'm saying? See that right there? That reminds me of the same stance. This right here. And you can't see the other foot, but it reminds me of that same like weird crossover. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be weird, but I'm trying to show you the similarities that I see. Like that, like that, like that. It's like overcompensating with that left leg. Does that make sense? And then if you watch this person, that's right where it ends, where he uses that leg like that. Watch. See how he way oversteps like that? It's just weird. I want to watch the feet. Hold on. He almost doesn't even put a lot of weight on that foot. If you look right here. Watch the right leg. The right leg it's almost like he just kind of barely puts weight on it, bends the knee, and then overcompensates with that right leg. The masked man, that is. Whoever he is. Whoever he is. See that? Put a 1 in chat if you see it and I'm not crazy. He's not just going up a step, though. He's not. He's completely made a pivot and was like, yeah, like off balance, kind of. He walks floppy to me. You do see it. Yay. Thank you. Lots of 1s. I don't feel alone now. I don't know, man. I think the whole thing is wacky. I think the whole damn thing is wacky. See, he's really not that big, this guy. He's really not that big. If the shoes are coming across as white, does it mean that they're dark? I know, we got to go to the other one. Let's go to Guthrie Family Visits Memorial, because I don't have the whole video. I just have that clip. Here it is. Hold on. I'm going to have to fix my screen again. Okay. You ask, you receive. Look it. You can automatically see that right leg goes in. Watch it. Check it. Watch. When he bends down, you can see his right knee like kind of give. Watch. Watch. Right there. I think there's another view of them too. Who was the other person that was filming? Brian? I think it was Brian. Here we go. Brian has a different camera view. That sheriff is staying close, boy. I don't know, guys. We've got same. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Look at that. Kismet says they walk totally different. And they both just have a right leg that they don't. I love it. Who's in here that says it's not him? I want to know. I want you to email me, and then we're going to do call-ins. I want you guys who think it's definitely not him, like you, Sweet Caroline, Kismet, no, he actually kicks out his right leg because he doesn't want to bend it. Right? I want to hear from you guys. I want you guys to call in and tell me why you think it's not him. Why you think that it's not him. I've heard from people who think it is him, but I haven't heard from anybody who really, feels in their soul that it's not him. You don't think it's his body type. Tomato had knee surgery? How do you know that? don't know. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. When you guys say pigeon-toed, that's usually turned in. Like duck feet is turned out. It was something online, so there's no proof of that. Like he didn't post like recovering from knee surgery.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Savannah is 5'10", I think. I mean, the size is spot on. I thought that too, Daz Larson. I thought maybe they wanted to observe him. Because Annie bent down and she didn't have any problems. They ain't Annie. That ain't Annie. Mm-mm. See? It's not her. It's just not her. Not Annie. He's really standing with his legs close together, isn't he? For a guy. Keeping them feet right close together. I feel evil as fuck analyzing this video. You know that? I'll probably never live this one down. What color are these sneakers? If they look white, are they really dark? Was Enton told to get like his feet in the view?
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
Wait, what was that hand signal? Oh, look at this shiz. Look at this. Watch this guy. Watch his hand signal. Watch. Right here. Watch this dude. Watch. Watch his hands. Or was it a hand signal? Or was that just a random move? Was that a hand signal, Kismet? I just don't know. Crazy. Now he's all zoomed out and shit. All right, there they go. Now they're walking back. He cut it off right there. We don't get to see anymore. That's where Brian ended his footage. But I know what you're saying. He put it in his pocket. Yeah, it's not sign language. I think that's been disputed. That came from Joel Waldron on X. I don't think it's sign language by any stretch of the imagination. Any stretch of the imagination. But anyways, I think I'm going to sign off, guys. I think I'm going to get on out of here. It's Friday night. I'm going to go spend some time with my loved ones. We'll do more analyzations tomorrow. I think JLR is going on his ride along with no cameras tomorrow. So we might switch things up a little bit. Yeah, I think he was telling Brian to zoom in. Thank you guys all that called in today. We'll do some more calls tomorrow. And that's it. Bye, guys. Enjoy your evening. Happy Friday. Thank you for your support. Moderators, thank you for being here. And look for your name in those credits. You so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.